Welcome to Mr. Lightnoff channel, your gateway into worlds reborn through immersive TTS narration. Now presenting Reincarnated as the villainess's son. A dark reincarnation. A fantasy by Noob 6 Writer 9, with over 2.7 million reads on web novel and beyond. Tragedy struck in my past life. A life ended in regret and loss. Fate led me into a romance game I once played. Only now I awaken as someone I once despised, the villainess's son. Outnumbered, manipulated, and trapped beneath the shadow of a cold-hearted mother. I laugh at my own misery, but survival demands transformation. This is Volume 1, The Reckless Boy. Chapter 1. See you later. If you'd like faster updates or want to support this work, check out my Ko-fi, kofi.com/mrlightenov.
Reincarnated as the villainess's son C1 to 40 by Noob6_Writer9 TTS by Mr. Lightnoff. Chapter 1, See you later. 1 Pitter-patter drip drop step. In the heavy rainfall, a boy walked silently, the rain hitting his clothes, soaking them, while droplets fell from his hair, hitting the ground. Even the heavy rainfall wasn't able to clear the blood that stained his clothes. From head to toe, the boy's clothes were dyed with a crimson color. The rainfall masked the boy's emotions as he slowly walked on the ground. But the world has already lost its glimmer, as the world only looked gray in his eyes. Gurgling. As he continued walking, something blocked his path. The boy looked up, his piercing purple eyes meeting the gaze of the monster in front. It had an octopus-like face, 3 times the height of the boy, with ridges on its back, scaly skin, palpitating gills on its necks, long claws on its hind and forefoots, and narrow wings behind. From its half-open mouth, a human hand hung low as the monster displayed its last hunt. Growl. Growling with a croaking, baying voice, the monster moved to all fours as its hollow eyes met with the boy's equally hollow gaze. They stared into each other's eyes. Neither the boy took out his weapon to subdue the monster, nor did the monster try to attack him like his other prey. After what felt like a long time, one of them took a step back. It wasn't the boy who took the step back, but the monster took a step back, acknowledging its inferiority. Irregularly hopping, sometimes on 2 legs and sometimes on 4, the monster ran away. Squelch! But even as the monster took 3 steps, its body split in 2 with a squelching sound, its huge form falling to the ground while blood gushed out. The boy merely glanced at the dead body before continuing to walk. Why did this happen? The boy muttered in a feeble voice as he looked around, his hollow eyes seeing the solitude of different monsters roaming in the heavy rainfall. Answer me. I took every precaution, so why did this happen? He asked, clenching his teeth. Perhaps he asked someone, or perhaps he asked himself, but even when he waited no reply came back. The boy clenched his fist, blood draining from it due to the tight grip. Am I really paying for her sins? He got no reply. No one was present to answer him. Step. Step. His steps halted as a figure stood in front of him. Hey. As Aria, a soft yet trembling and hoarse yet feminine voice echoed in the heavy rainfall. Why? The boy asked, looking at her. Was it perhaps he didn't want it to, or was it perhaps because it wasn't real he was unable to see her face clearly? Only a blurred outline of her features was clear. You know the answer, don't you? The girl asked, her voice filled with a sad smile he could almost envision. Just tell me if someone forced you or if someone tried to blackmail you into doing this. I will believe your words, the boy asked, his voice trembling from time to time, growing increasingly somber as each word left his mouth. Please, he whispered softly. The girl, looking at his condition, tried to move forward. Whether it was pity or sympathy, she extended her hand, but she halted her steps, forcing herself to stand her ground. It was my own choice, she replied firmly, hiding her trembling hands. The boy remained silent, his words stuck in his throat, not being able to say anything. You killed him, didn't you? The girl asked again, looking at the blood-stained body of the boy. He was a nuisance, the boy replied, as if killing someone meant nothing to him. He was the future of this empire, she said, her voice trembling with various emotions. What happened to your face? Sigh in tiredness, he asked, looking at her, noticing the swollen side of her left cheek. It must look ugly, right? The girl asked, rubbing her cheek. No. No, you look as beautiful as the first day I saw you, the boy replied, shaking his head. Sniff. Sob. When the girl heard his honest reply, tears welled up in her eyes, her body shaking with emotions she couldn't describe. Like a puppy who had lost its house, alone in rain, she let out small whimpers as she tried to not cry more. I am sorry, was the only way. She swallowed hard, her words turning into unrecognizable whimpers. The boy didn't reply, he just looked down, his face reflected in the rippling rainwater. Purple eyes, empty of emotions, gazed back at him from a handsome face framed by purple hair streaked with white. Are you happy now? His voice, unrecognizable, sounded sinister, creepy, and devoid of emotion. His face twisted into a crooked smile. The girl looked at him, thinking he was addressing her, but the boy didn't glance at her. Are you satisfied? Again, his mouth moved involuntarily as the sinister voice echoed. Are you satisfied now, after everyone that cared about you is dead? You are a loser who can't do anything. He laughed. No, the voice laughed, mocking the boy. Always remember you are a loser and always will be, Inder. Clarity returned to the boy's eyes as he heard his name. But before he could grasp anything, the world shattered around him like glass. Beep. Beep. Cough. Cough. Huff. In a simple office room, a young man woke up, coughing and gasping for breath. His eyelids twitched open, and as he looked around in confusion, he started to pant heavily, feeling breathless. His white shirt was drenched in cold sweat, the sensation of the nightmare still lingering. Arg. Water. The young man mumbled, feeling an unpleasant thirst, and he looked around until he found a bottle. He picked it up and emptied its contents into his mouth. Gulp. Gulp. After drinking the water to his heart's content, the young man glanced at the beeping alarm clock. 5 o'clock. Sigh. Closing the alarm, he reclined on the chair as he sighed. He closed his eyes, the nightmare still vivid in his mind. I should go home, he mumbled to himself. Standing up from his seat, he began to pack his belongings. Again, why do I always have those weird nightmares, he mumbled to himself with a tired sigh, as these nightmares had become a daily routine for him. Knock. Come in. Click. The door clicked open to his office room as a woman walked in. Hello, Senior Inder, the woman greeted him with a light bow. Inder, a somewhat handsome, tall, and lean man in his mid-20s, looked at her. His beautiful blue eyes gazed at her with curiosity. Is there something the matter, Rebecca? Inder asked after packing his things. Senior, all the faculty members are going to the party for the new contract we were offered, she replied, fidgeting with her fingers. So? Inder asked, looking at her. So, I was wondering if you are coming with us or not, Senior, she asked, her voice tinged with light expectancy. Sorry, Rebecca, but I can't. I have plans with my girlfriend, Inder replied with an apologetic smile. Oh, it's fine, Senior. Have a nice evening. Hiding her disappointment, she quickly bowed and moved out of the room. After checking his office once again, he also moved out. Are you mad? But just as he was about to leave the building, a faint voice reached his ears. What do you mean, Senior? Another voice replied, a recognizable voice belonging to Rebecca. Has no one informed you about him? About what? About being away from that monster. Monster? Yes, monster, He was in jail for 3 murder cases for years. Inda sighed as he started to walk away. For him, it's always like this. Every time a newcomer arrives, the seniors will warn them about him. Not that it matters to him, as he doesn't want to get close to any of them. I wonder what Delilah has made for today's dinner. With a small smile, Inda mumbled as he left the office building as he moved to pick up his bike. Squeal! The high-pitched sound of brake pads pressing against the wheel rims echoed as a bike stopped in the parking area of the building. A man quickly dismounted from the bike, carrying a bag filled with various products. 11:35. Hope I'm not too late. Saying so, with quick steps, Inda moved towards the lift. The silence felt heavy in the empty garage as he arrived in front of the lift, pressing the button. Ding. The lift opened up as the man walked inside, only to find a middle-aged woman already present. "Good evening, Miss Della," Inda greeted her as he stepped in, pressing the button for the 38th floor. "Good evening, Inda," she greeted him back with a smile, her eyes drifting towards the bag he was holding. "Looks like you did some shopping for your mistress." "Well, yeah, tomorrow is our 25th birthday, so just for some celebration," Inda replied as he showed her the bag. "Oh. Happy birthday to both of you then. I hope you both live a happy life," Della replied, her voice filled with surprise as she heard him. "Thank you, and I will surely convey your message to her," Inda replied, smiling with a light chuckle. "Though finding someone with the same birthday as you geese must be fated to be lovers," Della complimented with a tinge of envy in her voice. "Ha ha ha. I hear that a lot," Inda replied, scratching his left cheek in embarrassment. Ding. The door of the lift opened as Inda moved out. Soon he walked through the corridor until he arrived in front of room number 13. Taking out the room card, he opened the door and walked in. "I am home," Inda said in a soft voice, but loud enough for someone to hear. "Welcome home." A melodic voice came from inside as Inda moved towards the sound. Walking, he soon arrived in front of the kitchen where a beautiful woman in her mid-20s stood preparing dinner. She had long flowing hair cascading down her back. She possessed a slender yet graceful figure, standing at an average height with an elegant posture that exuded confidence. "You look tired, dear," she glanced back at Inda with her ruby red eyes as she put her work aside and moved closer to him. "I just need some recharge from my Delilah." Saying so, he gently hugged her as she melted into his embrace. They both embraced each other before Delilah broke it, complaining, "My dinner will get burned because of you." "Sorry," Inda replied as he moved closer towards the kitchen counter, placing the bag on it. "How was your day?" she asked as she continued to cook. "Normal," Inda replied as he took out the contents of the bag. "By the way, I brought all your favorites." "Oh, and what did you bring, mister?" Delilah asked curiously, still focusing on her work. "I brought your favorite raspberry-flavored candies," Inda said proudly as he showed her a pack of candies. "That's good," Delilah replied, glancing at the pack before focusing back on cooking. "Then I have your favorite choco chips flavored ice cream." Again with a proud smile, he showed her the packs of ice cream. "Hope you brought enough this time," she replied with a mischievous tone. "Yeah, I don't want you to eat my part of the ice cream as well," Inda grumbled as he took the last item from the bag. "And I also brought you tangerine shake." "Seriously, why do you even like this?" His proud face turned weird as he took out the last item. "You just don't have good taste, mister," Delilah rebuked playfully, punching his sides. "Anyway, place them into the fridge. We can have them after dinner." "As you say, my lady." Whispering, he took all the items as he walked towards the fridge. "Change your clothes, Inda, they will get dirty," Delilah said as she watched him still in his office uniform. "Yeah," Inda replied as he moved back to change into more comfortable clothes. 11:48. Wearing a plain white shirt and loose black pants, Inda moved towards the hallway and sat down on the sofa. He opened the TV and the PlayStation as he took the controller in his hand. The last game he played started, and a girl with pure white hair soon emerged on the screen, with the title of the game written at the bottom. My dear lover. The gameplay screen immediately changed again, and the main menu appeared in front of him. Inder stared deeply at the boy who was beside the main logo. With purple hair and eyes, and a charming yet sickly appearance, he stood there with a defeated look. Immediately, a sense of uneasiness crawled over Inder's body as a feeling of similarity emerged within him as he looked at the boy. Huff. Huff. Unnoticed by Inder, beads of sweat formed on his forehead as his breath became shallow. Was it perhaps fear of the unknown, or was it something from the depths of his being that was awakened, shaking him as he himself didn't know? Inder? Delilah arrived in the hallway, looking at him with concern. Huh? Inder came out of his daze as Delilah's soft hands wiped the sweat from his face. Are you okay? Delilah asked with concern, sitting beside him and gently patting his back. Yeah, I'm fine, Inder replied with a deep sigh. You had another nightmare, didn't you? Delilah asked, knowing him well enough to discern his condition just by noticing his demeanor. Yeah, this evening, Inder replied honestly, his gaze returning to the purple-haired boy on the screen. What did the psychiatrist say when you last saw him? Delilah asked, continuing to rub his back. The same thing, that because of my past trauma, I'm creating scenarios in my head that manifest as nightmares, Inder replied with a tired gaze, resting his head on her shoulder. She didn't say anything but simply held his hand tightly, reassuring him. Am I mentally unstable? Inder mumbled to himself. When I first met you. Yes, you were. But right now? No, Delilah replied, planting a light kiss on his head, earning a chuckle from Inder. Yeah, I wasn't right in the head when I met you, Inder admitted, acknowledging how messed up his mind was at that time. Shall we go to the terrace for some fresh air? Delilah suggested, standing up. Yeah, we should, Inder agreed as they both made their way to the terrace. Delilah stared intently at the screen where the purple-haired boy was, and after a few moments, she removed her gaze. Click. Inder opened the door to the terrace as the cold night wind tickled their skin, making them shiver slightly. It's cold. As they stood leaning against the terrace wall, Delilah mumbled, rubbing her palms. Come here. Sitting at the edge of the terrace, Inder opened his arms and called her. She quickly nestled into his arms, and they both felt the warmth from each other's bodies. This is heaven, Delilah mumbled as she wrapped her hand around his waist, resting her face sideways on his chest, listening to his heartbeat. 11:56 Inder looked back as he sat at the edge of the building. He could clearly see the empty streets. Inder. What was the last nightmare you saw? Delilah asked as she looked into his eyes. All I remember was that I was talking with a girl, Inder replied, thinking deeply. It's close to the end, Delilah mumbled as she closed her eyes, placing her head back on his chest. You said something? Inder asked, not hearing her words clearly. Inder. Looking up, she called his name. Tell me, what do you dislike the most about me? Why this out of the blue? Inder asked, not understanding her question. Just tell me. Your eyes, he replied, looking deeply into her red eyes. I don't like them. Why? Well, no matter how much I want to see past them, I can't see anything, he replied honestly, bringing a light smile to her face. Then what do you like the most about me? Your eyes, his reply didn't change, nor did he shift his gaze. Still looking at her red eyes, he continued, I like them the most because no matter how much I see them, I can't see anything. 11:58 Inder, placing her head back on his chest, she mumbled, I just want you to know, things are going to be hard from now on. What do you mean? Inder asked, confused. Our time is up now, she mumbled again, hugging him tightly. Delilah? Inder asked, sensing something was wrong with her. 11:59 Even if your body changes, even if your personality changes, I will still love you, she continued to mumble, hugging him tightly. Are you okay? Inda asked as he cupped her face, making her look at him. I love you, Inda, she replied, closing her eyes and bringing her face close to his, while her hands remained on his chest. Inda let his guard down as he closed his eyes as well. Their lips gently touched, and before long, Delilah took the initiative to kiss him deeply. 0:00 SU. Later. Parting her trembling lips away from him, she mumbled. Thud. Huh? Inda let out a startled voice as he saw Delilah moving away from him. But soon he realized that she wasn't moving away from him, he was the one who was falling down. The world slowed down for him as the last thing he saw was the crying figure of Delilah looking at him. Before darkness embraced him for eternity. First person pof, Inda slap. I felt a strange sensation. My head spun like crazy. My vision blurred as I found it hard to even concentrate on what's ahead of me. My left cheek felt numb, and a stinging pain shot through it. It was painful. Huff. Huff. My body felt encaged as if I were bound by something, and every single breath of mine was shallow. Badum badum. The beating of my heart sounded so loud that its echo reverberated in my brain like roaring drums. The pain in my cheeks continued to intensify as my disoriented senses started to come back. Where was I? A thought came to my mind as my brain started to work slowly. Yeah, I was with Delilah. Soon, my last memories also started to come back as I remembered that I accidentally fell from the terrace. She must be worried about me. My heart throbbed in pain as the thought of her worrying about my well-being crossed my mind. Where is she? Ignoring all the pain, my shallow breath, and my throbbing heart, I forcefully tried to concentrate, looking for anyone around me. It was difficult, like someone had put sand in my eyes. I was having a hard time even trying to open them, but I ignored the difficulty as I looked in front of me with groggy eyes. Huh? Confusion overwhelmed my mind as I looked at the woman who stood in front of me. In a black ball gown dress, she looked extremely beautiful, while her long platinum straight hair fell gracefully, reaching her waist. Her grey eyes looked coldly at me, without a hint of familiarity. What? Again, my mind twisted in confusion as the woman raised her hand. Slap. A crisp and sharp sound resonated throughout the place as the woman slapped my left cheek, increasing the pain that I was already feeling. Ugh. I tried to groan in pain, but nothing came out of my mouth, as if my mouth was sealed by something or like someone had sewn its shoe to it refused to open. Even when I tried to move my body, it refused to budge from its place. In panic, I tried to look around the place, but only my eyes moved while the rest of my body remained still. The room looked luxurious, filled with lots of expensive items. Priceless works of art lined the walls, and a plush armchair with a similar table in design caught my eye. My confusion soon turned into fear as I realized I was in a completely different place. Where the hell am I? I wanted to scream. I wanted to move. But my body refused to respond as I sat in the same place. Slap. Another crisp and sharp sound resonated within the room as the woman slapped me again. Now my cheeks felt like they were burning. Even the numbness that I felt before wasn't able to completely subdue the pain. Why are you slapping me? An intense sense of humiliation and anger washed over me, but more than that, I felt uneasiness about being confined in a way that I couldn't even move. Slap. Again, she slapped me, but this time my head moved. The force behind her slap was so hard that my face twisted towards the right side. The inner skin of my cheeks broke as blood began to gush out from them, the warm blood filling my mouth. Though I couldn't taste the blood, I felt its warmth. Do you know why you are being slapped, Azera? A mature and beautiful voice filled my ears as the woman started to speak. I lifted my gaze and looked at her. Her lifeless grey eyes looked coldly at me. Azera? but soon her words registered in my mind, and confusion followed suit. "What are you saying?" I tried to talk, but my mouth refused to open up, as if it were bound, and I wasn't able to say anything. "I told you to behave yourself at the party, didn't I?" She continued to speak, but my mind remained fixed on the name she spoke of. Crack. Uck. The sound of cartilage being torn apart filled the air as my brain registered intense pain. I tried to look down, but my head remained fixed in one place as the intense pain from the end of my ribs continued. "Look at me when I am talking, Azariah," the woman said, forcing me to look at her. Gulp. Gulping down the blood that had built up in my mouth, I faced her. Now, I didn't try to look away from her, staring right into her lifeless eyes. "What was your reason for your unsightly behavior in front of the princess?" she asked, her lifeless eyes fixed on me. And even though I wanted to reply, even though I wanted to curse her, I couldn't. My mouth remained shut, betraying my every command. "Uck. Even though you know you will get punished, why do you not listen?" she asked as she forcefully placed her hand on my burning left cheek. Her hand felt soft yet cold, touching my cheek roughly, bringing intense pain. "Why don't you behave like your mother wants you to?" she asked in a cold voice as she continued to rub my cheek, knowing full well that it would hurt me. "Is it really that hard to behave yourself? Is it really that hard?" She forcefully rubbed my cheeks, and even though the feeling of the pain started to numb again, the blood that gushed out of it soon started to fill my mouth. "I want you to properly apologize to the princess when you meet her next time. Do you understand?" Retracting her hand, she said it with a tone that didn't sound like she wanted to hear a number. With difficulty, I nodded my head as I looked at her. "Good." With that, she walked back towards the door, and, opening it, she moved out. Gasp. Gasp. As soon as she left the room, my body started to move again, and I immediately fell on my knees, right beside the bed I was sitting on. Cough. Cough. Coughing, I let out the blood that was filling my mouth as it started to spread on the carpet and soak it. The pain in my ribs, the shallow breathing, the throbbing heart, all of them assaulted my body simultaneously as I felt an intense urge to throw up. "Where am I?" Grabbing the sides of my ribs that stung even from touching a little, I whispered, and a voice that didn't belong to me left my mouth. "Where am I? Where am I?" My sharp shout resonated throughout the room. While grabbing my fractured rib, I sat on my knees and looked around. "Where am I?" The stinging pain in my ribs kept throbbing as the pain continued to assault my body. My vision started to blur, and a desire to sleep washed over me. Biting my lower lip until blood started to gush out of it, I mumbled as I forced myself to remain awake. "Uck." Mustering all the strength I could, I tried to stand up with the support of the bed. My knees kept buckling as I struggled to support myself. Huff. Huff. Again, my breath started to become shallow as my head spun around. I waked gasping for breath. Crash. Uck. I crashed into the table as I moved towards the side of the room that appeared to be a bathroom. The items on the table fell down, and I heard the sound of glass scattering, but I chose to ignore all of it. Limping with one hand grabbing my throbbing ribs, while I held the handle of the door with the other hand. Click. The door of the bathroom clicked open as I walked in with the support of the door frame. My heartbeat started to increase as I felt sweat sticking to my body. With my blurry eyes, I looked around the bathroom. Again, the bathroom was luxurious and perfectly cleaned, but my gaze soon fixed on the mirror hanging on the side. Ignoring the throbbing pain of my ribs, I moved towards the mirror, and before I knew it, I stood in front of it. No, 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 no. At first, I felt panic as I watched my own face in the mirror. Then came immediate denial. Denial that all of this was just a trick of my mind, that this was all some kind of nightmare that I was living. Yeah, this had to be a nightmare. I held my head with both my hands as I mumbled. Nightmares had always been a part of my life, so maybe this was just another nightmare. Ha 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 ha. A hollow laugh echoed in the bathroom as I looked in the mirror. Who am I kidding? How can I see him in the mirror? This must be a nightmare. I mumbled, glaring at the mirror that showed the face of someone I hated. Arg. But as if the world wanted me to accept reality, the throbbing ache of my ribs returned, and I crouched down, grabbing them. I had experienced thousands of nightmares within my life, and never once had I felt pain in them. Oh no. 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 I sat down on my knees, starting to mumble, which turned into screaming without me even noticing, as reality dawned on me. A sense of emptiness filled within me as I struggled to understand what was happening. Wait! Huff. Wait. Huff. Wait. I grabbed the side of the sink as I forcefully stood up, once again looking at the mirror. Long purple hair that touched my neck, deep purple eyes that were bloodshot because of all the pain I was feeling, and a sickly appearance that felt like death was just a second away from me. A face all too familiar to me. A face that I saw countless times in the game that I used to play. A face that always had a sinister and twisted smile in the game was staring back at me with a confused expression. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. I kept mumbling as I stared at the me in the mirror. Why is he here? As my mind started to think again, I once again felt intense confusion. Why am I here? What is actually happening? Where is this place? What is happening? Crash. My fist collided with the mirror as the sharp and brittle sound of glass breaking apart echoed. Tinkle. Tinkle. The smaller pieces of glass bounced and rolled all over the floor. Huff. Huff. Drip. Drip. Blood dripped from my now damaged hand as my ragged and hard breathing sounds echoed in the bathroom. Ha 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 ha. I laughed, a laugh that felt forced but genuine. I was laughing at the situation and at my own behavior. Let's calm down, calm down. I whispered as I lightly slapped my own face. All I needed to do was think properly about it, and I would be able to find the solution for everything. I just need to calm down. Calm down. How the fuck am I supposed to calm down? Bam. Again, with a voice that didn't belong to me, I shouted at the top of my lungs as I slammed my fist on the sink. Bam. Again, I slammed my fist with both hands, the pain I was feeling only making me angrier as it proved that all I was feeling was real and there was no escaping it. Bam. Crash. Shatter. I hit the sink so hard that it started to break apart, falling on the ground. Ugh. And just after a moment, an intense pain assaulted my brain as both my fists were now swollen with torn flesh and blood gushing out of them. Ugh. Groaning in pain, I sat down over the shattered glass and broken sink. Leaning against the closest wall, I touched my ribs, which had once again started to throb in pain. I want to see her. I mumbled as I felt an intense desire to see her again. Wait, her name? Not even a second had passed, and I noticed that I couldn't remember her name. Once again, panic overtook me as I felt I was forgetting the name of the woman that I loved. Memories, my memories. I shut my eyes tightly as I tried to remember my memories, those moments I spent with her. But I made a mistake, because the memories I was searching for didn't belong to this mind. Like a pin that had punctured a tightly packed balloon, memories that didn't belong to me started to assault my brain. And just like that, the happy memories and the sad memories of Azariah Noah Algina overwhelmed my mind, and once again, my nightmare started anew. Like a hammer banging my head, the pain felt so bad that I wanted to give up trying to understand why this was happening, but I found solace in those dreams. It was like a dream, akin to memories. Fragments of memories emerged from the depth of my mind like broken glass shards. They were the memories of a boy with purple hair and eyes. It was spring. There were flowers blooming in the fields, flowers that seemed endless. A faint scent of water filled the area as two children were running in the field. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Both the children laughed as they ran through the beautiful flower field. Their laughter filled with innocence echoed on the field as the boy looked back at the girl with a smile. What's wrong? The boy stopped running as he saw the girl stop, panting for breath. He ran towards her, his face filled with concern. Are you okay? He asked, his voice trembling as he saw her placing her hands on her knees, not facing him. Stupid. The girl shouted with a wide grin as she started to run again. Ah, that's cheating. The boy shouted as he ran behind her. I am first. The girl shouted, touching the tree in the middle of the field. Her joy was uncontainable as she jumped up and down, watching the boy. You ... huff. Cheated. Huff. The boy, panting for breath, grumbled, with a cute pout as he glanced at her. Humphrey, you're the one who worries too much, the girl replied with a humph as she lay down in the shade of the tree. Are you saying I shouldn't be worried about you? The boy asked as he also lay down beside her, his head touching hers as they both gazed at the clear sky. You shouldn't, the girl replied, giggling as she glanced at the boy. Why shouldn't I? The boy asked, looking back at her. Because if you worry about me, you'll never be happy, the girl replied as she looked back at the sky. Why? He asked again as he moved his body to face her. Because I can never be happy, so I can't keep you happy, she replied, glancing at him. Then if you're with me, I can keep you happy, the boy replied with a wide smile filled with innocence. Stupid as, I just said I can't keep you happy, the girl replied while showing her tongue. But, if you are happy then I will also be happy, I promise, the boy replied with a smile as he glanced at the sky. Then it's a promise, the girl replied, smiling as well. And just like glass, the scene shattered, as if the world had crumbled around me. Huff. Huff. I could hear my own shallow breath, as the haze that clouded my consciousness started to fade away. The memory that I saw was now carved in my brain, but all those memories were from the eyes of the boy. They are not my memories, they are not mine, I mumbled as I desperately tried to keep my mind sane. My trembling hands grabbed my head as I pulled my own hair, just so that the pain could keep me from losing my consciousness again. Having memories engraved in your mind wasn't a pleasant feeling, as I was experiencing firsthand. But things didn't work out, as once again, I felt my consciousness blurring out into a new dream. A dream that brought another memory. It was evening, the sun was descending as it cast a golden glow on two children who were walking on an empty field. They both held one end of a handkerchief as the boy walked in front and the girl followed. As they both walked slowly in silence, the girl mumbled. The boy glanced back at her. Why did you beat them up? She asked, looking down and not facing him. The boy's face was filled with marks of a fight, with scratches all over his face. It was clear that the boy had fought with someone. Because they were bothering you, the boy replied with slight anger, not wanting them to bother her. But you are more hurt than them, the girl replied, looking at him with concern. I am fine, it doesn't hurt that much, the boy replied nonchalantly, waving his free hand. As the girl mumbled again as she tightly held her end of the handkerchief. Are you always going to save me from those kinds of problems? She asked, looking at him. Her voice betrayed her, filled with anticipation. Why do you think you will have any problem if I am here for you? The boy replied, smiling at her. The girl looked down as she tried to hide the smile that was blooming on her face. Thank you for being here. That's the last thing that I heard as the memory once again started to shatter. Arg. The splitting headache came again as my hazy consciousness returned. Once again, I found myself in the bathroom as I fell on my knees, my head touching the ground as I didn't have the strength to move, and the memories that I just saw started to carve into my mind. No, not again please, I pleaded to whoever could hear, as I was having a hard time handling all the stress this was causing me. The pain of having memories engraved on the very mind was something that I pray no one should experience. Please. Stop. But even when I pleaded, no one was there to hear me. No. A low whimper left my mouth as my consciousness started to fade again. And once again, I fell into another dream. A dream that brought another memory. This time, it was a closed room. Only a dim light filled the place as I saw a boy sitting on his knees, looking at the figure that lay in front of him. The boy was drenched in blood from head to toe, and a sharp knife-like object was stabbed into the figure's body, blood gushing out from it, soaking the boy's clothes and the ground beneath. What have I done? The trembling voice of the boy echoed in the room. And thus, the nightmare of Azariah started. My vision blurred once again, and once again the scene shifted. Now, I was the one who sat on my knees, looking blankly at the figure with a sharp knife-like object pierced through his stomach. Huh? It took me a while to understand that the thing I was seeing was from Azariah's eyes. Huff. Huff. And it didn't take long before the emotions of Azariah overwhelmed me. His pain, sadness, denial, anger, helplessness, all the emotions stung to my core, making my mind numb. Be brother. A childlike voice left my mouth as my small hands gently shook the body lying in front of me. Wake. You up. Brother. My vision blurred again as tears fell from my eyes. Prom. A soft whisper left the figure's mouth. Be our brother. I quickly brought my ears closer to his face, trying to understand what he was saying. Pro. Ms. Me. You. Will. Keep. Her. Safe. With a voice that continued to dim down as he spoke, he completed his sentence. IIP promise. Hic. Hic. Promise. My own trembling voice left my mouth as tears started to roll down my cheeks. Avenue. The. Rest. To. As. With a smile on his face, the figure mumbled his last words before his breath stopped, reflecting his ending life. Hic. Hic. Sitting there, I cried my eyes out, as the pain of losing someone close was too much for the child like me. Bam. Before my sobs stopped, the door burst open as people in black clothes entered the room, their eyes manically looking around as they tried to find someone. Will. Protect her. I promise. Mumbling between sobs, I stood up, looking at them blankly. Take him with us, better than going empty-handed, the leader of them said, and before I could understand, someone hit me at the back of my head, making me lose consciousness. Beep. Beep. My hazy consciousness returned as the loud sound of a machine woke me up. Ugh. Like an axe splitting a log, my head felt painfully heavy, as if I might die from the pain. Clank. As I tried to move my body, the metallic sound of chains jolted me awake, and I looked around in confusion. It was a room-like structure, with all the floors and the ceiling painted in white. And in the middle of all this was me, bound with chains. Another dream? I wondered, finding myself not inside a bathroom but in another dream, akin to a memory. Clank. The chains made another metallic sound as the dream became more vivid. It's cold. I shivered, feeling bone-chilling cold from the surroundings. The sensation was so intense that I instinctively tried to cover my body, but the chains prevented me. My teeth chattered as the cold made me shiver violently. Beep. Beep. The sound of the machine running in the background continued as I tried to look down. I then realized there were no clothes on my body. I was completely naked. Test. Test. A woman's voice brought me back, and I looked up to where the voice was coming from. The current temperature of the room is 0 degrees Celsius. Her voice echoed in the room, and I understood why I was feeling this cold. Day 1, Experiment 1, the time needed for the subject's body to give out in extreme cold. Her cold and emotionless voice echoed once again as I understood what was happening. It was the underground facility mentioned in the game. The event that made Azariah the person I knew from the game. It was the place where Azariah was tortured for 3 whole months. And I would be reliving all those memories from now on. After an hour, it is determined that the cold is not enough, changing the temperature to -8 degrees Celsius. The voice echoed once again, and then the temperature of the room started to drop as well. My hands and feet started to turn cold, and slowly I began to feel numbness spreading through them. Gradually, the cold overtook my body, freezing my blood. Arg! The sensation of my blood freezing while still conscious was so painful that a whimper, akin to a cry, escaped my mouth. Blue veins started to become visible all over my body as the freezing continued, and my body began to swell. I kept my promise. With my childlike voice, I whispered as my consciousness started to fade again. Ugh! With a familiar pounding in my head, my consciousness returned as I groaned in pain. Opening my groggy eyes, I surveyed the room. I was sitting on a chair, bound with chains wrapping around my body, binding my hands and feet to the chair. Are you aware? I looked up as I heard the voice of a man. Balm. I immediately tried to break free from the chains as I looked at his face. Dark brown hair and eyes of the same color as the motherfucking person who was the reason for all the pain I was enduring. Now, don't be too hasty, he said, moving towards the table on the side and retrieving an injection with a very long needle. It's been half a month since I've known you, and damn kid, you have guts to survive this long. Frozen until half dead, broken bones, torn skin, and you're still strong. Filling the injection with a liquid, he continued with a smile as he looked at me. It's a biochemical imperative that it will cook you from the inside at least 160 degrees Celsius, he said, checking the injection one last time. I thought only that girl could be an interesting subject, but you sure are something else, he mumbled as he brought the injection close to my neck. Day 15, Experiment 48. The time needed for the subject's body to give out in extreme heat. Ugh! Piercing my skin, he injected all the liquid into my body as I let out a low groan. Huff! Huff! My breath soon turned labored as my body started to burn from the inside. Ugh! Ugh! I groaned like a mad beast as my blood started to boil. Ugh! Tightly holding the sides of the chair, I groaned, shutting my eyes. My skin started to turn red as the boiling blood showed its sign. Arg! I groaned again as all the boiling blood reached my head, burning my brain and numbing my body entirely. Ugh! Groaning one last time, I lost consciousness once again. Day 20, Experiment 54, time needed. Day 30, Experiment 94, time needed. Days continued in my dreams as I relived all the memories of Azariah, each one becoming etched into my mind. From his days living like a lab rat to the happy moments he shared with the ones he cared for. Sometimes happy, sometimes sad, I experienced them all as if they were my own. I lived through all of this in one night. And when the sun rose on the next day, my mind was already broken. Grip. Grip. Dot. The morning light filled the room as I stared blankly at the ceiling while lying on the bed. I don't remember how or when I arrived on the bed last night. I hadn't slept a wink all night, and my mind was filled with a stress that's hard to define. The splitting headache persisted, but my mind had already grown numb to the pain it was causing. I don't recall anything that happened to me last night. All I can remember now are the memories of Azariah that have been carved into my mind. And most of all, I can't recall most of my own memories as Inda. Is this what happens when someone is forced to become someone else? My mind is a mess right now, and I don't even know who or what I am. Who am I? I mumbled with a tired voice as I looked blankly at the ceiling. And yeah, one more thing. Name, Azariah Noah Algina 50, Inda Seftis 50. Age, 15. Rank, Second primeval, 48%, strength, 10 reflex, 19 intelligence, 38 mental strength, 540 charm, 13. Average limit for second primeval is 20, while the maximum one could reach with the help of blessings or bloodline is 40. Bloodline, unawakened. Blessing, Amun-Ra's blessing. Passive status, mana exhaustion / sickly / weakened. It's this damn screen that's been blocking my view since early this morning. Hey, answer me, who am I? I demanded as I tapped on the screen. It flickered but remained in place. Answer me. I grumbled, punching it, but my hand just passed through. I know shitty things like you can talk, so answer me, fuck I know arg. As I abruptly tried to get up, my fractured rib ached again, making me groan in pain. Damn it. Cursing, I looked at the screen again. The word sickly and weakened painfully reminded me of how messed up my body is right now. How messed up Azariah's body really is. Listen here, you fucking system. I'm asking nicely one last time, tell me, why am I in his body? I demanded threateningly, glaring at the screen in front of me. Answer me. Why the hell am I here? I shouted, my bloodshot eyes fixed on the screen, but it remained silent, offering no response. Ha 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 ha. I let out a hollow laugh as I stumbled back onto the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Of course, this had to happen. Being in an unknown place. In an unknown body. No, I knew about this body, didn't I? As the thought crossed my mind, I closed my eyes, trying to recall my memories as into from the thousands of broken fragments of memories. Yeah. I remembered. Azariah Noah Aljana, a character from the game My Dear Lover, the fucking pain in the ass character who, despite being weak and sick most of the time, had the power to bring about a bad ending in the game. The game that was about love and death. A game about the life of Ethan Vran and his revenge against the people who killed his family. And right now I am in the body of villainous maker of the first part of the game. I slowly opened my eyes, staring at the ceiling again with a blank expression. What a nice ceiling it is. I wish my life could be this nice. What the fuck am I doing here? I abruptly stood up from the bed, ignoring the pain that my fractured rib was causing. Why am I here? I muttered again, the question echoing in the empty room. But there were no answers, only silence. What happened to her? I mumbled again as I looked down, sitting at the corner of the bed. I forgot her name, but I remembered I had a girl that I loved. I remembered her smile, her beautiful red eyes. I remembered her favorite food, I remembered her hair. The last thing I remembered about her is that she pushed me off the building. But I don't remember her face. I don't remember her name. I don't remember her voice. I don't remember. Huh? A startled voice left my mouth as I felt my vision starting to blur. I touched my eyes as I felt wetness. Tears. I mumbled as I looked at my moist hand. Ha ha ha. What am I doing? I roughly rubbed my eyes, cleaning the tears off them. Men don't cry. Men never cry. I mumbled as I suppressed my emotions. Arg. Slowly, I pushed myself off the bed, wincing at the pain in my ribs, and began pacing the room. Grabbing the chair that was placed beside the table, I picked it up and smack. With full force, I threw the chair at the wall, damaging both of them. Fuck. I picked up the chair again as I started to smack it again and again on the ground until only a piece of wood remained in my hand. Fuck. I cursed softly as I sat on the ground, leaning on the table. My eyes immediately fell on the broken photo frame that was laying on the ground. Ignoring all the pieces of glass scattered around it, I picked up the photo frame. It was a photo of two children hugging each other while rubbing their faces on each other's faces. Their faces had smiles, pure and innocent smiles. Even though it was a child's photo, I recognized her. I remembered who she is from my memories. She was the main heroine of the first part of the game. As I looked at the photo, my right hand instinctively touched the ring on the fourth finger of my left hand. An engagement ring. Sigh. With a deep sigh, I closed my eyes again as I thought about what was going to happen later on. Again, my eyes felt moist, but I felt like these tears weren't mine. Yeah. Right. I am going to die, aren't I? Knock. Knock. I looked at the door as someone knocked on it. Young master? A feminine voice came from outside the door. Young master? A feminine voice came from outside the door. I didn't reply but just stared blankly at the door. What am I supposed to do now? Should I act like Azariah and go with the flow for now? Or should I behave like I usually do? But if that woman even gets a hint that I am not her son, she is going to kill me. What should I do? Biting my lower lip, I mumbled as I tried to rack my brain. If I see that woman now, I don't know if I can react properly. Young master? Again the voice resonated, bringing me back to reality. Come in. Taking a deep breath, I said in a commanding voice like I should. Click. With a click, the door opened up as a woman in her early 20s walked in. From her black and white dress mix, she looked like a maid from a big household. As her eyes fell on the room, she stood there frozen, unable to react. I looked at the room as well. Broken chair. Messed up bed. Floor filled with dried up blood marks. The whole room looked like an intense battle happened here. Why, young master? With a trembling voice, she quickly walked towards me. Ugh. Groaning in pain because of my fractured ribs, I stood up with the help of the table. Why you all right, young master? The maid quickly tried to help me, but I stopped her by blocking her. She looked even more horrified as she noticed my swollen hands and damaged knuckles. Fill the bathtub and bring me a new set of clothes. I ordered her in a cold voice as the maid trembled in fear. Why yes. With a deep bow, the maid quickly made her way towards the bathroom. I silently moved towards the bed as I lay down on it, the sound of the bathtub filling echoed in the room. In the silence, I thought about a lot of things that I needed to do. First of all, I needed to be careful around that woman. She is the biggest problem for me right now. If she ever knew I took over her son's body, I will die without a doubt. There is no chance of me living then. Wait, why do I even want to live now? The thought ran in my mind as I looked blankly at the ceiling, finding it hard to understand. What's there left for me to even live? I have lost everything anyway. What's the point in going on now? Even if your body changes, even if your personality changes, I will still love you. As I thought of ending all this, a voice resonated in my mind. I didn't recognize the voice at first, but thinking about it, I immediately thought of someone. The girl I love. She said this before she pushed me off the building. What does that even mean? Young master? As I lay there, the voice of the maid made me look at her. The bath is ready, she said, not making eye contact, but I nodded my head nonetheless as I stood up from the bed, wincing in pain. What are you doing? I asked as I tried to open the buttons of my shirt, but the maid quickly arrived and opened it for me. Helping you, she replied as she continued to tremble. How much did she fear me? As she helped me take my clothes off, I quickly noticed the clothes that I was wearing were expensive ones. Yeah, right. I made a mess last night. As I remembered the events of last night, I immediately felt frustrated about what Azariah did. And now I will have to face all the aftermath. Again, I understood how fucked up I am right now, trapped in his body. I can do it, so stop, I said to the maid as she tried to take my pants off. Yes, she bowed as she moved towards the side of the room. Walking slowly, I made my way towards the bathroom. Again, I ignored all the pain that my body was suffering from as I submerged myself into the bathtub. I looked at my body in silence. My skin touched my bones as I didn't have any muscle on my body. On every side of my body, The marks of torture that I have gone through are still etched on my body, even though years have passed. And my left hand. It had a nasty mark on it as if someone had chopped it off and then reattached it. At least it's working, I mumbled as I clenched and unclenched my fist. Having cleaned myself properly, I moved out of the bathtub wearing a bathrobe as I moved towards the bed where my clothes were placed. Stand there. I don't need your help. As I started to wear them, the maid tried to move to help me, but I quickly stopped her. I sat down on the bed after wearing my pants as I started to wear my shirt. But just as I was about to wear my shirt, the maid moved and stood in front of me. I stared blankly at her as she, with a deep breath, gracefully sank to her knees before me, the fabric of her maid attire pooling around her. She then bowed her head low, her forehead touching the ground. What are you doing? I asked as I came out of my daze. Please let me live for one more day, young master. Still bowing, the maid replied, her voice filled with shame and fear. Yeah, right. How many days has it been since you were assigned to me? I asked, looking at her. It's been 30 days, why young master, she replied, her voice trembling. No wonder she was so fearful of me, I have her life in my hand, don't I? The thing is that every time Azariah drinks, the maid assigned to him for his daily needs is executed by his mother. And Azariah drinks at least once in a month. That means if I drink today she will be executed tomorrow. Azariah's mother does it so Azariah can understand the value of life, but it only made him a monster who doesn't value life at all. Get up, I said in a cold voice, ignoring her trembling. But why you haven't stepped on me yet, why younger master? She replied, her head still touching the ground. I don't have time for all this, get up, I said coldly as wore my shirt in hurry. The maid slowly got up from her place as she looked at me fearfully. Take me to the hall, I need to have lunch, I said to her as I opened the door. Though confused about why I am asking her to take to the hall, she nodded and led the way nonetheless. My mind is a mess right now, I don't even remember my own house properly. We both moved through the hallway of a castle-like building, but I wasn't in the mood to admire all of this. All that was in my mind was how can I avoid that woman without being too obvious. Click. Before I knew it, we arrived in front of a hall as the maid opened the door for me. Sigh. I first looked around and then sighed in relief as I didn't find that woman in this place. I entered the room, and the food was already placed on the table with a few maids ready to serve. I sat down on the chair, and the maid started to serve me the food without saying anything. Without me even lifting a finger, the food was already served to me. It was an odd feeling having everything done for you. But I wasn't in the mood for that as I picked up the spoon and took a bite. I took another bite, as I didn't feel any taste on the first one. My chewing slowly stopped as I didn't feel any taste in the food. Slowly, I placed the spoon back on the table as I remembered something. That Azariah had ageusia. That means he couldn't feel any taste no matter how delicious the food is. And that means I can't feel any taste as well. Click. Even before I could cope up with the shock of losing one of my senses, the door of the hall clicked open as my worst fear became true. Azariah's mother entered the hall. Pargoina Empire. An empire ruled by humans, it is a historically rich place with a solid foundation in this world. Even in a world with different races that are inherently more powerful than humans, the Pargoina Empire can be said to be decently powerful on the scale of power in this world. But that was not always the case even a few years ago. This empire wasn't this powerful. It all changed when a single woman decided to become the Duchess of the Empire. And that woman is my mother, Ismanoa Algina. Did you sleep well last night? Isma asked me as she sat on the head chair at the dining table. Even early in the morning, she looked extremely beautiful, as if she wasn't even a human. Her silver hair reached the ground as she sat on the chair, while her lifeless grey eyes looked at me, Clam down, don't yell at her. I quickly took deep breaths to calm my burning heart. After breaking my rib bone, she had the audacity to ask if I slept well? Yes, I replied simply, not wanting to cause any problems here. I couldn't risk my life now. Go see a doctor after you are done eating, she ordered me as she drank a sip of her coffee. Yeah, there are doctors in the castle, far more doctors than required, but it was important. Because I needed them to be present here. Yes, mother, I replied as I took another bite. But again, I didn't taste anything. It was bland without any taste, as if I am eating rubber. I couldn't feel any taste. So, I looked at her as her lifeless grey eyes lay on me as she asked, "Did you reflect on what you did yesterday?" Yeah, right, yesterday. At the party arranged by the royal family, Azariah insulted the princess in front of all the nobles of the empire. Yeah, right, Azariah fucked up big time yesterday. Yes, I replied, stopping myself from trembling in fear as I tried to avoid making eye contact with her. Those lifeless eyes, no matter how much I tried, I couldn't look at them. They were frightening to look at. And I am truly afraid of this woman, and I have every reason to be afraid of her. She kept looking at me without saying anything as I continued to eat the food that was served to me, even though I didn't want to. What happened to your hands? Again, that woman asked as she continued to look at me. Nothing, I got hurt, I replied as I hid my broken knuckles under the table. Azariah. As I tried to eat quietly, she called me again with a cold voice. Yes? I asked, flinching, looking at her while avoiding making eye contact. How long do you plan to let her live? She asked me as her gaze moved behind me. I looked behind as well, and the maid who was assigned to me stood there. Her head hung low while her body shivered from time to time. I don't plan to drink for a few more days, I replied as if I didn't value her life, returning to my eating. But she kept looking at me. Did she felt something wrong? I felt my body temperature increase as my breath became shallow, feeling like I was the prey and she was the predator, gazing at her prey ready to devour it. Clam down. I bit my tongue tightly as the pain helped me come back to my senses. Azariah feared her mother more than anything in this world. But he never tried to shrink in front of her, and that means I can't shrink in front of her as well. Did something happen? You seem different, Azariah. My heart started to hammer against my chest as those words left my mother's mouth. A sense of dread crept over my body as her lifeless gaze fixated on me. I am fine. Stop stuttering, damn it. Fuck. I quickly glanced at her, feeling like I was making myself obvious that something is wrong with me. And the way she was looking at me. It clearly says that she really is suspicious of me now. She kept looking at me as she took small sips of her coffee. I tried to behave normally, continuing to eat my food while keeping my head down and trying to ignore her, but the beads of sweat forming on my forehead made it hard for me to act normal. Azariah. As time felt like it was moving slowly, she called me again, this time her voice feeling a lot colder. I slowly lifted my head as I looked at her. What happened to you? She asked in a cold voice, her gaze fixed on me. Nothing, I replied, standing up as I finished my food. The only thing on my mind right now was to run away from her. Huh? For a moment, everything seemed to blur and shift, the very air around me warping and distorting. And then, in the blink of an eye, it was done. The next instant, I was kneeling before her, my eyes wide with shock and confusion as her hand closed around my neck with an iron grip. Cough. My breath caught in my throat, my heart pounding in my chest as she tightened her grip on my neck. Who are you? Her lips parted as she asked, looking down at me. I am Azug. Before I could even reply, she tightened the grip on my neck, cutting my words. Don't lie. I know Azariah more than anyone. The way you held the fork, the way you gestured with your hands, The way you looked at me, it was all wrong. You are not him." With every word she spoke, the grip on my neck kept tightening as her lifeless eyes bore into me. "I will ask a simple question that only Azariah knows. Answer me properly, got it?" she said as she shifted in her chair, now facing me. "At the age of 5, what was the thing that I gifted you?" she asked as she lightly loosened the grip on my neck. Protect iron barrier. Trying to breathe when she loosened her grip, I replied. Arg. Again, she tightened the grip on my neck, making me choke on my breath. My vision blurred as blood started to drain from my brain, making everything hazy in my mind. "What do you fear the most?" she asked, and again she loosened the grip on my neck. Gasp. Gasp. Gasping for air, I replied as I looked at her, my vision blurred so I couldn't see her expression. "Last question, who is like a mother to you?" she asked as she tightened the grip on my neck. Aunt. Belly. Crack. Her grip tightened so much that I felt a cracking sound. Maybe it was my nerves that burst, or maybe another bone of mine fractured, I don't know. But even when I answered all her questions, she didn't loosen her grip but kept looking down at me with her lifeless eyes. My vision started to blur again as I started to lose consciousness, making it hard to breathe. Again, death felt so close to me as my eyes slowly started to close as well. "Looks like you are under the weather," she mumbled as she loosened my neck, and I stumbled to the ground. Gasp. Cough. Cough. As air filled my lungs, I took deep breaths as I coughed violently. The sensation of feeling death this close again wasn't pleasant. But more than anything, arg. Suppressing the groan that I felt from my neck, even if I lost everything, I would never kneel in front of her. "Go see the doctor." Ignoring my struggle, she said as she stood up from her chair, walking out of the room. Fuck. A low growling voice left my mouth as I took a seat on a nearby chair. I hated that woman as much as I feared her. I hate her because she is one of the reasons why Azariah became so broken and twisted. And I fear her because she is the one who killed Azariah in the game. Beep beep. In a white room with different medical items filling the place and different medical machine placed around. The sound of the machine beeping in the background felt clear and irritating as I lay on my back, gazing at the ceiling. 3 doctors wearing white coats stood beside me, taking turns to examine my body. After they were done with their work, they stepped back, and an aged lady walked forward, also dressed in white. "Good morning, Azariah," Dr. Grayson greeted me with a warm smile as she approached. "How are you feeling?" "Tired, fucked up, but mostly tired," I replied, shrugging, my voice weary. She had been my doctor for a while now, so I could behave however I wanted in front of her, and she wouldn't mind at all. My head had been pounding for a while now, and the exhaustion I was feeling wasn't helping much, but even then, I tried to sit up. "Don't move, just lie on your back." Nodding in understanding, Dr. Grayson gestured for me to lie back on the examination table again, and as I did, she began her assessment. With practiced hands, she checked my temperature, pulse, and blood pressure, her movements efficient yet gentle. After a thorough examination, Dr. Grayson stepped back, her expression thoughtful as she looked at me. "Azariah," with a tired expression, she mumbled, "when was the last time you slept properly?" "I don't know," I replied with a long pause, unable to recall when was the last time I slept properly. "I will still recommend you to have some sleeping pills," she said as she gazed at the mark on my neck. "And I will still refuse the offer." "I don't want to die while in my sleep," I replied firmly, refusing her offer. "What are you afraid of, Azariah?" "No one can touch you in your mother's presence," she replied with a frustrated look, as I had been refusing to take sleeping pills for a long time. "You don't understand," I mumbled, my gaze fixed on her. "You don't understand that my mother is the one that I am afraid of." That she is the one that I fear will one day kill me in my sleep if she is displeased with something. You don't understand, I mumbled again as I closed my eyes. Well sigh fine, but it seems that you've been pushing yourself too hard lately. Your body is telling you that it needs rest, she said with a sigh as she looked at me again. I know, but do you think I can rest properly? I replied, letting out a sigh as well. To my frustration, I couldn't rest properly. After finishing my treatment, I would be going to the training ground where I would be beaten black and blue by my mother's secretary in the name of training. She is a living monster that likes to beat me up. I am filled with bruises and fractures every time my training ends. And to make it worse, every time I tried to sleep, I would be haunted by nightmares. Nightmares of me getting tortured in a dark place. I couldn't even move in my nightmares, making it even more horrifying. And eat properly, you look like you only have bones in your body, she said jokingly, but I still glared at her, which made her shut up. Sigh. I sighed as I closed my eyes. I couldn't taste anything, whatever I ate, so what was the point of eating anything? Prescribe me some medication to help with my headaches and fatigue, I said to her as I opened my eyes. The headache was killing me now. She hummed in reply as she wrote something on a paper, passing it to the doctor standing beside her. And now let me help you with your injuries, she mumbled, picking up a bag of liquid substance and passing it to me. Drink it. I did as she told me, drinking the liquid which would help in the healing process. Then she carefully touched my neck precisely where it was damaged and transferred a small amount of mana onto it. The liquid I drank worked as well, providing nutrients as the new cells started to grow at a rapid speed. Done. After a full minute, she removed her hand, smiling. Here as well, I replied, removing my shirt and showing her my swollen ribs. Without asking how this happened, she placed her hand on my ribs, doing the same treatment as she did before. It's done, she mumbled as she removed her hand from my ribs and passed me another pack of liquid substance. I drank it whole, wondering how it even tasted. Anyway, get some rest here before you go to training, she said before standing up and walking out of the clinic room. Sigh. With another sigh, I lay down on the bed, gazing at the ceiling. Wait a damn minute, I mumbled as I noticed something. That I have been calling Azariah as myself. Fuck. I quickly thought about the status screen as it materialized in front of me. Name, Azariah Noah Algina 65, Indiceftis 35 age, 15 rank, 2nd primeval, 48%, strength, 10 reflex, 19 intelligence, 38 mental strength, 640 charm, 13, average limit for 2nd primeval is 20, while the maximum one could reach with the help of blessings or bloodline is 40, bloodline, unawakened. Blessing, Amun-Ra's blessing. Passive status, mana exhaustion / sickly / weakened. I stared blankly at my status screen as the numbers behind my name and Azariah's name started to make sense. Ha ha ha. A hollow and dry laugh escaped my cracked, dried lips as I looked at the numbers. 65 and 35. I mumbled those numbers as I let out another tired sigh. Looks like I will have to fight for my own existence, I mumbled as I again stared at the ceiling. For fuck's sake, why is my life so messed up? But again, my gaze returned to the screen as I looked at my blessing. Amun-Ra's blessing. I mumbled its name out loud for no reason. A blessing so powerful and unique that there is nothing in this world like it. A blessing that can, in theory, let me fight for an infinite amount of time. But even after having this much powerful blessing, I can't even use its first form properly. Passive status, mana exhaustion / sickly / weakened. Mana exhaustion. I mumbled with a weary smile. What's the point of having this powerful bloodline when you can't even use mana properly? Truly, what a fucked up body I have possessed, I mumbled with a self-loathing chuckle as I looked at the ceiling. I just love to watch the ceiling and not do anything. Balm. As I was silently gazing at the ceiling, a maid opened the door with a tense look on her face. "You better have a good reason for disturbing me, otherwise, be prepared to be executed." And before I knew it, I snapped at her and said something that I didn't understand why I did. I am sorry, young master, but it's important." She quickly got on her knees as she started begging. "What happened?" I asked, ignoring her pleas. "It's an order from my lady," she replied, still bowing down. "Speak," I spoke harshly, still not accepting her apology. "An emergency summit has been called from the church," she replied, her head hung low. But I felt like my blood froze in my body as I heard her. "What?" The sleek black car glided smoothly along the winding forest road, its tires whispering against the pavement as we moved towards our destination. Inside the car, I sat in the back seat, my hands clenched tightly in my lap as I gazed out the window at the passing scenery. The trees blurred together in a green haze, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers against the sky. "Why now, damn it?" I thought, unable to shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me since my mother had announced our impromptu trip to the church. Glancing at her, I found her sitting beside me in silence, her expression unreadable as she stared straight ahead. She seemed lost in thought, as if her mind was somewhere far away from the reality of the present moment. Her indifference towards me was really uncomfortable, and in all honesty, I didn't even want to be here with her. She had just tried to kill me a while ago, and now she was sitting like nothing had even happened. As the car wound its way through the forest, the familiar sights and sounds of the city gave way to the serene tranquility of the countryside. The air grew cooler, the sunlight filtering through the trees in dappled patterns of gold and green. After what felt like an eternity, the car finally came to a stop in front of a majestic stone building nestled amidst a grove of ancient oaks. As the car stopped, my mother turned her gaze towards me. "We're here, Azariah. Don't do anything stupid this time," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, my throat dry, as I stepped out of the car and followed my mother toward the entrance of the church. The heavy wooden doors swung open with a creak, revealing a dimly lit interior filled with the soft glow of candlelight. All who were present turned towards us as we walked in. "My mother, stop calling her my mother for fuck's sake, she is not my mother." I bit my tongue tightly to keep myself sane. The memories of Azariah and mine have been mixed in such a way that it's making it hard for me to understand who he is and who I am. Fuck. Anyway, all the people present in the church stood up, showing deep respect and fear towards her, as most of them bowed to welcome Esma. Esma didn't acknowledge their respect as she walked towards the front where two people stood, but unlike the rest of the people, they didn't bow their heads, as they were on equal status with Esma. The other two dukes beside my mother of the Pargoyina Empire. Lady Esma. They both nodded in acknowledgement of her presence as Esma approached them. "When will the portal open for the main church?" Esma asked without any change in her tone as she looked at both of them. "In a few minutes. All of the ones who were called have already arrived, and you are the last one," the one with brownish-black hair replied with an indifferent face. "He is the current head of the Mayor Iraq Dukedom and, apart from my mother, one of the most powerful fighters in the Empire. Alvin say Mayor Iraq." As Esma nodded, his gaze turned towards me. "After what you did yesterday, I would say you have guts, kid." After saying this, he ignored my presence as he walked towards the lower nobles. "Mind if I talk for a while with my son-in-law, Lady Esma?" As Duke Mayor Iraq walked away, the other man who stood with him said, looking at Esma. He was a tall, imposing man with a stern expression and piercing eyes, blue eyes like his hair that seemed to bore into my soul. He was Azariah's father-in-law, head of the Mendonca Dukedom. David She Mendonca. As Esma nodded in reply, my stomach churned with nerves as my eyes met his. He quietly walked towards a corner, and I, left with no other choice, had to follow behind him. What was the stunt that you pulled last night?" As soon as we were away from the eyes of the people, he immediately barked at me in anger. "What was?" I asked, fully acting like Azariah, an arrogant prick. "You had to do that to the princess in front of everyone, huh?" he asked again, glaring at me. "She deserved it. Don't you dare say that. You were the one who is in the wrong." Before I could complete my sentence, he interrupted me in a harsh tone. "Whatever." I shrugged, not bothered by his words. "Do you even at least think once how Christina would feel about it?" he said again, his voice laced with anger. "What does she have to do with this?" I retorted, my tone sharp as I tried to maintain Azariah's arrogant facade. "She does, Azariah. She is the one who cares for you even after all you did to her," he replied as he tried to hold back his anger. "She means nothing of it, and I am pretty sure she is doing all that because you told her to, don't you?" My sharp tone didn't change as I rebuked. "She's going to be your wife, damn it. Have some respect for her." David's voice rose, his frustration evident. "She's just a pawn in this political game, isn't she?" I dismissed, waving my hand casually. David's face contorted in anger, his fists clenched at his sides. "You're a fool, Azariah. You don't know what you have until it's gone." "Yeah, who are you trying to threaten? Do it if you want to." "I'm pretty sure you can't do shit," I replied with a smirk, which for sure irked him a lot. "We'll see." With that, he turned sharply on his heel and stormed away, leaving me standing alone in the corner, feeling a twinge of guilt that I quickly pushed aside. "It's for the best," I mumbled as I rubbed my chest that ached with unknown pain. If my words have even a slight effect on him, he might call off the engagement, which will be best for the girl and for me as well. Because my title from the game, The Villainous Maker, isn't just for show. It truly means what it says. That I am the bane of the heroines. Being close to me will only give them a bad ending. And the same goes for me as well. If I want to avoid my death as well, Pharasma will kill me the moment she felt that I have become useless to her. It's for the best. I mumbled again, reassuring myself again as I walked it back to the place where all people were present. It's for the best. I mumbled again, reassuring myself again as I walked it back to the place where all people were present. Esma stood alone, as no one present here had the same level of power as her to speak as her equal, and she wasn't interested in talking with others either. "What did he say?" As soon as I stood beside her, she asked with her emotionless voice. "About yesterday's event," I replied honestly, without hiding anything. "He warned me that he might call off the engagement." She just hummed in reply, losing interest in it. I looked down, feeling lost in this place. If my guess is right, this summit should be related to the game. Come to think of it, how much time do I even have? I thought, realizing I hadn't checked what today's date was. I closed my eyes and leaned against the wall, pondering yesterday's events. From what I remembered, that should be the succession ceremony, when Azariah made the scene. If that is correct, then I only have 15 days left before the events of the game start. And if I want to live, I need to be part of the game plot. If not, this woman will kill me if her suspicions about me solidify. Fuck, I will die at this rate. I felt bitter as I thought about death again. Was it perhaps because I had died once, or was it perhaps the death that Azariah faces in the game that I am scared of? I don't know. But the idea of dying again didn't sit well with me now. At the very least, I can't die like Azariah in the game. Because even after death, he suffered until the end of all games because of his mother, who used him even after his death. Huff. Huff. My breath came in shallow gasps, my heart hammered in my chest as if seeking escape from its confines at the very thought of what happened to Azariah or what could happen to me if I met his end. Calm down, I forcefully suppressed my emotions as I felt Esma's gaze on me. She is already suspicious of me. I can't make her even more suspicious now. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light erupted in the center of the cathedral, drawing everyone's attention. From within the luminous portal emerged a figure clad in the resplendent armor of a paladin, his presence drawing the attention of all present. The paladin's gaze swept across the room, his eyes briefly stopping at Esma before quickly looking away from her. "We are moving." Before anyone could react, a sudden surge of energy enveloped the cathedral, engulfing the assembled nobles in a blinding light. When the brilliance subsided, I found myself standing in a grand and beautiful church unlike any I had ever seen. The vaulted ceilings soared overhead, adorned with intricate carvings and golden filigree that shimmered in the soft candlelight. Stained glass windows depicted scenes of valor and heroism from the past era, while filtered colorful light filled the hall. Tremble. But as soon as we arrived in this place that felt holy, the whole church trembled as if it sensed something that shouldn't be present here. I glanced to my side where my mother stood and understood why this was happening. After all, she is the reason for all this. Because her very being is something that goes against the gods. But the trembling of the church stopped as a woman walked onto the stage in front. She wore a silver armor-like dress that showcased her flawless white skin beneath, while her eyes were covered with a thick silver metallic eye patch, making it impossible for her to see. Unlike my mother, she had ash-gray hair that touched her waist. Holy Lady Ira's veil. Holy Lady Ira's veil. All the people within the hall that knelt as they got on one knee, showing utmost respect to her. And she deserves it as well because she is the one who is favored by the gods. Only 2 people within the hall were left standing, and they were me and Esma. Esma would rather die before bowing in front of another person, while I don't want to give her more reason to kill just by kneeling in front of another person in her presence. "Stand up." As soon as she stood in the middle of the stage, she whispered softly, oddly enough echoing inside the hall as slowly everyone stood up. "I am sorry for calling all of you on short notice, but the news is important," she whispered softly again as her voice reached everyone's ears. Taking a deep breath, she continued, "All 3 gods have chosen their avatars." As soon as the words left her mouth, all the people within the hall gasped in unison upon hearing her words. Sigh. And a tired sigh left my mouth, as well. Because one of the 3 avatars is going to be my archenemy. Once again, I glanced at my mother who was standing beside me. Her face was still expressionless, but her eyes were intently looking at Ira's veil. Yeah, right. Both of them should know each other. Well, both of them were part of the same game, but unlike Esma, who was the villainess, Ira's veil was the main heroine of the game. "If any of you have any questions, you can ask me right now," Ira's veil said again, and once again murmurs started to echo inside the hall. Step. Step. I slowly stepped back as my mother didn't notice me. I need some time alone. I've been having too much on my mind. I want to be alone. I slowly walked out of the hall, finding myself on the hill of a mountain. Adjacent to the mountain were 2 other mountains, signifying the 3 hills of the current gods. As I walked, admiring the beautiful sight in front of me, my eyes immediately caught sight of a bench placed on the side of a tree. Walking towards it, I sat down, closing my eyes. Sigh. Another sigh left my mouth as I leaned on the bench. I feel sick. I feel sick of my own self. I feel sick of my own voice. No, not the time for self-pity. I quickly stopped myself from pitying myself as I racked my brain for all the possibilities I can use to get stronger as fast as I can. There is one thing in Azariah's memories that can help me get stronger quickly, but it's risky. As I need to risk my soul for it to complete, which I don't think I should risk. I can think of another way. I mumbled as I stretched my body. At least I have 15 days. I could think of something until then. I barely noticed the figure approaching me until it was too late. Cough. Without warning, a powerful blow struck me square inches the jaw, sending me sprawling to the ground with a gasp of pain. Azariah. Stunned and disoriented, I struggled to regain my bearings as I looked up to see who punched me standing over me, his fists clenched in fury. Ugh, shit. Ugh, shit. As I tried to stand up from the ground, cruising as my vision felt blurred out. Thud. Ugh. He punched me again, hitting me straight on the jaw, knocking me to the ground once more, as my mind turned hazy again. Bang. Another ringing sound resonated as he punched me again. Ugh. I groaned as he sat over my chest, his knees pinning down my hands, making it impossible for me to move. With my blurry eyes, I looked at him. A tall boy around the age of 16 with a handsome face and dark raven-colored hair and eyes. Eyes that held cold hostility towards me. Bang. Arg. Without saying anything, he struck me again with so much force that my face turned to the side as I felt dust in my mouth. Bang. Fucking bastard. He punched me again, cursing loudly, while his weight on my body made it hard for me to breathe. Bang. You have to go around and mess things up, don't you? Again, he punched me, and pain started to register in my brain as warm liquid filled my mouth. Bang. Crack. Arg. Huff. But my brain soon turned to mush as he hit my vital spot. He struck me on my temple so hard that a cracking sound resonated in the area. I lost consciousness for an instant, then pain started to clear my mind as blood soon trickled down my forehead. Aimer. Leave him. As my vision turned blurry and my brain pounded with a splitting headache, another person came to my rescue, forcefully moving the boy who was sitting on my chest. Ugh. I forced my body sideways as I rolled on the ground. Ha ha ha. A weak laugh left my mouth as I felt the pain in my skull. What did I do to deserve it? Fuck, it makes me want to just run away from all this shit. Hey, talk to me. As I tried to stand up, the boy who rescued me arrived beside me, gently tapping on my face. Oliver, I mumbled weakly as I looked at him, who looked exactly like the one who attacked me. Help. Me. Buddy. Yeah, saying so, he helped me stand up and gently placed me on the bench. Sigh. A tired and exhausted sigh left my mouth as I leaned against the bench, my gaze on the sky. Cough. Should have gone easy on me. Aimer. Coughing, I mumbled as I looked at the one who attacked me. Shut up. As he paced in front of me, he shouted, his bloodshot eyes glaring at me as he walked towards me. Enough, Aimer. As the guy tried to attack me again, his twin brother Oliver blocked his way, protecting me. You know what he did yesterday, don't you? He grabbed his brother by his collar as he shouted at him. I know that. So shut up and sit down. Oliver, being the big brother between the twins, shouted back as he made Aimer sit beside me on the left side while he took the seat at my right. So, what did you do yesterday? As we all sat down silently, Oliver asked, looking at me. You said you know what I did, I replied, my gaze still fixed on the clear sky as I tried to stop the blood from gushing from my forehead. I want to hear it from your mouth, he insisted, leaning on the bench as well. First Princess asked me to kiss her knuckles, I mumbled after a few seconds of silence. And? He prompted. And? I refused. And why did you do that, idiot? Aimer glared at me as he asked. Tobias was the one who kissed them before. She was asking me to indirectly kiss him, I mumbled, still gazing at the sky. PFFT. Don't laugh, fucker. I glanced at Oliver in annoyance as he let out a muffled laugh. That's not all you did, right? Unlike his brother, Aimer was still glaring at me. I asked the third princess for a dance, I mumbled, my gaze turning vacant as I looked at the sky, and she refused. Then you threw a glass of wine in her face, right? Oliver said, and I nodded in agreement. And yeah. I forcefully tried to kiss her as well, I mumbled as both of them fell silent. How? Why, Azariah? Olive mumbled, placing his hands over his face, why did you do that? She hurt my fragile ego, I replied, remembering her, and I tried to take revenge for that. You are sick, Azariah, Amos spat in disgust, glaring at me. Ha ha. You both know me from childhood. Guess I really am sick, I mumbled with a light chuckle. You antagonized 2 of the 3 candidates for the throne in one day, Az. It's not a laughing matter, Oliver glanced at me, speaking seriously. 3, I mumbled, and for some reason, a twisted smile came to my lips. I punched Archie in the face as well. Fucking bastard, Amo mumbled, but he still looked at me worriedly. Well, no matter how much he tries to deny it, both of them cared for Azariah until the end. Since childhood, both of them have been friends with him, and even when Azariah turned into a bastard, they didn't turn their backs on him, unlike the rest of them. Where is Christina? Oliver asked after we all sat in silence for a while. I touched the ring on my left hand instinctively, my gaze still on the sky as I replied, to the moon. And Avril, haven't seen her in a long time, Amor asked, looking at me. She is with her, I replied, trying to hide my complicated feelings from them. Christina. She won't be happy when she hears what you did, Oliver said with a low tone. When is she ever happy with me? I asked with a smile as I closed my eyes. You don't deserve her, Azariah, Amor again spat in disgust, but I didn't reply, remaining silent. Yeah. I don't deserve her. I don't deserve anyone. I might die alone. Again. Anyway, we are going back, come with us. Oliver stood up, trying to help me get up. No, let me be. I want to be alone for some more time, I replied, shaking my head, making him halt his movements. Are you sure? He asked me again, his tone filled with uncertainty. Yeah. Okay, and call me if you need someone's company. I nodded at his words as he walked back inside the church. Christina She Mendonca. My fiancée copyright he. And Avril. My older sister. I don't know how I will react when I see both of them. I just hope I don't get emotional and do something that I shouldn't, I said dryly as I looked at the sky. I want to sleep, mumbling, I closed my eyes. But as soon as I did, a strange sensation washed over me, as if the very fabric of reality was shifting around me. Startled, I opened my eyes, but as soon as I did, I was stunned to find myself surrounded by a blinding aura of light, so intense that it seemed to pierce throughout my very soul. But even in this holy place, I felt only one thing. A primal sense of fear. Fear so strong that it made my whole body go numb. Because death. Death was staring at me. There is a saying that people from the church often repeat, when you see an angel, do not be afraid. Yet, as Azariah looked at the being who loomed over him, he felt only one thing, fear. As if his soul had departed his body, Azariah stood frozen, every part of him immobile. Not his mouth, not his eyes, and nothing on his body moved as he gazed at the being before him. The being's body was so large that even a giant might feel ashamed in its presence. 72 beautiful wings adorned its back, radiating holy light that made it difficult to look at them. Its beauty, splendor, and radiance were overwhelming, so much so that even without seeing it clearly, Azariah could tell it was the most perfect being he would ever see. Sitting on a living throne that moved towards Azariah, the being looked down at him. Bright light flashed in Azariah's eyes as he gazed at it, his expression turning blank while his brain seemed paralyzed, unable to function. A crown adorned the being's head, so glorious and beautiful that instinctively, Azariah knelt down with his head bowed. A man who had never bowed in his life, a man who had pride in enduring all the pain the world threw at him, now knelt there with his head hung low. Once again, he understood how utterly powerless and helpless he was in this new, accursed world. Time seemed to stand still as a man on his knees looked down at the ground, while an angel sitting on the throne looked down at him. As the being on the throne parted his lips to speak, a soft whisper left his mouth. But even before Azariah could understand what he was saying, his mind gave out. Cough. Cough. Azariah started coughing violently as the insides of his body twisted. His lungs stopped working, feeling devoid of air. His heartbeat dropped at an alarming rate, and blood circulation in his body slowed. Ugh! Blood gushed from his mouth, along with the contents of his stomach as he vomited. His sense of hearing faded along with the strength in his body as he lifelessly fell to the ground, the scene shifting once again to the hill of the mountain. Top. With blurry eyes, he could only see a person walking towards him. As the lifeless grey eyes of Esma bore into Azariah, he mumbled before losing consciousness, drifting into darkness. As Azariah's body lay on the ground, Esma's lifeless grey eyes looked down at him coldly. As time passed, Azariah's body started to grow cold as life began to fade away, the injuries he had sustained taking their toll. Pathetic, Esma whispered under her breath, her disdain evident. With a wave of her hand, Azariah's lifeless body moved, hovering in the air as his limbs fell helplessly around him. As Esma walked back towards the church, Azariah's body followed her like a puppet attached to strings, moving with every wave of Esma's hand. Entering the now empty church, Esma's gaze fell upon the only person standing in the middle of the hall. Iris Vale, Esma said aloud, waving her hand. Azariah's body followed her gesture, moving towards Iris Vale. Heal him. With a thud sound, Azariah's body fell to the ground as Iris Vale hurried towards him. Iris Vale frowned at Esma's words as she moved her hands to touch Azariah's body. Initially, her touch was gentle as she released a small portion of mana into his body to assess his condition. However, her demeanor quickly turned to one of desperation as she realized the severity of his condition. Oh God! What happened to him? Iris Vale asked with concern as she examined his body. An angel gazed upon him, Esma replied as she moved closer to both of them. What? Iris Vale asked, not understanding her words. Why would someone do that? Because I am here, Esma replied matter-of-factly. Because they are afraid of me or because I am present in their most sacred place. You shouldn't have been present here, Esma. You are testing the gods' patience. Patience? All I am doing is giving them the opportunity to end me right here, right now. But I know those cowards won't do it. Iris Vale didn't respond but continued to heal Azariah's body, which was on the brink of death. What did you do to him, Esma? Iris Vale whispered, her metallic eye patch covering her eyes as she continued to gaze at Esma. And why do you think I was the one who did anything to him? Esma asked in return, her gaze shifting to Azariah. His condition, Iris Vale whispered as she gently touched Azariah's hair. How could it be so severe if you didn't do anything? All this happened because of your stupid angel, Iris Vale. Do not lie. The damage that his body has is piling up from nearly a decade. Twisted bones, mangled limbs, signs of torture all over his body, and you are saying it happened just now? Esma remained silent, her gaze never leaving Azariah, whose breathing had calmed down a little. His bones. Iris Vale continued when she received no response from Esma. All the bones in his body have been damaged far more times than they can endure. Most of his organs have been damaged as well. His body is rejecting mana because he can't endure the side effects it may cause. How much pain should he have to endure just to move around? Again, Esma chose to remain silent as Iris Vale began to sob at the thought of Azariah's condition. And his left hand. It's as if you cut it and reattached it. It's beyond repair, Iris Vale whispered amidst her tears. How could you be so cruel to your own child, Esma? He tried to rape a maid once, Esma replied to her words, causing Iris Vale to look up. I chopped off his left hand and threw him into a dungeon for a week alone to survive. You do not deserve to be a mother, Esma, Iris Vale said as she cleaned the tears from her cheeks. You have no right to tell me what I deserve or not, Esma rebuked coldly, her gaze flicking to Ira's veil. Then Esma waved her hand again, causing Azariah's body to float in the air once more. I hope the child could find happiness, Ira's veil mumbled as she prayed for Azariah. Being my son is the greatest happiness he could ever find in this world, Esma replied, looking at Ira's veil one last time before a brilliant light enveloped them, bringing them back. Ugh! As my eyes snapped open, a sudden cry escaped my mouth, jolting me awake from the nightmare. My body was drenched in cold sweat as I sat up in bed, my heart pounding like a drum in my chest. Huff! Huff! The remnants of the nightmare still clung to the edges of my consciousness, sending shivers down my spine as I struggled to catch my breath. Where am I? Frantically, I glanced around the dimly lit room. Shadows danced in the flickering candlelight, casting eerie shapes upon the walls. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that gripped me like a vice, squeezing the air from my lungs and filling me with an overwhelming sense of panic. It's my room. Don't panic. Don't panic. Gasping for air, I reminded myself, burying my face in my hands. My body trembled with fear as I fought to regain control of my racing thoughts. But the memories of what happened still lingered like a dark cloud, haunting me with their twisted imagery and unsettling events. Was that an angel? Why did they summon me? What the hell did I do? Questions flooded my mind as I tried to think of anything that could give me a clue. But I couldn't think of anything except the possibility that they might know I am not from this world. Why does this keep happening to me? In the darkness of the room, I felt utterly alone, the weight of my fears pressing down upon me like a suffocating blanket. Fuck. Men don't cry. Fuck. Tears welled up in my eyes, hot and stinging as they spilled down my cheeks in silence. I desperately tried to stop myself from crying. Ugh. As my senses returned, the pain once again assaulted my body. All the damage my body had endured because of a single word from the angel. The twisted internal organs of mine cried in pain as once again I remembered how utterly powerless I am in this world. I need to get stronger, I mumbled as I closed my eyes, fighting against all the pain that threatened to consume my body. I need to get stronger, I mumbled again as I tried to get up from the bed. My room was still the same as I remembered, but there was one more thing, a basket full of fruits and a knife to cut them. Ignoring the fruits, I picked up the knife. Shoo! Taking a deep breath, I removed the carpet from the floor, cleaning the place to have at least an area to draw a large circle. Arg! I winced in pain as I sat down on the floor, removing all the carpet away with my legs. I tightly clutched the knife in my hand. Arg! And then, placing my left hand above the ground, I made a deep cut on my wrist, enough so that blood gushed out, dyeing the floor red. Drip. Drip. When there was enough blood on the ground, I let go of the knife and dipped my finger into the blood as I started to spread it on the floor. Hysteria. The organization that captured Azariah when he was a child. The organization that tortured him for 3 whole months before he was rescued. The organization whose head is one of the 5 primordial evils of this world, going against the will of the gods. Among the countless broken memories of Azariah that I have, one memory stood out the most. The memory of the magic circle that connects multiple worlds to this world. The magic circle that, I don't know how, but Azariah somehow knew about. The magic circle that he came across when he was a lab rat within that organization. All the memories about the magic circle are blurry in my mind, but all I know is that it can give me what I need the most. The magic circle that can grant you anything if you provide something of equal exchange. The function of the magic circle was simple: if you want to create or obtain something, you just need to lose or destroy something of equal value. What I need the most is strength, I mumbled as I made a circle with my blood and sat in the middle of it. Strength that can help me at least protect myself against all the shit that is going to happen in the future. Because out of all 5 primordial evils that defy the will of the gods, One of them is very close to me. Because the incarnation and vessel for one of the 5 primordial evils is my very own mother. The mother who will kill me at most in a year, if things follow as they happened in the game. And I would be damned if I let myself get killed after all this shit I have gone through, I mumbled as I made a square within the circle, blood still gushing out of my slit-opened wrist dyeing the floor. I've had enough of this shit. I'll fucking run away from this place and hide in some remote corner. Even though I know that witch of a mother will still be able to find me. Phew. I let out a deep breath, as I felt my vision blur due to the blood loss, but I continued to draw the magic circle. My hands trembling with exhaustion and pain, I forced myself to focus on the intricate patterns. And after one final touch, the magic circle was completed, the patterns glowing softly in the dim light. For a moment, I stood back, my breath catching in my throat as I surveyed the magic circle. After that I sat down in the middle of the circle as I called out my status screen. Name, Azariah Noah Algina 40, Indus FT 60 age, 15 rank, 2nd primeval, 48%, strength, 10 reflex, 19 intelligence, 38 mental strength, 1040 charm, 13, average limit for 2nd primeval is 20, while the maximum one could reach with the help of blessings or bloodline is 40, bloodline, unawakened. Blessing, Amun-Ra's blessing. Passive status, mana exhaustion / sickly / weakened / madness. Ha ha. I let out a small laugh as I looked at my status, where one more thing was added, madness. Yeah, it's madness, I mumbled as I looked back at the circle. It's complete madness. Shoo. Taking a deep breath, I touched the magic circle while still sitting in the middle of it. I need something that can provide me with the strength that I need, I mumbled as I let out all the mana that I had in my body. And in exchange, if I want the strength that can help me survive in this world, then only madness can help me. If I want to deal with the devil, then I have to give something that the devil likes the most. I offer a third of my soul. Was it a dream? Or was it to memory? I don't know. But whatever it was happening in front of my eyes. A particular man bathed in a brilliant white light. He stood alone, his shoulders hunched downwards as he took shallow breaths and gasps. He stood on a field with no flowers whatsoever. It was just barren and empty, devoid with any signs of life. Yet, the winds propelled the clouds as spring came to the lands, showering them. But it wasn't water that fell, it was blood. Blood that cascaded from the heavens, thick and ominous. Undeterred, the man straightened his posture, closing his eyes as he allowed the blood rain to envelop him completely. As the crimson liquid soaked his entire being, he slowly opened his eyes, gazing upwards with a sense of solemn resolve. And then, piercing through the veil of the blood rain, a divine light descended upon the desolate ground, illuminating the battlefield. With it came an army, their presence emanating a palpable aura of holiness. At the forefront strode 3 majestic figures leading the army, their holy armor and beautiful wings signifying who they were. Angels. The angels, untouched by the blood rain, hovered in mid-air like ethereal beings. An army of angels that came for just one man. And yet, amidst the serenity of their holy aura, the lone figure stood unfazed. The man, still drenched in the crimson downpour, locked eyes with the angels. And without any sound, without any warning, with a movement so swift it defied comprehension, the man acted. Time itself seemed to slow to a crawl, the world around me grinding to a halt as the man's actions unfolded in silence. I strained to see, to understand, but the events transpired with such rapidity that they eluded my perception. And in an instant, half of the angelic beings, once thought invincible, fell. Their bodies falling from the sky like the rain while the holy light still illuminated the now turned battleground. As the holy light continued to cast its brilliance upon the man, it revealed the depths of his gaze, a glint of golden intensity that pierced through the darkness of the battlefield. His gaze was bleak, devoid of any emotion even after committing a massacre. Locked in a silent confrontation, the man and the three leading angels stood poised for conflict. But before the clash could commence, before the tension reached its zenith, the world round me began to crumble. The ground beneath me crumbled, the earth splitting apart as if torn asunder by unseen forces. And as the world round me dissolved into chaos, I found myself consumed by darkness. Huff. Huff. The sound of my own labored breaths broke the haziness that filled my mind. My hands trembled with intense pain as the memories of what I did last time flooded my mind. Gradually, my senses also returned as the somewhat familiar room filled my view. Ugh. Groaning, I stood up from the cold floor and looked around. Still sitting in the middle of the circle, I found my strength as I crawled towards the bed, searching for something to support myself. Reaching the bed, I grasped onto the edge, using it for support as I pulled myself up. The sheets were cool against my skin, a stark contrast to the heat that still pulsed through my veins. Sitting at the edge of the bed, I looked at my left hand where blood had clotted, stopping the blood flow. And the next thing I felt was a sense of emptiness like never before. As if a part of me had been completely taken away from me. That I could never recover. At least it didn't hurt. Ignoring the changes in my body, I quickly checked my status screen. And nothing changed. What? I asked myself, and for some reason, to the status screen as well. Frustration and confusion gnawed at me as I struggled to comprehend what had transpired. Where is the reward? I shouted as I punched the screen. I sold my soul for fuck's sake. I shouted as I grabbed my hair with both hands. Was the circle bugged? Then why did I feel like I had lost something? Ugh. What's happening? I tried to rationalize, to make sense of the situation, but the answers eluded me. Had I truly sold a part of my soul, only to receive nothing in return? Fuck. Stop shouting. Huh? I stopped shouting as I felt a voice in my head, a voice of a young man. System? I mumbled as I thought about it. What's a system? Again, I heard a confused voice in my head. Who are you? I abruptly stood up and looked around the place, searching for anything or anyone. Same question, who are you? You're talking in my mind. Yeah. Again, I heard his voice with uncertainty. What's happening? I don't know what's happening either. The voice sounded genuinely perplexed. Who the fuck are you? I don't know, my memories are fuzzy. I just suddenly became aware, and then I heard you shouting. Can you hear my thoughts? I asked tentatively, unsure of what to expect. Yes, I can. A shiver ran down my spine as he replied. Get the fuck out. I can't. What do you mean you can't? I asked with frustration as I lay on the bed. Somehow, I'm bound to you, and even if I want to, I can't be separated from you. Did it happen because of the magic circle? And by the way, the magic circle of yours offers the same thing that you sacrificed. How the fuck do you know that? I asked, surprised, as this individual had just claimed not to remember anything. My memories are coming back as we speak. So, from his words, if I offered a part of my soul. Fuck. So did I get some old monster or something like that in return? Can you give me some kind of power or weapon? I asked shamelessly, feeling the urgency for strength, something that can make me stronger rapidly. I don't know, and even if I could, I don't think your body would be able to handle it. Ha 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 ha. I laughed at the absurdity of the situation. What kind of luck do I have? How bad can my life even get now? That's the reason I'm desperate, fucker, I grumbled with a deep sigh. It all comes down to this shitty body of mine. Sigh. I let out a sigh as I closed my eyes without saying anything. I stayed still like that for a long time, with only the ticking sound of the clock filling the room. As the silence stretched on, I couldn't shake the feeling of frustration and helplessness gnawing at me from within. It seemed like every path I took, every decision I made, only led to more obstacles and challenges. "What are you thinking?" the voice asked as I stayed silent for a while. "Just thinking how I should off myself," I replied nonchalantly without opening my eyes. "Is jumping from the building better, or hanging myself?" "You know what," I said as I stood up from the bed, "I have a much easier way to die. Let's meet my villainous mother. Why do they spend so much just for decoration?" I mumbled to myself as I walked through the corridor of the castle, looking around. Last time I was in a hurry to avoid my mother, so I didn't have time to notice all of this. But now that I clearly see it, only one thing comes to mind: luxurious. The paintings on the walls, the doors, the windows, every single thing was screaming money. And remembering whose son I am, it's obvious why this much money was spent just on the castle. My mother is a perfectionist who likes to keep everything perfect, including her properties. And my mother is rich as fuck as well. As I walked out, a maid instantly ran up to me and bowed gracefully. "Does young master require any assistance?" Though she did it gracefully, her trembling body gave away her fear toward me. "Leave me alone," I said coldly as I walked past her, moving toward my mother's office. Are you seriously going to die? Why are you scared?" I thought as I replied to the voice in my head that asked me in a doubtful voice. "If you want to get stronger, I can help you. Don't throw away your life," the voice insisted. "Nah, I just want to die," I replied as I arrived in front of an office-like room that was present at the very center of the castle. The heavy wooden door of the office stood before me, its intricate carvings adding to the imposing aura of the room beyond. With a deep breath, I reached out and knocked, the sound echoing through the corridor. "Enter," came my mother's emotionless voice from inside. Pushing open the door, I stepped into the room, my eyes adjusting to the dimmer light within. My mother sat behind a large mahogany desk, her gaze fixed on a stack of documents before her. And just beside her was a woman. The mere gaze of that woman made me tremble. I couldn't even meet her eyes. My body trembled on its own at the very sight of her. With her blackish-brown hair reaching her waist, she stood at the side of my mother, her old-sane eyes fixed on me. Adelia Ravenna, my mother's secretary and my bane. "Azariah," my mother said, her tone neutral as she looked up at me. "What brings you here?" Taking a deep breath, I bowed as I replied, "I wanted to talk with you, mother." My mother's gaze narrowed slightly, as if she could sense something was amiss. But she said nothing, instead motioning for me to take a seat opposite her. I walked towards the seat she offered and sat down. "What happened to your hand?" Her gaze landed on my injured left hand as she asked. "I cut myself," I replied, hiding it and looking around the table until my gaze landed on the chessboard laying there. Quickly getting up from the chair, I picked up the chessboard and placed it between us. "Can we have a match, mother?" "Azariah." My body trembled slightly at the cold voice of Adelia. "My lady doesn't have time for all this." Ignoring Adelia's disapproving gaze, I held my mother's gaze. Her words were more important than Adelia's. "Very well," she said as she looked at me, "a quick match then." I nodded my head as I took my seat again, carefully arranging the chess pieces on the board. The first to make a move was me as I advanced my pawn 2 squares. As she made her move, I tried to speak up. "Mother, I wanted to." Before I could finish, my mother swiftly made her move, capturing my knight with her bishop, and interrupted, "Azariah, I have said this before and I will repeat myself again, you will do as I say." I frowned at her words, realizing the vulnerability of my knight's position, but continued, "But mother, I want to." My mother's next move was quick and decisive, pinning my knight to the king and leaving me with limited options. She spoke firmly, "Are you thinking of leaving the house?" At her words, I hesitated, recognizing the threat to my knight on the chessboard, but stubbornly persisted, and not be, but with a swift move, my mother captured my knight, delivering a check to my king. She interrupted once more, her tone final. Azariah, the moment you leave this house, you will die. If you think I would be stupid enough to let your enemies know my position. I tried to talk with her, but she interrupted me again. It seems you are misunderstanding something, she said with her emotionless voice and vacant eyes fixed on me. The moment you think of leaving the house and neglecting your duty, I will kill you. We made a deal, remember? I remained silent as I didn't have any answer for her words. Why do I keep forgetting that she doesn't have any emotions? I'm just a tool in her eyes. With a sigh, I closed my eyes and then reopened them to look at her. I want to use one of my 3 wishes, I said firmly, meeting her vacant gaze. Even though she doesn't have emotions, it doesn't mean she doesn't know when to be lenient. She gave me 3 wishes after rescuing me from the Hysteria organization, agreeing to grant anything she deemed appropriate. You already have used one in the most foolish way, Azariah. Think twice before using another one, she said with her emotionless voice as she looked at me. I will use another wish, I said firmly again, maintaining eye contact with her. And what do you want then? She asked after a few seconds of silence. For the next 15 days, I took a deep breath before continuing, leave me alone. You wish to be left alone for the next 15 days, she repeated, her tone neutral. I nodded in reply, remaining seated while she repeatedly tapped her fingers against the table. Below the rank of demigods, I am the strongest existence, the strongest eternal alive in this world, and this is what you are requesting from me? After a brief pause, she said as she looked at me. Like you would do anything even if I ask for it, I scoffed internally while nodding firmly. Very well, Azariah. Your wish shall be granted, she said simply. But then what? I sighed in relief, but she asked again, then where are you going to run? I will join the academy, I replied, looking at her. Even though I knew I might die if I went there, it was still better than dying at the hands of this woman. You will be at a disadvantage there. After all, you will be a year younger than most of the students, she said as she looked at me. I will manage, mother, I replied without looking at her. Let's see how long you'll run. With that, she rose from her seat, her presence commanding respect and authority. You have 15 days. Make good use of them. I inclined my head in acknowledgement as I nodded. Adaliah. But before leaving, she called her secretary. Yes, my lady, Adaliah said, bowing before her. He still hasn't received today's training. Her hand rested on the door handle. Without turning back to face me, she continued, don't hold back today. Make sure he doesn't wake up for the next 15 days. Yes, my lady. Adaliah once again bowed her head, then glanced back at me. Truly, what a fucked up life I have. If there is an afterlife, and if someday I find myself there, I am definitely going to curse the fucker whoever sent me to this world. How many hours has it been since I woke up in this pathetic body? 24 or 48? And I've already felt like I've had encounters with death twice. Are you ready, Azariah? I looked at the woman who called me as she played with her wooden sword, her gaze fixed on me. And did I mention that I'm about to meet death again? Yeah, I replied, licking my dried lips as I swung the wooden sword in my hand. I started to get a headache just from standing in the training ground with the sun right over my head. And truth be told, I can't do anything against Adaliah. Like my mother, she's a monster in combat. The rules are the same. I looked at her again as she said, the moment you land a single hit on me, the training ends. Yeah. Fucking bitch. I know. Despite cursing her in my head, I nodded in reply. Taking a deep breath, I looked at her as she stood there casually, not even bothering to change her formal office dress. She is beautiful, no doubt, but right now, the only thing on my mind was how to win against her. Yeah, let's die again. Swish. Before I could even understand what happened, she was rushing towards me. Thud. With a sound of impact, my sword was jerked out of my hand, and the next second, I felt something poking at my throat. "What are you thinking?" As her sword touched my throat, she scoffed. "Do you really think you can land a hit on me without even paying attention?" "Once again," she said as she moved back to her original position. Swish. This time, I was the one who made the first move as I rushed towards her, my sword aiming at her body. "Slow," she whispered as she moved slightly, her sword hitting my wrist, making me wince in pain. Bang. Arg. The next second, before I knew it, I staggered backward as she used her sword like a club, hitting my stomach. It wasn't a heavy injury, but with all the stacked up injuries my body had from the last few days, the blow hurt like hell. Cough. Cough. Coughing, I got up and clenched my sword tightly as I returned to my stance, ingrained in my body. Swish. Before I was completely ready, she rushed at me again, swinging her sword diagonally as if trying to make a cut. I tried to defend myself, but I couldn't. Bang. With another explosive impact, my stance collapsed, and I groaned in pain. Bang. But before I could even groan properly, she hit my head with the hilt of her sword, and I rolled on the ground to create some distance. Arg. Fucking bitch, I whispered under my breath, as I rubbed my head with my palm. "I can hear you, Azariah," she replied as she placed the sword on her shoulder. I didn't reply as I tried to calm my breath, which was becoming too rigid. "Did you know, Azariah?" As I calmed down a little, I looked at her as she said, "The blessing you have is one of the most powerful blessings in this world." And what's the point in that?" I asked as I stood up again. "It's not like it's of any help to me." Yeah, she replied, nodding her head. "Your body is the container for the blessing, but here you are not being able to use even the first form of your blessing." Is she taunting me? I fucking know all this. She doesn't need to rub it in my face. Swish. She rushed again, moving so fast as if she was moving through space, her sword aiming at my sides, which I somehow managed to block. Arg. But the aftershock of the attack was enough to make me groan again. She wasn't overwhelming me with technique but with absurd power and strength. I wasn't able to last long against her as her sword struck at my ribcage, making me groan again. I rolled back again as I rubbed my ribs. "The ability to convert one form of energy to another," Adela said again as she looked down on me. "That's what your blessing is capable of doing." "Yeah. I fucking know that. Be it mana, ka, prana, ruach, odik, kai," she continued to speak as her gaze fixed on me, "your blessing can convert them from one form to another, technically making it possible for you to fight indefinitely." "I fucking know all that, but what's the point if I can't use anything that you mentioned?" She is seriously just fucking with me now. "But here you are," she mumbled as she took her stance again, getting beaten down without fighting back. She moved again, and as I tried to take a defensive stance, she attacked my vital point. The hilt of her sword hit my temple, and I fell backward. Arg. It was painful, so painful that it felt like my skull had been cracked open. Dizziness washed over me, as if my mind had frozen, while a small amount of blood gushed from the impact area. I stood up once again, despite all the pain I was suffering from. Is this all you can do?" I asked, even though I knew taunting her was the worst thing to do right now. I was sick of all this fucking bullshit, so painful that it felt like my skull had been cracked open. Dizziness washed over me, as if my mind had frozen, while a small amount of blood gushed from the impact area. I stood up once again, despite all the pain I was suffering from. Is this all you can do?" I asked, even though I knew taunting her was the worst thing to do right now. I was sick of all this fucking bullshit. I just wanted to end this and have some fucking rest. Her eyes turned cold as she heard my words. She rushed again, striking me once more. I tried to defend myself again, only to fail miserably. She struck again, and I defended again. The cycle continued until my hands started to bleed and my wrists turned sore. You know, as I moved back to create some distance while drenched in sweat, she said again, it's impossible to transfer blessings to someone else. Otherwise, my lady wouldn't have to ignore all your impudence. Yeah, that's the reason she will make me her puppet for the rest of my life. A puppet with emotions but no control over his body. Adelia, I called her as I took my stance again. If I land a hit, I need one more thing. She raised her brows in response but still asked, and that is? I need a goddamn latest model bike. With that, I rushed towards her again, determined not to surrender until I hit that bitch. My eyes fluttered open, my vision blurred, and my mind felt groggy. Arg! As I struggled to regain my senses, a sharp pain pierced through my body, causing me to gasp for breath. Looking around, I found myself lying on a narrow bed in a sterile, hospital-like room, surrounded by the soft hum of medical equipment. Huff. Huff. My chest heaved as I tried to draw in air, each breath sending waves of agony through my body. My muscles protested with every movement, and I felt as though I had been battered and bruised from head to toe. Panic surged within me as I tried to piece together my surroundings. Where was I? How had I ended up here? My memories were hazy, fragmented, but I quickly remembered what happened before I lost consciousness. With a trembling hand, I reached out to touch my forehead, only to find it slick with sweat. My heart pounded in my chest, its drumbeat echoing in my ears. Stop moving so much. I struggled to sit up, feeling a pair of hands helping me, as I heard a familiar voice. Dr. Grayson, I muttered through gritted teeth, my voice barely above a whisper, as I struggled to move my broken body. Take some rest, your body can't handle too much stress right now, she advised as she tried to make me lay on the bed. Ignoring her, I leaned against the bed, not fully lying down. How many hours have I been here? I asked as I tried to calm my breath. 25, she replied as she passed a glass of water to me. Adelia brought you here exactly a day ago, and you have been sleeping since then. I greedily drank all the water from the glasses. I took deep breaths. Where is she? I asked as I looked at the woman. Where is Adelia? I have informed her she should be arriving here any time now, Dr. Grayson replied, and I nodded my head. Arg. Then I started to remove the needle that was supplying me with nutrients. What are you doing? Dr. Grayson hurriedly stepped forward to intervene, but I waved her off. Careful, you might reopen the wound, she warned, her tone laced with concern. Ignoring the pain that flared up with each movement, I pulled myself upright, my muscles protesting with every effort. Even as I stood there, I felt a surge of nausea wash over me, but I gritted my teeth and pushed through the discomfort. Where are you going? Dr. Grayson asked me again as I walked towards the door. I only have 14 days left, and I can't waste them by lying here, I replied to her as I opened the door of the room and walked out. The corridor of the castle greeted me as I moved towards the hallway. For fuck's sake, I will kill that bitch someday, I whispered under my breath as I walked, ignoring all the pain my body was feeling. Adelia, true to her words, made sure that I couldn't move for 15 days, and if I were the previous Azariah, I would have surely laid on the bed, using all the injuries as a shield to avoid draining. But too bad for her, I am not that Azariah. As I continued down the hallway, each step made my body ache. With every breath, I could feel the lingering soreness in my chest making it harder to breathe. And I reached the end of the hallway, where a gust of wind greeted me, along with the woman who was the reason for my suffering. Never thought you would try to get up from the bed, Adelia commented with sarcasm as she looked at me. Ignoring her comment, I walked towards her and extended my hand. What do you want? Her voice was curt, devoid of any warmth as she regarded me with cool detachment. Keys, I said bluntly, my tone brooking no argument because I did everything in my power to land one fucking hit on her, And guess what? I fucking did it. Adelia's gaze narrowed slightly, as if she was considering my request. After a moment's pause, she reached into a pocket, producing a small keyring which she thrust to me without a word, along with a metallic card. 989,699, she said, but I ignored her as I made my way towards the entrance. I pushed open the doors, and the cool breeze hit my skin. And there, parked in the courtyard, was the sleek, black motorcycle, its polished surface gleaming in the sunlight. Beside it lay a jacket and helmet, and without hesitation, I shrugged into the jacket and fastened the helmet securely onto my head. You are eager to run away, aren't you? As I straddled the motorcycle, the voice within my head once again echoed. Yeah, I just want to fucking run away from here, I replied as I started the engine. Vroom. The engine roared beneath me as I took a deep breath. Despite it not even being a few days, I deeply missed the feeling of riding a bike. Vroom vroom. Twisting the handlebar a few times, I familiarized myself with the bike. Click. Vroom. Shifting the gears and twisting the handlebar, I eased the bike out of the courtyard and rode my way towards the main gate. Click. Vroom. Shifting the gear again, I rode the bike outside of the gate, which was opened up for me. Vroom. And the moment the bike reached outside the reach of the castle, I did not hesitate to speed up, riding as fast as I could. The wind whipped past me as I accelerated down the open road. 100 kilometers per hour, and it didn't take long before the bike reached 100 kilometers per hour. Click. Vroom. Whoosh. I changed the gear again as I kept on accelerating, leaning forward to reduce wind resistance, and pushing the bike to its limits. 140 kilometers per hour. Vroom. The roar of the engine echoed in my ears, drowning out all other sounds as I focused solely on the road ahead. The sensation of speed was exhilarating, almost intoxicating. I felt alive, more alive than I had in a long time. Screech. Swoosh. As I approached a sharp bend in the road, I leaned into the turn, my body instinctively adjusting to maintain balance. 200 kilometers per hour. It's all good and all that you are enjoying, but where are we going? Screech. Skid. Amidst the exhilaration, a voice echoed in the back of my mind, which made me slow down the bike as I had been riding at full speed for an hour now. Yeah, let's go eat something first, I replied as I made my way towards an open store to eat anything. I had been starving for a whole day. It was still the middle of the day, so there were quite a few shops that were open, but I tried to find a good one where I could at least use the card that I had. Per. Clunk. I stopped the bike at a parking area of a shop as I lowered the kickstand, parking it. Taking off the helmet, I made my way towards the shop and opened the front door. How can I help you, sir? A lady in a uniform quickly greeted me as I walked towards the counter. Give me anything to eat, I said as I passed the card that Adelia gave to me. Any preference or anything specific you want to eat, sir? She asked as she took the card from my hand. Give me anything that is good, I replied as I looked at her. It's not like I can taste anything even if it's good. She nodded softly before swiping the card, entering the amount, and passing it back to me to type the code. 989,699. It will take a few minutes. Would you please take a seat and wait till then? She asked with a slight bow, and I nodded in response. I walked towards the chair and sat down, waiting for my order. So, as I leaned on the chair, I said, calling the voice in my head, are you the silent type or you just don't want to talk? I was in a battlefield just before I was bound to you, so I needed time to process what happened. So you really are not my system? I asked with a doubtful voice. Again, what is a system? Apostrophe. Nothing, I replied as I leaned back further, making the front legs of the chair move in the air. So, what are you? I asked, still unsure of what this thing in my mind was. Last I remembered, I had a dream of a man killing an army of angels. Was that you? Maybe. Thud. With a thud, I sat up straight, closing my eyes and taking deep breaths while tapping my fingers on the armrest of the chair before asking my next question. So, are you an angel? Or maybe are you a fallen angel? So, are you an angel? Or maybe a fallen angel? Neither, he replied instantly, without flinching. Then what the hell are you? I asked, tapping constantly on the armrest of the chair. I don't know. You don't know, or you don't trust me enough to tell me what you are? I questioned, sensing his hesitation. Well, I can understand his feelings. Even I don't want to share too much about myself with him. Reason? Because I don't fucking trust him. What's your name? I asked, as he remained silent after my last question. L. That's not your real name, is it? I pressed, observing the lady who brought my food. Enjoy your meal, sir, she said with a light smile as she passed the food to me. Thank you, I replied, taking the food and placing it on the table in front of me. What happened? I felt uncomfortable when I thanked her, I replied, looking at the lady. Is my noble nature kicking in? I can't even say thank you now? Mom, I called her again, making her look back at me. Can I get anything electronic, like a phone or a tablet? I can pay for it if you want. The lady looked at me awkwardly before she bowed a little and replied, I will arrange one for you, sir, and it will be on the house. With that, she walked back inside as I grabbed the utensils and brought the soup close to my mouth. Bland as ever, I mumbled as I drank the soup. I couldn't taste any flavor or sensation from the food. And for the rest of my life, I will have to live like this, never knowing how food tastes. Just the thought of it depresses me. Wait. Are you not going to ask anything from me? Look, buddy, you are the last thing I have to worry about, I replied as I drank the soup just to fill my stomach. Seriously? What is wrong with you? Everything, I replied, shrugging my shoulders. Everything is wrong with me. The sound of footsteps approaching pulled me from my thoughts, and I looked up to see the lady returning with a small electronic device in her hands. Here you go, sir, she said, placing the device on the table in front of me. A tablet, as requested. Thank you, I replied, again feeling a slight discomfort. Opening the tablet, I quickly launched the first browsing app I could find on it. What are you doing? Trying to find out who the main antagonist of the game will be, I replied before taking a deep breath. Hesperia Kingdom. I typed it in before clicking on the search icon and waiting for the results. And nothing appeared. I tried again and again with different approaches and words, but nothing appeared on it. Sigh. With a sigh, I placed the tablet back on the table before leaning back in the chair. Are you going to tell me what you were doing? You know, this world we're in, it's a world of a game or something similar, I replied before closing my eyes. And you are not him, right? No shit, Sherlock. I would have been laughing like a madman if I were to be him, I grumbled in reply. Why? His voice echoed in my mind. Why, you ask? I scoffed at his words before replying, that fucker is going to get a harem and power that he didn't earn, and you're asking me why? So, aside from this hero person, who else is there? Sensing my sour mood, he quickly changed the subject. Well, there are heroines, villains, villainess, I replied, pausing briefly. And then there's me, the villainous maker. So, you're special? His voice probed. No, I replied, feeling a hint of bitterness. I'm just the heroine's first love. I'm a one-way ticket to a bad ending. I opened my eyes to look at the tablet again, feeling a mixture of frustration and amusement. Opening the browser once more, I searched for another name, Azariah Noah Algina. In an instant, thousands of articles appeared before me, disgrace of his family, rudest person to talk to, killer, rapist, mental patient. Whoa, aren't I famous? I chuckled softly as I read my history according to the internet. You are not the same person as him? No, I am not, and in a sense I am, I replied before closing the tablet. But you don't know how dearly I wished I wouldn't be him. Being him is the shittiest thing that can happen to me. Because of your body? Partially, yes, but mostly because of my blessing. Blessing of Amun-Ra that I got when I was a child. Blessing of one of the strongest gods to ever live, but this blessing became a curse when the world got to know about it. My body and my blessing are the most desirable things that all the evil organizations want. A body that can work as a container and can adapt to all kinds of energy in this world. That's what my blessing is capable of. But the problem is, my body rejects mana, and because I can't use mana properly, making it extremely hard for me to get stronger. I am basically a duck on a chopping board, ready to be chopped. And you know what's the worst part in all this? I thought as I closed my eyes. If I don't think about how to survive by the end of this year, I will be turned into a puppet that only moves in her hand until the end of my life. Sigh. I sighed again as I opened the tablet, searching for a few more things about this new world. So, in a way, you know the future, right? The voice in my head resonated again as he asked. Yes. Kinda, I do, I replied while keeping my eyes on the tablet. What happened to you then? How did you turn into your mother's puppet? I made a deal with her, I replied, taking a deep breath. If she doesn't find me worthy enough to overtake her as the next head before my coming-of-age ceremony, she can use me however she wants. What deal? I don't want to talk about it, I replied, shaking my head. But the thing is, my coming-of-age ceremony is close. Not even half a year is left, and even when in the game she gave me an extra 6 months to prove myself, I failed, and in the end, I became her puppet. A puppet who only knows how to kill. A puppet who has his emotions, but can't control his body. A puppet who kills at her words. Men, women, children, innocent, angels. A puppet who kills anyone he is ordered to. A puppet who, in the end, was killed by the one who once loved him. Sigh. I sighed again as I rubbed my temples, trying to disperse all those depressing thoughts. Nothing like that has happened yet, and I need to make sure it never happens. Anyway, give me some ideas if you have any that can help me get stronger quickly, I asked as I kept scrolling through the tablet. Some names did catch my attention, like the singer Echo, a future heroine, but I kept my focus on Elle as well. How did you get stronger in that game of yours? Why does this fucker keep asking questions again and again? Runes, I replied despite my frustration. She engraved my entire body with runes. The main problem with my body is that it rejects mana, making it harder for me to ascend in rank. But that all changes when my body is engraved with runes. Runes that can forcefully absorb mana from the surroundings, making me quickly ascend in ranks. But the problem is that they are painful. Which runes were used? Elle asked with a hint of curiosity in his voice. Ings for absorbing the mana from the surroundings, Sawilo, and Isa for strengthening the body, I replied as I faintly remembered the names of the runes. Sawilo burns and destroys, while Isa freezes and breaks. Don't tell me. Yeah. When engraved with these runes, my body will undergo a continuous cycle of destruction and recreation. Isa freezes and breaks my body while Ings absorbs the mana from the surroundings, and Sawilo both burns and heals the body from the inside. With every cycle, my body will become stronger. But it also brings an unimaginable amount of pain. Pain so bad that it feels like one's body is getting crushed and joined, then crushed again, until one become numb to pain. With each cycle came unimaginable pain, a torment that will left anyone gasping for breath and begging for mercy. Pain that could push anyone to the brink of madness. Even thinking about it sent shivers down my spine. You thought of something or did you not? I asked Tel as I looked at the tablet, searching for the nearest portal. Right now, I am in the eastern part of the Pargoyina Empire, the place where my mother is the ruler, and I will be damned if I don't avoid that woman at all costs. Despite my desire to leave the empire behind, I'm unable to do so. My mother has banned me from leaving, likely to prevent any unwanted interactions between me and her side of the family. Unlike my sister, who enjoys the freedom to live with our aunt and grandmother, I am trapped within the confines of the empire. It's a fucking frustrating situation, one that leaves me feeling trapped and suffocated by my mother's control. You know, you can use runas. Hell no, I interjected his words before he could continue. I am not a fucking masochist who will torture my body for strength. Listen to my words first. I have a better way to use the same runes, and it won't bring too much pain. Wait, you know how to use runes? I asked, sensing that he might be knowledgeable about them. Yes, that's why I am suggesting it. This way, you can get stronger without being tormented by pain. But, can you help me with engraving the runes? I asked, as I don't know much about runes either. No. You will have to do it yourself. Fuck. I only have 2 weeks left. How do you expect me to learn them and engrave them in 2 weeks? It will take time to learn it, but it's better than what future you will face. But, in carving runes. It's still going to be painful, right? Right? Do you have a better plan? Fuck. I don't have a better plan. At least for absorbing the mana from the surroundings, I need to engrave the Ing's rune on my body. Fine, with a sigh, I conceded, my voice resigned. Tell me your plan after we are done with exploration. What exploration? Elle asked curiously. You will know soon enough, I replied as I closed my eyes. If I want to live in this world, I need to make as much preparation as I can that can help me. Standing up, I walked towards the counter, placing the tablet there. With a nod of gratitude to the counter lady, I picked up a pen and began sketching a simple map on my palm. It wasn't anything elaborate, just a rough outline. After finishing it, I walked towards the exit, then the parking area. Clunk. Put. Starting the bike, I shifted the gear and twisted the handlebar, feeling the power beneath me as I glanced at the map drawn on my palm. 200 kilometers, I muttered as I thought about my next destination, which would lead me towards the place that would help me gain the power that I need. A power that only someone like me, an anomaly, can wield. Put. Clunk. As I parked the bike, I took off my helmet and fixed my hair. Hey, Elle, are you sure that I have lost a third of my soul? I asked him as I walked out of the parking area. Since yesterday, even after losing a part of my soul, I don't feel like much has changed in me. Apart from the feeling of emptiness that I am experiencing, nothing more has happened, and honestly, I thought it would hurt like hell. But even that didn't happen. You aren't feeling it right now, but when you get stronger and reach a higher level, you will understand what you have lost. Well, I need to be alive till then to know that, I mumbled as I looked at the building looming in front of me. The building stood at a towering height, with at least 40 floors of glass and steel, boasting a modern design. From above, it resembled a lotus flower in full bloom. The outer walls curved gently outward, with 6 different entrances and 1 exit leading to 7 different important places within the empire, the capital city, 3 dukedoms, 2 earldoms, and 1 viscounty. With one last look at the building, I walked towards the entrance that led to the portal for the viscounty, the place ruled by the Vesperitine family. As I stepped through one of the entrances, I was greeted by a spacious hall bathed in natural light. The air was alive with the hum of activity, the murmur of conversation echoing off the walls. I quickly found the counter with the smallest line and stood at the end, waiting for my turn. Where are you going? Elle asked again as I waited. Ever heard of a labyrinth? I asked, scanning the area. I'm going there. Aren't labyrinths those places with maze-like structures? Yeah, but labyrinths in this world are different, I replied as I approached the counter. All the labyrinths in this world are interconnected, meaning it isn't a maze within one labyrinth, but a maze made of all the labyrinths in the world. How can I help you, sir? The woman behind the counter asked with a small smile as I approached. I want a ticket for the next portal and I want to also transport my bike, I replied, taking out the black card given to me as well as my bike keys. That will be 10,000 Parjan currency with 5,000 extra for the bike, she said, taking the card and swiping it. I quickly entered the PIN, completing the transaction. Here is your token, sir. The portal will open at exactly 1 p.m., she said, handing me a token with the number 108, as I swiftly glanced at the clock placed in front. Thank you, I replied, albeit feeling a little uncomfortable. Shrugging off that feeling, I walked towards the portal area, as only 5 minutes were left for the portal to open. A lot has changed, huh? Elle's voice resonated in my head as I sat down on a chair. So, are you saying you're from the same world as this one? I asked as I closed my eyes. It looks like it, but it also feels like millennia have passed since then, Elle replied. So I was right about you being an old shit, I muttered. Yeah. Anyway, what happened to the gods? Elle inquired. Only 3 of them are left, I answered, recalling what happened to them from Azaria from my memories. One was banished from the heavens while one left willingly. There were originally 5 primordial gods when humanity first appeared in this world, 4 gods and 1 goddess. But as time passed, only 3 of them remained. Is that so? Elle replied before falling silent, lost in thought. I didn't disturb him, instead resting my head against the chair. Even though only 3 days had passed, I felt tired beyond belief. Even my memories were blurred about being Inda or Lahad. Now were just Inda's emotions in Azariah's body. But even then, I wasn't sure how long I would remain Indra or when I would become Azariah. Name, Azariah Noah Aljana 65, Inda Seftis 35. It keeps getting changed, I sighed, pondering over it. What kind of fucked up being had I become? The portal is opening within 1 minute, a voice announced, pulling me back to reality. Opening my eyes, I stood up as I heard the announcement. Once again, another line quickly formed in front of me as I walked behind them, keeping my face low to avoid drawing too much attention. Entering a room, I saw the portal, a semicircle shape awaiting us. After checking our tickets, they let us in, and I stepped through the portal. Buzz. A feeling of dizziness washed over me as I entered the portal, and the next instant, I found myself in a different place. Ugh! I groaned, placing my hand over my mouth to stop myself from vomiting up all the soup I had eaten earlier. As my nausea subsided, I quickly made my way to the counter, presenting the token I had been given. After retrieving my keys, I exited the building, its structure reminiscent of the one in Eljana Duke Dam. Per. Clunk. Click. Vroom. Arriving at the parking area, I mounted my bike and set off towards the center of the city. The streets were bustling with vendors selling various products for entering the labyrinth. I stopped at the best-looking shop, purchasing all the essential items for the Divya backpack, a sword with some small knives, food that would last for a week, and a leather jacket and mask to cover my face. With my preparations complete, I made my way to buy the tickets to enter the labyrinth after parking my bike. The lady at the counter glanced at me, raising her brows but refraining from commenting on my mask. 1,000, she said bluntly, not bothering to look up. I handed her the black card, completing the transaction. Don't kill more than 20 monsters to ensure the ecosystem within, she advised, passing me the ticket. I nodded, heading towards the entrance. As I turned to leave, she called out, a piece of advice. There are a lot of creepers active inside nowadays. Be careful. I nodded again, taking her words to heart as I proceeded towards the entrance. As soon as I entered the labyrinth, I took a moment to survey my surroundings. It was vast, unfathomable to my untrained eye. The faint echoes of my own footsteps reverberated through the corridors as I walked, a constant reminder of the maze's endless expanse. Small illuminating stones were carved into the walls, providing some visibility but not enough to feel safe. I already hate this place, I muttered aloud, knowing there was no one around to hear. Hey, Elle, I called out, gripping the sword in my hand as I continued forward. What? Came his response. Talk to me, fucker, I'm feeling bored, I replied, my voice echoing slightly in the empty labyrinth. Can't you talk properly? Elle retorted. I don't want to, I shot back, unfazed. You know I lost a third of my soul to get you, and to be honest, you're pretty much useless. I can give you my blessings anytime, but you might die from its burden. Do you still want it? You know I was born with Amun-Ra's blessing. Are you saying your blessing is more powerful than his? I asked, my footsteps echoing softly as I continued through the labyrinth. That's a different thing. And you know it. Being born with a blessing and being given the blessing later on are two different things, Elle responded. Yeah, I know that, but it doesn't mean it's not frustrating, I grumbled, my hand trailing along the rough surface of the wall as I walked. What are you even doing, touching and counting the walls? Elle asked, his voice filled with doubts. I played the game, and games are bound to have bugs, I replied, moving deeper into the labyrinth. And right now, I am finding that bug. This is not a game, it's real life, Elle reminded me. I know that, and that's why I came here first to check if it's here or not instead of following your plan, I replied, as I arrived beside a staircase leading to the second floor of the labyrinth. So, you thought about what you were going to do next? As I walked down the stairs he asked. First, I want to fucking live and run away from my mother, then maybe find a beautiful woman who isn't after my life to marry. Who isn't after your life? Yeah, most of the heroines from the entire series will at least try to kill me later on after I become a puppet, well, in self-defense. Walking inside the new floor, I replied. This floor had a different ecosystem, with plants and trees growing around the place, making it look like a small forest. But the bizarre thing was that there wasn't any sound and no birds singing, nor any bugs moving, just eerie silence. So only one wife then. What do you think I am? I asked after a light pause. Of course, one wife. I don't want a fucking harem in my already fucked up life. He just hummed in reply without commenting further. Elle, I said as I walked out of the forest, just to be sure, I don't have a third of my soul, right? Why are you asking? Just answer me. Yes, you don't have it. No, I mean, that's not good. What are you up to? His words abruptly stopped as I halted my movements. Azariah. I know, I mumbled as I tightened my grip on the sword. A single monster sat in front of me, eating some raw meat. Its ears twitched as it slowly looked at me with its hollow eyes. My eyes met its as the monster stood up on all fours, nearly reaching a height of 2 meters. It silently glared at me, its hollow eyes piercing. Be careful, it's strong. Just my shitty luck. Before I could even whine about my luck, the monster jumped at me, extending its claws attempting to tear my head. I quickly stepped aside, narrowly avoiding the monster's next attack, and blocked its claws with my sword. Arg! Even with just the first exchange, I realized I couldn't defeat it head-on. My hand already felt numb from the impact. Gritting my teeth, I blocked its claws again, feeling myself being pushed back slowly. Bang! I managed to place the sword against its jaw as the monster attempted to bite my head off, but its weight made it harder for me to stand properly. Pushing it backward with all the strength I could muster, my fragile body strained against the weight of the monster. I attempted to attack its stomach, but the creature dodged my strike. Its mouth gaped open again as it pounced at me. I took a step back. 1 step, 2 step, and then I fell onto my back and let the monster loom above me. Prich! Just as it was about to break my neck with its jaws, I pierced its stomach with my sword with all my strength, causing it to let out a whimper of pain. Arg! I twisted my sword until a large amount of blood started to gush out, soaking my body. Eventually, the lifeless body of the monster fell over my body. Huff ... fuck. Groaning in pain, I pushed the body of the monster aside, taking deep breaths to calm my pounding heart. Even though it was amateurish, you did well in killing the monster. Shut up, bastard, I grumbled as I stood up, my lower body drenched in the monster's blood. I will never walk into this type of place without proper training. Grumbling, I retrieved my sword from the creature's body and started to walk again. Arg! I groaned again as I lightly touched my ribs, feeling pain shooting through them once more. You trained with swords? Elle asked as I tried to find the staircase for the 3rd floor. I had to, or else I would have died with all the training I had to go through with Adelia, I replied as I stood in front of the staircase of the next floor. She beat you up since childhood? Pretty much, and you know the reason? I asked as I walked downstairs, and before he replied, I continued, because beating me up makes my body forcefully absorb mana. And she knows about it. She told my mother as well, I replied with bitterness filling within me, and that's how my daily training started. That's harsh. It wasn't, I replied as I arrived on the 3rd floor of the labyrinth, it was just some physical pain. I have gone through worse. Once again, the ecosystem changed as I found myself in a rocky place, but I didn't look around much as I arrived at the place I was looking for. Touching the wall on the side, I started counting until I reached an empty well. Hello. My voice echoed into the well as I looked inside it. The well was completely dark as night, and I couldn't see a thing inside. I picked up a pebble from the side and threw it into the well, then waited. But no sound came back. What are you doing? As I leaned on the well with my back facing its mouth, Elle asked. Ever wondered how this labyrinth was made? I asked him as I placed my backpack on my front. Number. Then have you ever heard of Neifel and Muspel? I asked again as I took a deep breath. Why are you asking this? You will know soon enough. With that, I lean more. And let my body fall into the empty well. As I plummeted into the darkness, the cool air rushed past me, and for a moment, I felt weightless. The walls of the well blurred past me, and I braced myself for impact, but it didn't happen as I found myself floating, neither going upwards nor downwards. I knew it, a smile spread across my face as I stayed motionless. You could have died if you have fell down from that height. But I didn't, that's all that matters. I replied as looked around the darkness, now shut up for a while. Fine, I'll be quiet. As I floated in the darkness of the well, a sense of calm washed over me. It was strangely peaceful, being suspended in the void, away from the chaos that I found myself in. With a deep breath, I closed my eyes and focused on my surroundings, reaching out with my senses to detect any signs of movement or activity. But there was nothing, just the steady hum of silence enveloping me. I lay there, unmoving, letting my body float in the void. Keeping my eyes closed, I waited for it to come towards me. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly as I remained suspended in the void, moving aimlessly, lost in my thoughts and reflections. With each passing moment, my sense of time started to become disoriented as I found it hard to pinpoint how long I had been floating in the void. As I drifted aimlessly, time seemed to lose all meaning. Minutes turned to hours, and hours to several hours. Growl. As time stretched on, the hunger in my stomach grew more insistent, gnawing at me with increasing intensity. But still, I ignored it. And just when I began to lose hope, a faint glimmer of light pierced the darkness. "It's finally here," I thought as I looked at the light. At first, it was barely noticeable, like a mere speck in the vast expanse. But as I focused on the light, it grew brighter and brighter. My heart pounded in my chest as I reached out towards the light. And then, as if in response to my touch, the light expanded, changing into a glowing branch. Without hesitation, I allowed the branch to envelop my body as it began to guide me through the void. And after a few minutes passed, I found myself in a different landscape. I blinked a few times, adjusting my eyes to the light as I felt a gentle breeze caress my skin. Opening my eyes, I found myself surrounded by lush greenery, towering trees stretching towards the sky above. Amidst the verdant landscape, a single tree stood out, its branches reaching towards me, guiding me to this place. Pushing the branch away, I surveyed the area and quickly noticed a well-like structure in the corner. Then, I returned my focus to the tree, which emitted a soft green light from its body. "Is that a no?" I interjected before he could complete his words. "It's still a child, not even 100 years old." The illuminating branches of the tree moved around me like a child finding its toy, attempting to touch me or wrap themselves around me. Ignoring them, I moved towards the tree while shielding my eyes from its light. What is this thing doing here? I told you about it, didn't I? I replied as I arrived at the trunk of the tree, its light still burning my eyes. Every labyrinth in this world is interconnected. But it's Yggdrasil. Like I said, it's not the main one. It's a child that will take another 1,000 years to grow, I explained as I touched the tree's ash trunk, which was emanating a gentle green light. So what are you doing here? Do you know what nourishes Yggdrasil? I asked as I walked towards the northern end of the tree. You are not planning to exactly. I'm planning exactly what you are thinking, I affirmed as I stood in front of a misty ice-like place. You are making an enemy out of an entire race, Azariah. Things we do to live, buddy, I mumbled as I entered the place, and my body immediately shivered from the cold. Huff. Should have brought a sweater, I mumbled as I looked at the eternal and beautiful icy mist. Its otherworldly brilliance cast a soft, icy blue glow that illuminated the surrounding landscape in an eerie, frosty light. How are you planning to take this thing away from here? You know, when you try to bond with this thing in the game, you die instantly, and an interface saying that your soul was frozen is the reason for the death, I replied as I looked at the icy mist flickering around the place. So the only way to bond this thing with yourself is by having a soulless body or to a body with a broken soul. Bingo, I replied with a grin as I took out a knife from my pocket. It's still risky, and you don't know if this will work or not. Again, buddy, I mumbled as I cut my palm open right above it. Things we do to live. My blood quickly started to freeze as it touched the mist, but slowly but surely, the mist was also moving towards my injured hand, and I didn't try to stop it from touching my wound. Ugh! A primal cry of pain left my mouth as the mist started to enter my body through my hand, freezing it entirely. The sensation was unlike anything I had ever experienced before. It felt as though 1,000 icy needles were piercing my skin, sending waves of searing pain coursing through my veins. Arg! My hand, already injured and vulnerable, was now being consumed by the freezing mist, turning numb as frost crept up my arm. But amidst the agony, the icy mist began to merge with my blood. Before it could harm my body further, the icy mist calmed down, settling inside me in a place that I couldn't feel but could sense. Huff. Just one more time. I grabbed my frozen hand, which was now defrosting, as I walked out of the now dim place, heading towards the southern part of the tree. And again, like a child, the tree tried to play with me, but I chose to ignore it. As soon as I arrived in the place, my body immediately started to heat up as if I were being burned. Huff. I huffed as I moved inside the place, looking at the otherworldly fire in front of me. It appeared to be a mesmerizing blend of various colors, including shades of blue, purple, green, and silver, with hints of gold and copper flickering within its depths. Once more, I placed my right hand above the fire before making a cut on it. Blood gushed out of the wound as it touched the fire. The fire quickly moved towards my wound, entering my body. Ugh! I groaned in pain as the fire started to burn my hand. Despite the searing pain, I forced myself to remain still, gritting my teeth. And just like before, the pain subsided as I once again lost the presence of the fire. Huff. Huffing, I got on my knees as I took deep breaths to calm myself. You are still alive. Barely, and I fucking need some rest or else I might die, I mumbled as I stood up, ignoring the pain, and moved towards a well-like structure that I saw before. I looked at the place one more time before I jumped inside the well. Darkness enveloped me once again, but it didn't take long before I found myself on the surface of the labyrinth. Whoa, did he just come out of the well? I told you someone jumped inside it. Fuck. I lost the bet. And just as I tried to balance myself, I found myself surrounded by a group of 5 people with shady-looking clothes. Glancing around, I observed the group of 5 people who had formed a circle around me. Their clothes were tattered and mismatched, giving them the appearance of wanderers or outcasts. Creepers, I muttered, recalling the warning I had received before entering the labyrinth. It looks like the lost little lamb knows about us, one of them sneered, eyeing me with disdain. Drawing my sword from the side of my bag, I tossed the bag aside. Take the bag if you want, I offered, not in the mood for a fight. The leader of the group, a burly man with a scar running across his cheek, chuckled menacingly. Oh, we'll take more than just your bag, little lamb. Take that shit and leave, you fucker. Don't try to make things hard for both of us, I retorted, glaring at him. The burly leader's chuckle turned into a low growl as he eyed me with disdain. You've got some nerve, kid. Stepping closer, he continued, but we don't take orders from the likes of you. I might if he spends a night, the only female in the group said, eyeing me seductively. I'm a minor, bitch, I replied, looking at her with disgust. The woman's smirk widened at my response as she purred, even better. I like him young and feisty. The other members of the group chuckled at her response, except for the leader. Why the mask, little lamb? One of them asked, noticing the mask on my face. Hey, what if I show them my face? What's the chance that they might run away after recognizing me? I asked, keeping an eye on them. Don't do it. It might have adverse effects. Yeah. It's none of your business, I snapped at him, tightening my grip on my sword. Show us your face, kid, the leader said, looking at me curiously. No, fucker, I replied as I noticed all of them coming closer towards me. The woman's eyes gleamed with interest as she took a step closer. How intriguing. Maybe you could use a hand or two. Remove the mask, kid. You're making things difficult for both of us, the leader said again, his eyes fixed on me. Fine, you fucker, I retorted, yanking off my mask. For a moment, all of them fell silent before the leader spoke up. Well, you're really just a thud. But before he could finish, the woman fell backward, landing on her butt. She stared at me, her entire body trembling. The Duchess's son, she stammered, pointing at me with a trembling hand. What? The leader exclaimed, but the woman ignored him. Kill him. Kill him. She shrieked, her voice filled with panic. "Shut up, you crazy bitch!" the leader shouted, his anger evident. But the woman paid him no heed, her eyes wide with terror as she continued to scream for my death. "Kill him! Kill him before it's too late!" "Why are you shouting?" the leader demanded, his tone filled with irritation, which seemed to snap the woman back to her senses. She looked at me with trembling eyes. "He is her son," she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. "The Duchess Isma's son." Silence fell over the group as they tensed up, each of them drawing their weapons. "Are you sure?" the leader asked, his gaze shifting between me and the woman. "Even if he is a look-alike, we have to silence him," the woman insisted, her voice quivering with fear. "If that woman knew that we tried to threaten her son, we will face a fate worse than death. Or you could let me go, and we can forget about all this," I interjected, hoping to get out of here without a fight. "And you think we don't know about you?" the woman shouted, glaring at me with intensity. "You will surely try to kill us the moment you go out of here." I sighed inwardly. Well, the previous Azariah might have, but I had a lot of better things to do now. "Just let me be, you fucker," I growled at her, frustration bubbling up inside me. "No. Are you saying to trust the son of that woman?" she shouted, her words echoing with desperation and panic. "Remember the Great Purge 15 years ago?" her voice continued, trembling with fear. "That woman alone killed all the citizens of the Hesperia kingdom. She even executed a duke's family and a viscount family from the empire as well. Weren't those just some rumors?" one of the members of the group asked, looking at the woman. "No, they are true," the woman said, violently shaking her head. I was there when the Duke family was executed." She mingled. "Their corpses. After killing them, even the child of the family wasn't spared." I felt the gaze on me sharpening as they heard her. "Azariah." "I know." I took out one of the knives from my pocket and threw it at the woman, but my aim was off, only serving to alert them. "Attack him." "Fuck." I quickly dodged a sword aimed at my head, stepping backward as the other members of the group closed in, surrounding me. Clank. Arg. Parrying an attack with my sword, I then grabbed the assailant and slammed his face onto my shoulder. He recoiled, clutching his nose, but I swiftly grabbed him by the back of his neck and pressed my sword against his stomach. My sword slid out from the other side of his body as I loosened my grip on the hilt, stepping sideways to dodge a strike of a hammer aimed at my head. Fuck. But things didn't go as planned, as one of them was able to prick my side with a sharp knife. Gritting my teeth against the searing pain, I retaliated with a swift kick to the assailant's knee, causing him to stumble backward with a grunt. Blood gushed out of my side, dropping to the ground and staining it crimson. Another opponent lunged at me from the side, his weapon raised high for a devastating strike. Reacting on instinct, I twisted away, narrowly avoiding the brunt of the blow as it glanced off my shoulder. Another one attacked me with a knife, which I blocked with my hand, the blade pricking my forearm and making me groan in pain. But I didn't let the chance go to waste. Despite the pain, I gouged his eyes out from their sockets, causing him to stumble back, grabbing at his injured face. Seizing the opportunity, I yanked the knife from my forearm and swiftly plunged it into the middle of his head, silencing him. Blood gushed out of my forearm, dripping down my fingers. With only 3 of them left, I seized my chance and targeted the one wielding the small hammer. I charged towards him, and as he sensed my approach, he swung his hammer at my face. Arg. Motherfucker. I shifted my head slightly, allowing the blow to connect with my shoulder instead. Agony flared through my body as the impact sent shockwaves of pain down my arm, accompanied by a sickening cracking sound. Ignoring the injury, I closed the distance between us and grabbed his face with both my hands. The only reason it's hard to face them despite being around the same rank as them is because, unlike me, They are regulating mana within their bodies, making them more durable. On the other hand, I don't have that. But that doesn't mean I don't have a trick up my sleeve. Knifel, I mumbled, still grabbing his face. The blood leaking from my hand slowly turned into an icy mist that quickly entered his body through his nose and mouth. His shouting came to a halt abruptly as I exerted all my remaining strength on his skull, and like glass, his face shattered as his headless body fell to the ground. Huff. Huff. Catching my breath, I looked at the remaining two. The one who was acting like the leader and the woman, both of them were ready to attack me as they closed the distance. You know, I said, checking my breath and looking at them, your loss was already written the very moment my blood fell on the ground. My spell. Before they could even react, I mumbled, extending my hand in front. And in the next instant, everywhere my blood had fallen, a crimson fire enveloped that place, ready to burn anything. The woman was lucky, but the leader wasn't. Ugh! His cries of pain echoed as the flames engulfed his body, searing his flesh and rendering him helpless. With swift precision, I picked up a nearby sword and drove it deep into his torso. Ugh! His agonized screams filled the air as I kicked the hilt of the sword, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Leaving him half dead, I turned to the woman, who was now looking at me with fear. Please, let him me leave a. She began, but before she could finish, I grabbed the small hammer and struck the back of her head. Ugh! She cried in pain, but I didn't stop. With each strike of the hammer, I could hear the sickening sound of bone crunching and flesh tearing. But I paid it no heed, my vision blurred by a haze. Finally, as she lay motionless on the ground, her skull shattered and her life extinguished, I stumbled back, the hammer slipping from my grasp. Huff. Huff. My hands were slick with blood, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I struggled to regain control of my senses. Is this your first time killing someone? Elle asked, noticing my unusual reaction. But I remained silent as I looked at my hands, stained with blood. These bloody hands reminded me of a memory from Indra of my past. No, I replied as my hand fell to the ground helplessly. I have killed before. Who? Elle inquired. I didn't reply as I closed my eyes, the memories of that day flooding back into my mind. I killed my parents. In a dimly lit concrete room, 3 people sat around a table. 2 individuals, clad in police uniforms, occupied one side, while a boy sat alone on the other. The boy, with his disheveled black hair and vacant blue eyes, seemed detached from his surroundings. Traces of dried tears streaked his cheeks, and his hands were bound with handcuffs. His clothes were stained with dried blood. Ahem, Detective Martinez cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Let's go over this once again. Turning his attention to the boy, he continued, Inder Seftis, age 15, a student, with a clear criminal record. Is this information correct? The boy nodded without meeting his gaze. Detective Martinez acknowledged the response before proceeding. You were found at the scene of the crime, covered in blood, with your family members. Deceased. At the mention of his family, the boy flinched but kept his gaze fixed on the table. There were reports of 3 gunshots from your house within a span of 5 minutes, Detective Rule added, producing a sealed packet containing a gun. And the gun has your fingerprints. Detective Martinez finished as his gaze bore on the boy. We need you to tell us what happened that night, Inder, Detective Rule urged, leaning forward. You have all the proof you need, the boy replied, his voice calm and devoid of emotion. Why are you asking all this? We can't help you if you don't tell us the truth, Detective Martinez responded, his gaze steady. I killed them, the boy confessed, his voice wavering slightly. That is the truth. Detective Martinez and Detective Rule exchanged a somber glance, acknowledging the weight of his confession. Despite suspecting it from the evidence, hearing it directly from him was chilling. "Why, Inda?" Detective Rule inquired, his tone laced with sympathy. But Inda remained silent, his gaze fixed on the table, his emotions concealed beneath a facade of numbness. Both your parents had clean records, Detective Rule continued, pressing for more information. Your father was a regular office worker, and your mother was an ordinary housewife. Inda flinched again at the mention of his parents, but the detectives ignored it. "We need to understand what led to this, Inda," Detective Rule persisted, tapping his fingers on the table. "Why did you do this?" Once again, the boy remained silent, refusing to answer. Detective Rule sighed tiredly, then retrieved a photo from the evidence and placed it on the table. "Do you know her?" he asked, prompting Inda to look at the photo. It depicted a girl around his age, with disheveled sane black hair and eyes, and a beautiful smile. Inda gazed at the photo but didn't respond. "Snarasana, your classmate," Detective Rule continued, studying Inda's reaction. "Do you recognize her?" I know her," Inda finally replied, his smile bittersweet, conveying a mix of emotions, primarily sadness. She was found dead in your house," Detective Rule informed him, his gaze unwavering. "In the same manner as your parents, shot with a gun." Inda hung his head low at the detective's words, as if trying to deny the reality he was facing. Her mother was informed about her death, Detective Martinez said, causing Inda to tremble. "She told us that she entrusted her daughter's safety to you." He again remained silent, his eyes starting to blur with tears. She wants to meet with you, Inda," Detective Martinez informed him, prompting him to look up. His breath caught in his throat at the mention of Sonara's mother wanting to meet him. I can't," he whispered hoarsely, his voice barely audible as he struggled to contain his emotions. "I can't face her. I can't face anyone. You killed her daughter and you're refusing to face the consequences?" Detective Rule scoffed at him. "It's not confirmed, partner," Detective Martinez interjected, looking at him sternly. "Don't speak as if he's already guilty. He's already admitted it. We're just wasting our time talking to a psychopath," Detective Rule grumbled, letting out a frustrated sigh. I didn't want any of this to happen," Inda muttered, his voice choked with emotion. "But it happened." Detective Rule interjected sharply, his tone accusatory. "You killed your own family and an innocent girl. Don't act like you're the victim here." "Stop it, Rule, he's only 15, Detective Martinez interjected again, looking at Inda. "And that makes it even worse." Detective Rule stood up abruptly, glaring at the boy. "Do you even know how much that girl's mother was crying, hugging her dead body? Do you even realize how many lives you've destroyed?" "Rule. That's enough." Detective Martinez stood up as he positioned himself between Inda and Rule. "Fucking psychopath." Rule stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Sigh. Detective Martinez sighed as he looked at Inda, who sat with his head hung low. "Don't lose hope, kid," he said, prompting Inda to look up. "The moment you lose hope, everything will start to crumble, and your life will lose its meaning." "It's not a nice thing to say to someone who has lost everything," Inda replied, his vacant eyes staring at him. I inherited the sin, and I became a monster." "Inda, you know, Detective," Inda interjected before Martinez could finish, "you know what my mother's dying words were?" Martinez remained silent as he noticed tears sliding down Inda's cheeks. "She told me that I shouldn't have been born in this world," Inda said as he once again hung his head low. Maybe she was right. Was it a dream? Was it a memory? I don't know. Perhaps it was a memory. As Aria's memories are my memories. In the garden of beautiful flowers, a boy covered in mud was picking up flowers of different colors from the garden. He stood in the middle of the afternoon, his purple hair drenched with sweat, closely sticking as sweat trickled down his face. He arranged the flowers in his hand. Some of them were white, some were black, some were blue. He made the flowers into a set of 3. For 3 different people. Each flower he gathered seemed to hold a special meaning to him. But what stood out from all this was his smile. A pure and innocent smile. A smile that only children could have. As he arranged the flowers into a small bouquet, the boy's smile widened. He stood up from his place and began to walk back, jumping happily. As his smile widened even more as a girl came running towards him. "Christy!" the boy shouted with his innocent childlike voice as he took off running towards the girl. The features of the girl were blurred. I couldn't tell exactly how she looked, but I know her. I know her all too well. "What are you doing in the middle of the afternoon?" the girl asked as she cleaned the boy's face with her sleeves, wiping away the dust and sweat while dirtying her own dress. "Here." The boy extended one of the bouquets to her with a wide smile. "This one is for you." Her face lit up with delight as she accepted the bouquet from the boy's outstretched hand. "Thank you, Az. They're beautiful. I picked them just for you," he replied with a wide smile. "But what about the rest of them?" she asked, eyeing the other 2 bouquets. "This one is for Arya," the boy replied with a wide smile, "and the last one is a secret." "Let me guess then," she said after cleaning his face, "this one is for Avril." "No," the boy shook his head in reply, "I gave one to Big Sister Avril and Aunt Belle yesterday." "Then who is it?" she asked, looking at him with pleading eyes. The boy hesitated for a second before vigorously shaking his head. "It's a secret from Christy." "Why are your shoelaces not tied?" she asked, noticing his untied shoes. I don't know how to tie them," the boy replied. "You're hopeless, Az," she teased affectionately. "Come here, let me help you." "No, my mother told me one should never down in front of others." As she tried to kneel down, the boy quickly stopped her in panic. "But you are different, Az. If it means helping you, I will always kneel down," she replied before gently she knelt down and carefully tied the boy's shoelaces. "There you go, all done," she said, standing back up. "Now you won't trip and fall." "Thank you, Christy," the boy said with a bright smile. The girl also smiled back as she brought her cheeks close to his, rubbing her cheeks against his affectionately. As her cheeks brushing against his, the boy closed his eyes, savoring the closeness and the comfort of her touch. "Don't do that," the boy whispered, his cheeks red as he glanced at her. "Now, let's find Arya and give her this bouquet. I'm sure she'll love it." Grinning, she replied as she extended her hand. Nodding eagerly, the boy took Christy's hand. And just like that the dream ended. Cough. Cough. A viscous and violent cough erupted from my mouth the moment I regained consciousness. The splitting headache only added to my discomfort, blurring my vision of the surroundings. Arg. Pain surged through me, all too familiar now. Huff. Huff. I took deep breaths, attempting to calm my racing heart as I slowly scanned the room. A hospital room? The thought crossed my mind as I surveyed my surroundings, a white ceiling, walls adorned with marble, and the rhythmic beeping of machines in the background. Yeah, right. I requested to go to the hospital the moment I emerged from the labyrinth. Given my condition after leaving, it wouldn't have been surprising if I had died to blood loss. But somehow, I managed to make it out before losing consciousness. Click. My gaze snapped to the door as it clicked open, revealing a figure entering the room. "You're awake," she remarked, her eyes fixed on me. "Althea," I murmured, recognizing the redhead standing before me. Althea Vesperatine, the sub-heroine of the game and the heiress of the Vesperatine Viscounty. And one of the best friends of my fiancé. She approached and settled into the chair beside the bed. "Couldn't you find a better place to die? Why Vesperatine Viscounty?" she quipped, her green eyes glaring at me. Where are my clothes? I asked, disregarding her comment as I shifted uncomfortably in the bed, feeling a jolt of pain shoot through my body. On the table. She approached and settled into the chair beside the bed. Couldn't you find a better place to die? Why Vespertine Viscounty? She quipped, her green eyes glaring at me. Where are my clothes? I asked, disregarding her comment as I shifted uncomfortably in the bed, feeling a jolt of pain shoot through my body. On the table, she replied, pointing at the side table. Arg. Groaning in pain, I struggled to rise from the bed, but Althea made no move to assist me. The Elginer family has been informed about your condition, she informed me, sifting through some report cards. Broken ribs, blood loss, concussion, and various injuries throughout the body, she continued, examining the reports. Meanwhile, I retrieved my clothes and began dressing, discarding the hospital gown. What's this doing here? I asked, noticing the small hammer placed among my clothes. They found it with you, she responded, watching me as I pulled on my pants. I checked your condition, Azariah. How long do you think you're going to live with that damaged body of yours? She inquired, but I remained silent. The most you could live is 10 years, she continued, despite my lack of response. So, what do you want me to do? I asked, still not meeting her gaze as I shrugged on my jacket. Leave Christina, she insisted, causing me to pause in my movements. She deserves better than a guy like you. Is that so? I replied, continuing to dress. Don't ruin her life, Azariah, she whispered softly. After all she has done for you. What has she done? I interjected. She did nothing when I needed her the most. Don't act like you deserved any help from her, she asserted, standing up and walking closer to me. She could have found someone better than you, but she chose to stick with you. I don't have a say in it, I replied, picking up my keys and the black card. You are going to die anyway, so just leave her alone. She raised her voice, shouting at me. Always the bad guy, I replied with a smile. I am always the bad guy, aren't I? Azariah, she loved you once, at least think about her happiness, she whispered again, but I chose to ignore her. Like I said, I don't have a say in it, I replied as I walked towards the door. And I'm pretty sure even if I tried to leave her, she won't let me. Are you alright? Never felt any better, buddy, I replied as I walked through the hospital corridor. How long was I asleep anyway? 2 days. Huh? We don't have much time, I replied as I arrived at the main hall, but I halted my movement when I saw another redhead standing at the entrance of the hospital. Do you know her? Yeah. Alia Vespertine, the sub-heroine of the game. Hello. As I walked towards the entrance, she waved at me. Need something? I asked, knowing she wouldn't approach me unless she needed something. Come to think of it, no one will until they want something from me. Oliver is not answering his calls. Do you know why? She asked as her red eyes looked at me. And yeah. She is a simp for Oliver. I will tell him to contact you, I replied as I walked past her. I have better things to do than being a matchmaker. Tell me all the items I need before we start engraving runes on my body. Perfect, I mumbled as I played the song Lonesome Blue by the singer Echo on the speaker. As I walked back, the music began to fill the room, its melodic sound moving around me like a warm embrace. The soft notes danced in the air, casting a spell of peacefulness over the space. I closed my eyes, allowing the music to wash over me before opening them again. I'm ready, I mumbled as I started to unbutton my shirt. Are you sure you want to play the music in the background? What's wrong with that? It's not like we're going to carve the rune on my body from the get-go, I replied as I placed my shirt on the bed and began to remove all the bandages covering my body. You really like her song? L commented as I hummed along with the lyrics. Azariah liked her song, and for some reason, I liked it too, I replied as I took off the bandage covering my ribs. Are you fine? I halted my movements before continuing. Never been better. Control your breathing then, it's like you are about to have a panic attack. I closed my eyes again as I took deep breaths to clear my head. I don't have a sense of self, L, I mumbled as I sat on the floor, leaning against the bed. I don't know when I will lose myself. Stop thinking too much about it. You don't understand, I grumbled as I massaged my temples. I don't know who I am. Am I Azariah or am I Inda? The more you think about it, the more you'll feel depressed. Yeah, we have better things to do, I mumbled as I collected myself, then looked at the items spread out in front of me. How much time do we have? 12 days, I replied as I picked up a pen-like object. I booked the hotel room for 11 days, and I need to buy all the items I'll need for the academy. Do you have to go to the academy? Trust me, buddy, I don't want to go either, I replied with a sigh. I don't have any other choice. Because of your mother? Yeah, the closer I am to her, the higher my chances of dying increase, I replied with a light chuckle. Well, it's not like the academy is any safer. But you will have time to get stronger, I replied as I placed the pen-like object back. Now, stop the chit-chat and tell me what we need to do. Let's start with the basics, shall we? Go on. Tell me, how does mana make one stronger? People in this world inhale mana like oxygen through their lungs, and then that mana is transported throughout the body with blood, making them stronger, I replied, drawing from what I know of Azariah's fragmented memories. True, but going by this logic, even a farmer can be a king, no? No, I replied, shaking my head. Mana gathers in the body, but it also disperses from the body. It all depends on the potential of the body. Then why is your body not accepting mana? I don't know, I replied, shaking my head, as even in the game there wasn't any mention about what my condition was. We'll talk about that later. For now, let's focus on the runes. I hummed in reply as I picked up the jar with a bluish liquid. How do the runes work in the game of yours? By forcibly engraving them on the skin and blood vessels beneath, forcing mana into the bloodstream, I replied, recalling how it worked. The most brutal but most efficient way to increase one's rank. Yeah, not to mention it's incredibly painful. Forcing mana into the body, I replied, recalling the agony Azariah endured in the game. Well, the first rune we need to carve into your body is the Ing's rune. As El began speaking, I picked up a pen and a notebook, ready to jot down any important information. The Ing's rune is the most basic rune, which works like a vacuum, sucking mana from the environment and gathering it in one place. But won't that harm my body if it's all gathered in one place? I asked, noting his words down. No, the runes will be engraved throughout your entire body, distributing its effect. But if it's that effective, why don't more people use it? I mused, nodding my head before asking. Even though it's painful, I'm sure there are plenty of madmen who would endure it for power. Everyone's body absorbs mana to the best of its capability, and adding runes would only damage their bodies. Except for you, no one else can use it. Because of my mana exhaustion condition? I nodded, understanding. Yes. So, let's get to the main point then, I said as I placed the notebook down. How are you planning to make it painless for me? It's a lot easier than you think. And what is that? I asked, pressing further. You just need to carve the rune on the source. No, after a long pause, I replied, shaking my head. It's not what I'm thinking, right? It is what you are thinking. Are you fucking nuts? I shouted as I stood up. You are asking me to carve the runes into my fucking bones or what? Think of it as area, it's the most . No. No. You think of me first. I shouted, interjecting his words. It's already painful enough to carve them on the skin, and you are asking me to carve them on the bones. Bones. It will hurt only once. And it will hurt like hell. I grabbed my hair as I stumbled on the bed. Fuck, I shouldn't have put my hopes in a fucking voice. It's up to you, Azariah. Either you can endure pain for a lifetime or just this once. I closed my eyes as I listened to the music playing in the background. Her voice was the only thing that helped me calm down a little. Arg, what am I supposed to do now? I mumbled as I placed my hand on my face. I don't have time to think of any other plans, and I can't move out of the continent. And if I remain weak, I will die, either in the academy or in the hands of my mother. Things I need to do just to live. Sigh. With a sigh, I stood up and sat on the floor again. Tell me what I need to do, I whispered as I picked up the pen-like object, which was a runic pen. Fill the runic pen with liquid mana. I did as he told me, taking the jar of bluish liquid and carefully filling the pen. This small jar cost a fucking million. Are you sure you want to directly do it on your body? Just tell me what to do, I replied as I looked at the needle at the tip of the pen. And looking at the sharp tip, I started having second thoughts. It will take a lot of time. But first start with the bones on the forearm. Taking a deep breath, I clenched my fist of my left arm, placing it on my thigh. I barely have any muscle in my body, so I can clearly see my bones sticking to my skin. You need to engrave Ing's runes into the bone following a specific pattern. Wait a minute, I said as I picked my shirt up and folded it a few times before stuffing it in my mouth. Take it slow, Azariah, don't force yourself. I nodded in reply, clenching my jaw. Then, start. Taking a deep breath, I brought the pen closer to my hand as its needle-like tip started to penetrate my body. Name, Azariah Noah Algina 75, Indeceftis 25 age, 15 rank, 2nd primeval, 89%, strength, 15 reflex, 20 intelligence, 38 mental strength, 20-45 charm, 14. Average limit for 2nd primeval is 20, while the maximum one could reach with the help of blessings or bloodline is 40, bloodline, unawakened. Blessing, Amun-Ra's blessing. Knife, Ma spell. Passive status, runic body, weakened. Huff. Huff. I lay on my back in the dimly lit hotel room, my breath ragged and shallow as I struggled to calm myself. With trembling hands, I reached for the status screen. Fuck, that was hard. I muttered, my voice barely audible over the sound of my own labored breathing. The floor around me was stained with dried blood, a grim reminder of the pain I had endured over the past 11 days. Even my shirt, once pure white, was now a deep crimson hue. But it was worth it, I whispered, smiling weakly, as I studied the information displayed on the screen. Despite the pain that still coursed through my body from the countless wounds and incisions, I could feel the unmistakable sensation of improvement. My mana exhaustion had been alleviated, and with each passing moment, I could feel my strength returning. Though the pain from the runes etched into my skin and bones still lingered. Are you going to remain on the floor or are you going to move? I am exhausted, fucker, don't force me, I grumbled in reply, my voice strained with fatigue as I winced in pain attempting to rise from the floor. 11 days had passed since I arrived in this place, and I felt terrible, not having taken a single bath during that time. Anyway, your idea is working well, I mumbled as I entered the shower, shedding my pants. Directly carving runes on the bones and the mixing mana with the bone marrow is quite cool, if we ignore all the pain one has to go through. No one is crazy enough to try it. Wait, are you calling me crazy? Are you not? Maybe I am, but only a little bit. Again, who in their right mind would want to live in a body of Azariah? Sigh. As the cold water fell over my weary body, I closed my eyes and let out a long sigh, allowing myself to relax and savor this brief relief from the torment of the past few days. Opening my eyes, I looked down at my body, and what I saw was both fascinating and terrifying. From my head to my toes, a series of intricate silver runes were carved deeply into my flesh and bones. They trailed from my fingertips down to my spine, forming a complex structure. With every beat of my heart, the silver runes shimmered and flickered, glowing with an almost unnoticeable light. Man, I looked like a fucking tubelite, I mumbled as I looked at my body. Despite my grumbling, it looked really cool. I clenched my left fist as I willed mana to focus, and just like that, the runes in my left hand started to glow in a silver hue, reinforcing my hand. By overdriving the flow of mana in my hand, I made it a lot stronger than the rest of my body. Don't try to overuse it. It will harm your body to the point that you can't fix it. I know. I will use it in case of emergency, or if I can't win or run, I replied as I relaxed my clenched fist, allowing the silver glow to gradually fade away. Are you sure you don't want to carve the other two runes? I will do that later, not now, I replied as I washed away all the dried blood from my body. I need to make preparations for tomorrow, and even though I know what will happen, I still have to be ready. After thoroughly cleaning myself, I stepped out of the shower and changed into different clothes. I opted for a simple white pant, a purple hoodie, and a medical mask covering my face. With my new attire, I exited the room I had been staying in and made my way towards the elevator. Ding. The hotel I was staying in belonged to the Vespertine Viscounty and was one of the best in the empire. Upon reaching the ground floor, I approached the counter where a lady stood. "How can I help you, sir?" she asked with a smile as I approached. "Can you provide me with a phone or tablet with access to the Nobles network?" I asked, keeping my face hidden to avoid recognition. "I'm sorry, sir," she replied with a bow, "but those devices are only accessible with permission from the Vespertine family." I placed my card on the counter before asking again, "Can I have access?" "Sir, listen here, lady," I interrupted, my tone firm. "Contact your manager and request them to provide me with what I want. After all, I am a guest of the Vespertine family." I glared at her, making my demand clear. Feeling intimidated, the lady quickly called her manager as I waited to the side. "If you would kindly wait for a moment, sir," she said, bowing again. I nodded and moved to take a seat nearby. What are your plans now?" "It's afternoon, so after eating something and resting for a bit, we will make our way towards the capital city," I mumbled in reply as I closed my eyes. "Sir." I opened my eyes as the lady called me. "Here is the phone with access to the Nobles network." I took the phone from her before walking out of the hotel, making my way towards the nearest food restaurant. As I walked on the busy streets, I opened the browser and searched for the same thing, the Hesperia Kingdom. And this time, some news did show up. How did this happen? There are two types of internet, one for the common folks and one for the nobles, I replied as I read the article. The Nobles network has all the information that the common people shouldn't know of. And that's what I was reading, the massacre of the Hesperia Kingdom. The Hesperia Kingdom shared a border with the Pargoina Empire, but on the 8th of the 5th month 15 years ago, it mysteriously disappeared from the map. All the people of the kingdom were erased from existence as if there was nothing there at all. The king, the queen, the children, the elderly, the women, and no one was left to tell what actually happened on that day. The Pargoina Empire also suppressed the news about them, and after a few years, nothing was left about them. Until now, that is, I mumbled as I closed the phone before gazing at the sky. The sun was shining above my head as I walked on the road, but my mind wandered elsewhere. You know, despite him not asking, I couldn't help but say it. The Hesperia kingdom guarded a treasure. Which was? A sword, I replied as I leaned on the wall of a street shop, a sword so powerful that it could cut through even demigods if used by the right person. Why are you telling me this? My mother, I replied, taking a deep breath, though my voice still came out trembling. My mother wanted that sword. Yes, she is the one who massacred them, I continued, placing my trembling hands on my face. She killed millions of people, including children, because she wanted that sword. Silence hung in the air as I blankly looked at the sky, where a faint silhouette of the moon was visible. This moon, unlike the one I remembered from my fragmented memories of India, was huge and a lot closer as well. And one more thing, I mumbled, looking grimly at the moon, 8th day of the 5th month. That's my birthday. Welcome to the capital city of the Pargoyina Empire. As soon as I walked out of the teleportation portal, a lady bowed down in front of me in a welcoming gesture. I nodded my head in reply, my face still covered with a mask while wearing the hoodie. The place was bustling with people, many of them moving around with staff and security helping them. Where are we going now? I need to buy a phone, some new clothes, and some other things as well, I replied as I walked out of the hallway, heading towards the exit of this lotus-like building. You know you are still weak, Azariah. I know that. I fucking know that, I grumbled as I exited the building. But do I have a fucking choice? I will die if I remain at home close to my mother. I might also die if I go to the academy. The thing is, there is a chance that I could survive at the academy, but surviving while being close to that woman? Not possible. Sigh. I let out a tired sigh as I walked towards the parking area. But my steps halted when a car parked in front of me. The door of the car clicked open as a woman came into view. Why are you here? I asked calmly, but inside I was terrified, because the one who opened the door was Adelia. Get in, she replied, her voice emotionless as always. I have to go. You don't have a say in this matter, Azariah. Get in. My words were quickly interjected as she looked at me with her disdainful eyes. And once again, my body trembled. I felt scared of the woman in front of me. It was drilled into my body, the pain, the misery she has caused me since I was a child, making my body instinctively afraid of her. Nodding meekly, I got inside the car, taking a seat beside her. How do you know I was here? I asked, looking outside the window, trying not to make eye contact. You didn't think that you were actually free, right? She replied, with a hint of amusement in her voice. There wasn't a single second that you were out of our reach, and there isn't a thing that you have done that we don't know. I remained silent, not knowing how to reply to that. Haha, I let out a weak laugh as I closed my eyes. All this time, I was just in an illusion that I was free. Free from that woman. What do you want? I asked, opening my eyes as I kept my distance from her. But instead of replying, she just looked at me calmly. Your body is absorbing mana, she mumbled before she took out her phone and sent a message to someone. I am not going Barker. I am not here for that, she interrupted me again before she took out a bracelet and handed it to me. It has all the essentials you will need in the academy. I took the bracelet from her before I looked out of the window. And yeah, one more thing, she said as I looked at her. Duke Mendonca has asked for the annulment of the engagement between you and her daughter? What did mother say? I asked softly. Unlike before, Lady Esma doesn't need the support of a different duke. Damn, she replied, and I nodded my head. Ask her for the marriage annulment as soon as she comes back. It's true. Unlike before when she purged an entire kingdom, and 5 years later, she executed an entire duke family of the empire on false charges, making a lot of people dissatisfied with her. And to maintain her control, she made the best decision she could. To have me marry the daughter of another dukedom. Things did calm down, and she solidified her position in the dukedom. But as if killing a duke family was not enough, she also killed a viscount family. And I will be the one who will face the consequences of her actions. I looked outside again instead of replying, the light of the sun dawn falling on my face as I thought about her. Christina. I am sure she will try her best so the engagement does not break. Well, yeah, until she falls for that guy. Anything more? I asked, looking back at her. There is a key for the closest hotel from the academy. Stay there for today before going there, she replied, shaking her head. Leave me here then, I replied, looking at the bustling streets. You have 4 months left, Azariah. As the car stopped, she reminded me, her hand lightly slapping my face. Don't disappoint my lady, it won't end well for you. Nodding my head, I walked out, blending with the people. It's a beautiful city, with people bustling about, shops for clothing, street shops, everything was present here. Couples walking, holding hands, children happily playing, it was filled with happiness. Amidst all this, I alone was in a gloomy mood. Is your fiancée Tilda copyright strong? Yeah, she is one of the best in the 2nd year, I replied as I found a seat and looked at the sky. Then shouldn't you be close with her? I mean, you are weak, you should get all the help you can. No, I replied, shaking my head. I can't. If I get close to her, she will die. I raised my gaze slightly, noticing the elevated train track stretching across the sky, weaving its path between the towering buildings, a network of rails suspended in midair, connecting distant destinations with ease. With a low hum, a train whizzed past, its design cutting through the air with remarkable speed and efficiency. What do you mean? It's as I said, the closer I am to a main heroine, the higher her chances of dying increase, I replied with a tired sigh. It's not a game, yeah, I know it's not a game, but I don't want to take chances, I replied, closing my eyes. I don't want her to die. With another tired sigh, I wore the bracelet she gave me and used my mana to confirm my identity. Closing my eyes, I gazed inside the bracelet before I touched the phone present inside with my mana and took it out. I opened the browser as I searched for stores for things I wanted, such as a trampoline. So, are you going to be alone in the academy? No, I replied as I stood up and walked towards the location of the shop. She isn't the only main heroine in the game. I need to prepare for all the things I can. Because tomorrow is going to be a pretty shitty day. Splash. Splashing the cold water on my face, I looked at the mirror. My purple hair drenched with water, while my eyes, a mix of purple and red, showed signs of sleep deprivation. I once again looked at my face. Weak. That's all that came to my mind when I thought about Azariah from the first game. He was weak-willed. No, he became weak-willed with all the darkness and negativity that surrounded him. His mother is an emotionless monster. His instructor beats him every day so he can get a little stronger. His sister hates him. His childhood friends hate him. His fiancée Tilda copyright, he doesn't know if she loves him, always hesitating if she should help him or not, and when she decided to help, it was already too late. His only mother figure who genuinely loved him died because of him. What a fucked up situation this is, I chuckled mockingly as I looked at my face. Splash. Once again, I splashed cold water on my face to calm myself down. The ache in my body was still there, reminding me of all the things I had gone through in half a month's time. I had gone through a lot of shits to stop right now. I looked at myself in the mirror, taking deep breaths. And I smiled. It was a forced smile, but I smiled. Because in this world, nobody will care if I smile or not. So it's better to mask my emotions with the facade of happiness. Happiness that I might never get. Sigh. Sighing, I walked out of the bathroom and moved towards the bed. Hey, What do you think? How much time will I need to be powerful enough to defend myself against my mother? As I wore the plain white shirt covering my naked upper body, I asked. You do know that your mother is just a step away from being a demigod, right? Yeah. Forget I asked that, I mumbled in reply as I buttoned my shirt. What's the average strength in your academy? Around third primeval for the first year students, I replied as I wore the abalone-colored pants. And who are your enemies going to be? Everyone, I replied with a smile on my face. Everyone is going to be my enemy, even the teacher. Even though I should be afraid thinking about all the people I am going to face, I felt like laughing. Looks like I am really going mad. Are you sure you want to go there? Dude, I don't have a choice, I replied as I shrugged into the navy blue blazer, completing my academic dress code. Even then, how would you survive in a place where everyone is against you? Don't be too concerned, I replied as I took out a comb, fixing my hair. All they could do is try to harm me from the shadows. After all, I am still the son of the most powerful woman of the empire and the heir of the Duke family. Still, as heir, it's fine, I replied softly as I wore the bracelet that I got yesterday. I will be fine. Sigh. Why are you worrying so much anyway? I asked as I walked out of the hotel room. You are not fine. As heir, you are mentally unstable. Whoa, I am not, I replied as I walked outside of the building. I am perfectly fine, buddy. No sane person would write on his bone and walk out as if nothing happened. You're unstable. Talking about runes. Ignoring his words, I continued, can you teach me how to use them in combat? You want to learn the runic language? Yeah, they might come in handy, I replied, shrugging. I want to have everything that could save my life, and having more things that can help me is always welcome. As I walked, I closed my eyes, sending mana into my space bracelet to see the items inside. All the things that I had in my room were inside the bracelet. A few letters that I got from the main hero and mother, a toy ring, a photo of my childhood, and a hammer? What is this doing here? Well, whatever. And I need to carve 2 more runes into my body, I mumbled again with a tired sigh as I walked in the streets that led me to the academy. The area around the academy is barren, with only students allowed to enter. I want my bike back, I grumbled as I crossed the intersection and stood at the side. Are you waiting for someone? Yeah, I replied as I took out my phone, plugging in my earphones before playing the song from Echo. Care to explain who you are waiting for? A main heroine, her name is Ashlyn, I replied as I took out a candy from my space bracelet and started eating it. Bland as ever, I mumbled as I chewed the candy, not feeling any taste from it. And what's up with this candy? You bought 10 packets of it yesterday. It's not for me, I can't even taste it, I replied as I looked at the packet of candy. It's for her, she likes this candy. Raspberry-flavored candies, her favorite. What happened? I feel like I am forgetting something, I mumbled, my gaze still on the packet. What? Nothing, I mumbled as I placed them back before looking at the streets again. You look like a stalker and a creep as well. That's not a very nice thing to say, you know, I grumbled as I hid behind a tree. I mean, look at you. Yeah, waving my hand, I dismissed his words as I waited. You like her song a lot, don't you? As I hummed her song, Elle commented. It's good to hear her voice, I replied as I closed my eyes. Anyway, what's your mother's deal? You said that she wants you to prove yourself, but how and why? She is an organization of herself, CTO. And she is grooming me to be the next head for it, I replied as I stopped my hand from trembling. I fear even by thinking about it. And about how I can prove myself worthy? I don't know that. I am at her mercy if she wills it, I might die tomorrow, I replied as I let out a weak chuckle. But why you? I wasn't always her first choice, I replied, leaning against the tree to get some rest. But I didn't get much rest as I heard the footsteps of someone. Taking a deep breath, I peeked from the side of the tree, my gaze fixed on the girl walking ahead. In that moment, the image of the girl from the game instantly overlapped with the one before me. Her hair, a light caramel color, cascaded down her waist in gentle waves as she moved, her back turned towards me. Let's go, then. Fixing my hair, I walked as I slowly approached her. I have to be careful with her. Because until I am strong enough to defend myself, until I can win and fight properly, she will be my trump card. She will be the main heroine that the villainous maker will bring down with him. She will be my meat shield. She will be the one who will meet her demise. In a desolate and silent slum, where the cold breeze filled the air, two small figures huddled together for warmth. They sat outside their makeshift home, their tiny forms barely visible in the dim light of the fading day. The air was frigid, biting at their skin despite their layers of worn clothing. The older girl wrapped her arms around her little sister, pulling her close in an attempt to shield her from the chill. She could feel her sister shivering against her, making her even more desperate, closing the distance between them. "Are you cold, Tiffany?" Ashlyn asked softly, her breath forming clouds of icy air. I am sea cold and hungry," Tiffany whimpered, her voice barely audible, her teeth chattering as she snuggled closer to her older sister. Ashlyn's heart ached at the sight of her sister's suffering. She wished she could do more to protect her, but here they were, alone and cold, with no one to turn to for help. "Where is her mother?" Tiffany asked again, her innocent eyes looking at her elder sister. "Why is she not coming back?" She won't come back," Ashlyn whispered as she snuggled her sister closer. "She won't." "Why?" Tiffany asked again, her voice cracking from the cold. She always comes back." She left us," Ashlyn replied, trying to maintain a strong facade to keep her sister from crying. "We both are the only ones left." Tiffany's bottom lip quivered as tears welled up in her eyes. "But she promised she'd always be with us." Ashlyn fought to hold back her own tears as she hugged her sister tighter. "I know, Tiffy, but sometimes people can't come back even if they want to. I miss her," Tiffany choked out between tears. "Why did she leave us, Ash? Why?" Instead of replying, Ashlyn hugged her sister tightly as they both trembled in the cold. Growl. The low growling of their stomachs only added to their misery, as they had nothing to eat. I am hungry," Tiffany whispered again, her eyes slowly closing as she struggled to stay awake in the cold. "Tiffany?" Ashlyn shook her sister gently, panic rising as Tiffany's response grew weaker. Tiffany, don't fall asleep, please," Ashlyn pleaded, uncertain of what to do. "Hey, Tiffy?" she whispered, bringing her face close to Tiffany's to listen for her breathing. But all she heard was a weak whimper. Step. Step. Just as desperation threatened to overwhelm her, Ashlyn heard the footsteps of someone approaching them. And just as she looked up, her eyes, they were fogged over. As if she couldn't see anything around her, Ashlyn just stared blankly, trying to locate the source of the footsteps. Step. The footsteps also stopped in front of Ashlyn as she hugged her sister tightly. "Who is there?" she asked, looking around. An awkward, childlike voice replied as a boy no older than 5 years old looked at them. "Are you Ashlyn?" "Why?" "Yes," Ashlyn replied, trying to understand what a child was doing here. "Perfect." His voice grew cheerful as the boy looked back. "Aunt Belly. She is the one." The woman, whom he was referring to, came closer. She wore a simple maid's dress and had an ordinary face, her black hair tied in a bun. Her eyes also looked at the girls. "Are you sure about it, young master?" Belly whispered softly in the boy's ear. I promised their mother, the boy replied. Though childlike, his voice was serious. Mother? Ashlyn asked as she heard his words. Why? You know my mother? First, eat something, the boy replied as he took the items that were in the maid's hands and pulled out some food. No, Ashlyn tried to refuse his offer, but Tiffany, unable to control herself in front of the food, took the cookie from his hand and devoured it. Tiffany, Ashlyn tried to scold her, but listening to her sister's voice choking with tears while eating the cookie, she stopped herself. Who are you? Ashlyn refocused on the child and asked. Look at this letter. Your mother gave it to me, the boy said, taking out a letter from his pocket and showing it to her with a smile. I can't see, Ashlyn replied, shaking her head. Huh? Your mother never mentioned it, the boy said, scratching his head. It happened after she left us, Ashlyn replied, as Tiffany extended her hand and the boy took another cookie before giving it to her. Aunt Belly, can you check her? The boy looked back at his maid and asked. She nodded before coming closer and examining the girl's eyes. She will be fine after some medicine and a few months' rest, she replied before walking back. That's good, the boy said, relieved, as he took out another cookie and extended it to Ashlyn. Take it. No, Ashlyn still refused, shaking her head. Sighing, the boy glanced at his maid. Can you give us some time alone? The maid tilted her head, but upon seeing his cute yet serious face, she nodded with a smile. Thank you, the boy said, and the maid walked away. You're dirtying your clothes, Ashlyn remarked as the boy sat on the dust-filled ground. It's fine, the boy replied, smiling as he extended the cookie towards her. Eat it. No, Ashlyn persisted, Mother told me not to take things from strangers. Let me tell you a secret then, the boy whispered as he gave the cookie to her sister. It's a secret that I haven't told anyone. What? Curious, Ashlyn asked. I can't taste anything, the boy replied with a bitter smile. I don't know how it feels to eat something tasty. Nothing at all? Ashlyn asked, her hands searching for his face. Yeah, nothing, the boy replied as he brought his face closer to her hands, allowing her to touch him. But doesn't that sound bad? Ashlyn asked, her hand touching his soft cheeks. It's bad, the boy admitted, nodding his head. You know, my big sister always makes something for me, and she will ask me how it is. Ashlyn remained silent, waiting for him to continue. It always pains me, but I always say it's good, even though I don't know how it tastes, he explained with a light chuckle. That's sad, Ashlyn whispered, retracting her hands. It's worth it every time I see her smiling, the boy replied. He then took out another cookie and brought it close to her mouth, feeding her with his hands. So, when you can taste the food, you should cherish it. This time, Ashlyn simply ate the cookie without complaining. Anyway, I promised your mother that I will take care of you, so starting today, you are moving to a new house, the boy said, capturing the little girl's full attention. Really? Tiffany asked, her eyes wide with excitement as she looked at the boy. Really, he replied with a smile, patting her head gently. But won't that trouble you? Ashlyn asked softly, looking around. It's fine. I talked with my mother, she said I can do anything, the boy replied, though his voice trembled slightly when he mentioned his mother. What's your name? Tiffany asked curiously, gazing at him. Just call me Noah, the boy replied before extending his hand towards the older sister. Let's go, he said softly. Hesitantly, she took his hand. And that's how it all started. Sigh. As I awoke to the soft rays of sunlight filtering through the curtains, casting a warm glow over my room, I let out a sigh. Stretching my limbs, I relished the comfort of my soft bed beneath me. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, I sat up and took a moment to gather my thoughts. The academy. I exclaimed as I remembered what today was. Today was an important day. It marked the start of a new semester at the academy, and I couldn't afford to be late. And I'm late, I exclaimed again, glancing at the time. It was close to 9 o'clock. Hastily, I swung my legs out of bed and rose to my feet. After a quick bath, I dressed swiftly in my new and crisp academy uniform, smoothing out the wrinkles and adjusting my collar. Glancing at myself in the mirror, my hair, the color of warm caramel, cascades in gentle waves down her back. With eyes like pools of liquid gold, that hold a mesmerizing depth. I nodded twice with a smile and mumbled, "Beautiful." With that, I made my way downstairs with my bag, greeted by the scent of breakfast mingling with the familiar aroma of freshly brewed tea. "Tiffany's already awake?" I thought to myself as I entered the kitchen. And indeed, Tiffany, my younger sister, was already there, humming softly to herself as she prepared our morning meal. "Good morning, Tiffy," I greeted her with a smile as I walked in. Tiffany turned to face me, her expression brightening. "Good morning, big sister. What's on the menu today?" I asked as I crossed the hall room and approached the table. "I made your favorite raspberry-flavored pancakes with maple syrup," she replied, her smile unwavering. "Couldn't you wake me up to help you?" I asked as I began to set the table and arrange the utensils. She paused in her work and gave me a strange look. "You've been practicing making cookies since 6, and you still can't make them. What help could you possibly offer, big sister?" "Ah, the cookies. I'm at least trying," I mumbled, feeling my face flush with embarrassment. "I don't even know why you're trying," Tiffany remarked, and I glanced at her. "You know, so I can make the best cookies," I whispered softly, "even for those who can't taste them." "Anyway, go meet with Mother before breakfast," Tiffany said, and I nodded before heading off to find her. With a soft click, I opened the door and entered the small room where a photo was placed in the middle. "Good morning, Mama." I greeted her with a smile as I sat down on the floor and lit up a candle. "It's my first day at the academy," I mumbled as I looked at her photo. "And I still don't know who that boy was." The memory of the boy brought a smile to my face. It had been years since I last heard his voice, his childlike voice that smoothed my worries at the time. "You know, Mama, like he said, he is taking care of us even though he doesn't come to visit us now," I mumbled again with a light chuckle. I wish I could see his face at least once. I wished my eyes had been working back then so I could see him. "Well, he did tell me that we will meet someday," I murmured, looking at her photo. "I wish you could be with us, Mama." I wished she could be with us. Maybe then we could have lived happily together. "And thank you for sending an angel to help us." Bowing in front of her photo, I then walked out of the room. Growl. My stomach rumbled as I took a seat at the table, eyeing the stack of golden pancakes with delight. "Thanks, Tiff," I said gratefully, digging into my meal. "This tastes amazing." She beamed at me, her eyes sparkling with pride. "I'm glad you like it." Taking a seat across from me, she continued, "I wanted to make sure you had a good start to your day." "Thank you," I replied, smiling as I continued to eat. "Will you be fine at the academy, sister?" Tiffany asked, making me look at her. "Don't worry," I replied with a gentle smile. "I got a scholarship and a recommendation as well. I'll be fine." "No, not that, sister," she replied, shaking her head. "Will you be fine among the nobles?" "Right, the majority of the students in the academy would be nobles." "Don't worry," I replied, shaking my head. "I'll be fine. And remember, Noah is a noble as well. Maybe I'll see him again." At the mention of Noah's name, my sister smiled, her expression as pure as it could be. "If you meet Big Brother, then bring him to me. I want to see him as well," she replied, her smile widening. "Do you even remember him? You were 4 years old when you first saw him, and now you're 13, I replied with a chuckle, looking at her. "Humphrey, big brother and I have a secret code that will make me recognize him instantly," she replied with the same words she used every day, pouting slightly. I nodded in reply, and we both ate as she asked again, "Did we get money again?" "He's still sending us money," I nodded as I replied, "and it's still more than we need." "So, you're going to donate it again?" she asked, looking at me. "Children in the orphanage need it as well, Tiffy," I replied softly. "They're like us, they also need help." She nodded before continuing to eat her food, and so did I. "I'm going then," I said, finishing as I stood up and walked towards the gate. "Stay safe," Tiffany said, coming closer and hugging me as she whispered. "You too, be safe and careful. Even though the society here is good and we are given utmost security, always be alert," I replied, returning the hug and gently patting her head. "He did too many things for us without even asking anything in return," Tiffany muttered, and I nodded in agreement as I leaned back. "Bye for now," I waved, walking out of the house. As I reached the main gate, the towering buildings and houses greeted me, a reminder of the privileged society we lived in, thanks to Noah's support. Walking towards the bus stop, I glanced around, observing the orderly streets and well-kept surroundings. It was indeed a privileged neighborhood, reserved for those just below the nobles. And we owe it all to him, I mused silently as I made my way to the bus stop. Upon arriving, several children from the streets noticed me and ran towards me. "Sister, did you bring food?" "Sister, me too." Wait, one at a time." Their eager faces and excited voices warmed my heart as they gathered around me, hoping for treats. Their enthusiasm was infectious, and I couldn't help but smile. "Here you go," I said, handing each child a piece of chocolate or a small cake from my bag, their eyes widening with delight as they eagerly accepted them. "Thank you, sister," they chorused in unison, their voices filled with gratitude as they clutched their treats tightly. "Don't be," I replied as I patted the head one by one before they ran away. As the bus pulled up to the stop, I boarded ready for the academy. Screech. As the bus came to a stop, I stepped out and glanced around the area. "Yeah, only students are allowed inside the academy," I thought to myself as I began walking towards the entrance, the road empty except for me. Hum tilde, I hummed to myself, enjoying the solitude as I walked, admiring the lush greenery surrounding the road. "Hello. Mummy." The unexpected greeting startled me, causing my heart to race, and without thinking, I reacted instinctively. And I threw a punch. "Hello. Mummy." So startled, she spun around and threw a punch in my direction, her fist slicing through the air. Reacting quickly, I managed to dodge, narrowly avoiding her punch. Wait. I shouted, backing away as she prepared for another attack. Huh? Startled, she focused on me, her eyes meeting mine. And looking into her deep golden eyes, only one thing came to my mind: mesmerizing. If there are the most beautiful eyes in this world, they are definitely hers. "It's just me," I said, raising my hands defensively and taking another step back. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Realizing her mistake, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly lowered her hand. "It's fine," I replied, trying to reassure her. "I didn't mean to. I thought someone was messing with me." She hung her head low as she continued to apologize. "It's fine, don't be too bothered," I said, attempting to ease her guilt as I relaxed my guard. "Wait. Are you a noble?" she asked, her eyes widening. "Well, yeah. I am truly sorry." Before I could respond properly, she quickly bowed down at 90 degrees. "I said it's fine," I replied calmly as I tried to make her stand back. "And stop bowing. But, please. If you keep doing this, I will not forgive you," I replied sternly, making her flinch before she slowly straightened her back. Now, should we move? If we don't, we could be late, I said again as I started to walk, and nodding, she also walked with me. What's your name? I asked, looking at her. Ashlyn Ziania, she replied softly, still not making eye contact with me. Azariah, I replied, extending my hand. Hesitantly, she approached and shook my hand. Nice to meet you. A new student? I asked, noting her uniform, which was the same as mine, except for the abalone-colored skirt instead of pants. Yes, you're also a new student? She asked, then immediately bit her tongue softly at her own stupid question. As you can see, I am indeed a new student, I replied with a chuckle, noticing her embarrassment as she lowered her head. I am sorry, she once again apologized, glancing at me. It's fine, I replied with a smile as I took out a candy from my bracelet and extended it towards her. Want some? She hesitantly looked at the candy and then at me before slowly taking it. Raspberry? She mumbled in surprise before looking at me. You like them as well? Yeah, they're good, I replied, even though I didn't actually know how they tasted. I haven't seen many people like this, she said with a slight smile before eating it. Even my sister doesn't like it. You have a sister? I asked softly as I looked at her. Yeah, she is 3 years younger than me, she replied, nodding her head with a widening smile. She is the best sister I could ask for. You like your sister very much, huh? Of course. Even though she is younger than me, she is a lot smarter and more talented than me, she replied in a prideful tone. Well, I also have an elder sister, I replied as I looked ahead, but unlike her, I didn't have pride in my voice. Just like yours, she also excels in everything she does. You must like her as well, she asked, not noticing my tone. Yeah, I replied, forcing a smile. I like her a lot. What about your other family members? She continued to ask, looking at me curiously. We should go this way, I said, ignoring her question as we arrived at a cross-section. Huh? What's wrong with the other road? She asked, tilting her head. It's to avoid a cliché. I thought as I looked at the way she was looking. I don't want to meet the protagonist of the game right now, not with her around me. It's nothing, this one is closer to the academy, I replied as I walked towards the other way, and after some hesitation, she followed behind me. Have you been here before? She asked as she arrived beside me. Yeah, my sister is a student here, a second-year student, I replied, nodding my head at her words. Wow, that means you already have someone to protect you, she said with a bright smile. Is she doing this on purpose? I have 0 fucking people who would want to protect me, and everyone who would be at my throat. Yeah, I replied non-committally as the buildings of the academy loomed into view. Can you please give me a tour of the academy? She asked, making me look at her. And her eyes. Why are they so mesmerizing? Be pretty please? As I remained silent, she added, using the full force of her puppy dog eyes. Sure, I replied with a slight smile. We're on time, she sighed, looking at the open gate. Nope. I took out my phone and checked the time. 5 minutes left before the entrance ceremony starts. Oh, we're late then. She panicked, tightening her grip around her bag and preparing to run. Calm down, will you? I interrupted her before she could take off. We'll get there even before it starts. But, we're late. She exclaimed, her steps quickening as we crossed the gate. The guards glanced at us, and I noticed a flicker of fear in their eyes as they recognized me, but the girl was too preoccupied to notice. Stop panicking, again, will you? I asked, scanning the area. Apart from us, there was no one else around. Not a single soul in sight. Come on, we're going to be late. As I casually looked around, the girl exclaimed and glanced back at me. Sigh. Go straight, and you'll find the main hall for the entrance ceremony, I replied, gesturing towards the front building. Huh? Where are you going then? She asked, looking at me curiously. I'll meet you in a minute. Just go, or you'll be late, I replied, starting to walk in another direction. Come quickly. I'll save a seat for you, she exclaimed before rushing towards the building. That girl, are you sure she can help you? As I casually walked towards the building adjacent to the front building, Elle asked. Why do you ask? She feels normal. I can't feel anything special from her. Your eyes are just shit then, I replied as I looked at the building in front. The building for the first-year students. No, seriously Azariah, she doesn't feel anything special. How can she help you? Then tell me, what beings do you fear or are afraid of? I asked as I moved towards the back of the building. Huh? Why do you ask? Just tell me the answer. Well, we fear powerful beings, ones with abilities beyond our control like the gods. Exactly, I replied, and appearances can be deceiving. But are you really going to endanger her? What, you like her already? With a chuckle, I replied as I looked up at the back of the building. I am worried about you, Azariah. What if you leak her? I am half a person, Elle, I replied with a smile as I took out a trampoline from my bracelet, placing it down. How am I supposed to like her when I don't even like myself? As I protected them with all I can. Interjecting, I replied. Them? Leaving that aside, I changed the topic as I looked at the building. What are the chances of me surviving the fall from the third floor? What? I'm just asking. Are you crazy? Then the trampoline, I forgot where my class should be. I am placing them randomly. And thinking about my luck, I might miss them when I jump down. Crazy fucker. Well, I won't deny that. Muttering to myself, I walked back towards the main building where all those who hate me are present. Wait. Azariah, are you really going to jump? Why are you panicking so much? I grumbled in reply as I made my way towards the main academic building where the entrance ceremony was being held. Just stop doing things that will damage your body even more. I can't be sure if I can do that, but I will try, I replied, shrugging off his words as I moved through the corridor of the building. You do remember how much time you have left to live, right? 10 years, give or take, I replied as I walked towards the gate of the hall where 2 guards stood, maybe less than 10 years. Wait, why are you saying that? Open the door. Ignoring Elle's words, I ordered, looking at them. You are la. Stop. Before the younger guy could continue barking, his partner stopped him and bowed towards me. I will open it, sir. I nodded my head as he pulled the handle of the door. Wait. But just as he was about to open the door, another voice resonated in the corridor, making us turn towards its direction. And there he was, the protagonist of the game. With disheveled brown hair and a handsome face, he ran towards us, breathing heavily, before stopping in front of the door. Sorry. I am late, he said between breaths, his light brown eyes scanning us. I didn't reply but just looked at him, and after taking deep breaths, he looked back at me. Hi, I am Ethan Varon. With a bright smile on his face, he extended his hand. Azariah Noah Algina, I replied curtly, not bothering to return his smile. Grip. Azariah. Calm down, Elle, I said as Ethan tightened his grip on my hand. His expression faltered slightly at my name, but he quickly recovered. But within that second, I saw it. Endless. Boundless. Hatred. Hatred so deep, that if I hadn't been accustomed to my mother's emotionlessness, even I would have feared it. Nice to meet you, Azariah, he said, his tone slightly strained as he loosened his grip. Open the door. Ignoring the guy, I said to the guard, who nodded his head before opening the door. Why is he like this? Elle asked as I noticed the protagonist's damaged clothes and disheveled hair. I tried to avoid the cliché, I replied, glancing at him as the door started to open up. This would have happened to me as well if I didn't. No, not that his reactor. Later, L. Greek. With a suitable creaking sound, the door opened up, and all the people present inside the hall looked in our direction. Every single pair of eyes was on us as Ethan stood beside me. Oh boy. I know, right? As I slowly walked, a small murmur of the students filled the hall, and it didn't take long before it turned into buzzing among the students. Are you sure you want to be here? Except for fear, hatred, and indifference, I don't feel anything from all of them. Things we do to live, buddy. Like he said, within the hall, those who are present here either fear me, hate me, or don't care about me. That's all there is to it. Azariah, I heard someone call my name from the main stage. What are you doing here? A blond guy with a handsome face asked as I walked, surveying the hall before my eyes landed on Ashlyn. Why can't I be here? I retorted, making my way toward her, noticing she had saved a spot for me beside her. There are rules and regulations in the academy, the blond guy persisted. Okay, and I countered, taking my seat beside Ashlyn. What does that have to do with me? Prince Jonathan, the slightly older man beside him, interjected. Please continue. Buta, please, the older man insisted, and I settled into my seat beside Ashlyn. Why are you so late? She whispered in my ear, but I didn't respond immediately, my attention drawn to Ethan taking a seat nearby. There wasn't any other seat here, Ethan explained, catching my gaze. I am not that late, I finally responded to Ashlyn's whispered inquiry. You are, she insisted in a hushed tone. I am not, I countered once more. So as I was saying, we as the students represent the empire itself to the world, the prince resumed his speech, and all the students focused back on him. So where is your fiancé? Copyright he? Elle's voice echoed in my mind as I glanced around. She isn't here, I replied mentally, she won't be arriving here for at least a month. Where is she? Traveling, I replied, refocusing on the prince. She is traveling around with my sister. And the irony of the situation, here I am fighting for even a single day to live, and there she is living her life to the fullest. How is she? Well, she is funny, and moody, and smart. I took a moment to recall her before continuing, apostrophe. And beautiful. Azariah. Did you love her? Apostrophe. People can love and still let go. As the representative of the student council, I welcome all of the new students to the academy, the prince announced, but I barely registered his words. Clap. 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 The hall resonated with the sounds of clapping as the prince continued. And now I would like to call the representative of the first-year students. With a brief pause, he looked around until his eyes landed on the girl in the front row. The third princess of our empire and my younger sister, Ariana Lely Pargoina. Clap. 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 The applause gradually faded into silence as a girl in her academy uniform stepped onto the stage, capturing the attention of everyone in the hall with her ethereal beauty. With hair as white as snow and eyes to match, she appeared like an angel amidst mortals, radiating an aura of purity and grace that left the audience in awe. Good morning, everyone, she greeted with a gentle voice, bowing slightly. I hope my presence isn't too much of a disturbance. No, princess. Of course not. The room erupted with affirmations from some enthusiastic students. Look beside, Azariah. I followed Elle's instruction and glanced at Ethan. He was looking intently at the princess as if trying to engrave her image into his mind. What's with this girl, now? A main heroine of the game, I replied, looking back at her. So, you know her then? Yep, after all, I am her first love, I replied with a tired sigh. But last I remembered, I forcefully tried to kiss her, earning a slap from her. I know it's fucked up. It's very hard to make the person who once loved you come to hate you. And, as area know, I did a great job making them all hate me, leaving no way for them to find any redeeming quality, that they remain away from me. Don't know if I should pity you or curse you. May, do what you want, I replied nonchalantly, my attention fixed on the girl on stage. Unlike before, when I remembered her as my childhood friend, she had changed significantly. She exuded a newfound gentleness, confidence, and an air of aloofness. Is it me or is she ignoring your presence entirely? Well, they can either hate me, fear me, or ignore me. There is no in between, I responded, observing the girl as she continued her speech. And she is ignoring me. But as her speech progressed, I felt a chill run down my spine. Alert now, I scanned the room until I locked eyes with a gaze evenly. And she is someone whom I hate the most as well. As the silver-haired girl continued to stare at me, Elle's words resonated in my mind. What's up? Who is she? Shia Delestia, the villainess of the game, I replied, staring back at her. No, not that. Then what? She is like your mother. Yeah. About that. In a way, she is like my mother. I know, I replied as my gaze met hers, but she isn't like my mother. Unlike my mother, who is an incarnation and a vessel of one of the 5 primordial evils. She is just a vessel to contain that evil, and unlike my mother, who has full control over her powers. She might lose control of herself. And if that ever happens, who am I kidding? It will happen. And when that happens, I will die. If she loses control, I will be the first she will try to kill. I will die the most gruesome death one could imagine. Being torn limb from limb, getting my body shredded into pieces, bones crushed into nothingness. It's a fate I'd rather not contemplate. But knowing the game and Shyam's story, it's a very real possibility. Wait. But why will you die? Can't you see the hatred in her eyes? I rebuked, my gaze still on her as I clenched my fists to stop them from trembling. Yeah. What did you do now? Don't talk like it's my fault, I grumbled in reply. So was it not your fault then? Well, it was my fault. Tell me, what did you do? Well, I killed a guy, I replied with a tired sigh, a guy who was important to her. The heroines hate you, the protagonist hates you, and now the villainess hates you as well. Please tell me there is someone who doesn't hate you. I told you, didn't I? I replied as I leaned on the chair, averting my eye contact with her. Everyone here hates me. Life's hard on you, isn't it? By hard, you mean fucked up, then yeah. Tap. Tap. I looked at my side as Ashlyn tapped on my shoulder. Are you alright? She whispered, bringing her face close to mine. I am fine, I replied with a smile on my face. But right now you look lonely, she whispered again, looking at me concernedly. I am not lonely, I replied with a chuckle as I leaned on my chair. People would never leave me alone. That's all I have to say. Both of our attention turned towards Princess Arianel as she completed her speech. And one more thing. But just as the students were about to clap, she continued. I will make this clear. She announced, looking at all the students before her gaze landed on me. If there is any student who is being harassed physically or mentally, she continued, her gaze fixed on me. I don't care who you are, nobility or commoner. If someone is trying to make you do things you don't want to do, as if no one else was important to her, she continued to speak, her beautiful white eyes staring at me. Bring your complaint to me. I will make sure there is justice for the victim. She looked at me as she dragged her last words. even if the one who committed the crime is the son of a duchess. And all eyes in the hall turned toward me. Ashlyn, sitting beside me, shrank in her seat, glancing at me. Ethan also looked at me. Her emotions are conflicting. All I see is hatred, I replied as the hall once again started to buzz. No. It's hatred. Don't think too much, I interjected as Arianel walked down from the stage and the older man standing beside her took the mic. I have already introduced myself, he said, while fixing her black hair that had streaks of white in them, so I will not waste your time anymore. To all the new students. With a bright smile, he said, welcome to Pargoina Academy. Clap. Clap. The hall resonated with loud clapping sounds after his words. Your classroom has already been assigned, he continued as a holographic screen appeared in the middle of the hall. Where are you going? As I stood up from my seat, Ashlyn asked. To our class, I replied, smiling at her as I extended my hand. Let's go. Hesitantly, she took my hand as she stood up before leaving my hand. I took one last glance at Shyaml, who was still staring at me, before I walked towards the door. But just as I turned, a voice resonated throughout the hall. Fuck him, I mumbled as I looked back, only to find a raven-haired boy walking towards me. The hell are you doing here? Ama bleated at me as he stopped in front of me. Not now, Ama, I replied as I walked towards the door, but he quickly grabbed my shoulder as Oliver also come to my view. Seriously, what are you doing here? He inquired softly as I glanced at him. Stop harassing him, Ama, his twin brother interjected firmly, pulling his hand off my shoulder. Sighing in relief, I continued walking towards the door with Ashlyn by my side, who was feeling somewhat awkward. Wait for me, Oliver. A girlish voice once again made me stop in my tracks as another girl hurried towards us. Thank you, Alia Vesperatine beamed at Oliver. Yeah, it's fine, Oliver replied with a light chuckle. Wait a minute, will you? As I turned to walk, Ama once again grabbed my shoulder, and another girl came into view. With her beautiful face framed by cascading orchid-colored hair flowing over her shoulders, she approached us with a graceful gait, seemingly unaware of our presence as if lost in her own thoughts. What's this? Thought ugh, my words turned into a groan as both brothers elbowed my sides. Fucking simps, I muttered under my breath. Thank you for waiting, Miley said, arriving beside us with a smile. It's fine, Miley, Ama babbled, smiling back at her. I'm going now, I grumbled, walking away from the group, with Ashlyn quickly following me. Wait, Azariah. Oliver called after me, followed by the rest of them. Hi, Alia waved her hand towards Ashlyn as she walked beside her. Hello, Ashlyn replied, unsure how to respond. What are you doing here? Miley asked softly as she arrived beside me. You could have attended the academy next year. None of your business, I rasped without looking at her. Azariah. Shut up, Ama. I don't want to hear again how cute or beautiful she is from you, I quickly interjected, making him look at me blankly. No, it apostrophe s. Loser, I commented again as he stammered, and Miley looked at him with amusement. Come with me. Oliver placed his hand around my neck and mumbled before leading me a little further away from the rest. What now? I asked, looking at him. Are you sure about coming here, Azariah? He mumbled softly. You can't use mana, remember? How will you survive here? Don't worry about it, I said, shaking my head. It's serious, Azariah, Oliver whispered softly. I will try to protect you when I can, but with how many people hate you here, it will be impossible for me as well. Like I said, your mother's name will not work here, remember? He interjected sharply. Nobility never interferes in issues related to the academy, not even the emperor. I can use mana. What? You heard me. Wait. Really? Stop shouting. Ha ha ha. Good, good. He laughed heartily as he slapped my back. Stop it, you bastard, I grumbled as my back ached with pain. Aimer. Oliver turned towards his twin brother, but his words didn't come out as he looked at the flying being in the air. A short distance away, Ethan strolled nonchalantly, accompanied by a diminutive fairy-like creature hovering above him. What's that? Ashlyn's curiosity piqued, her gaze fixed on Ethan and the creature above him. My spirit, Ethan responded, his tone tinged with awkwardness as he scratched his head. Hello. The tiny fairy-like spirit bowed before Ashlyn, her voice beaming with happiness. Please take care of my son. Yes. Ashlyn bowed back in front of the spirit. Hello. The tiny fairy-like spirit then bowed towards Miley. Please take care of my son. Miley curiously looked at the spirit as it turned and bowed towards Alia, then Aimer, and then towards Oliver. Hello. And at last, it bowed towards me. Please take care of my son. I didn't reply. I just couldn't. Azariah. She has a human soul. I know, I replied, my gaze on the fairy. It's part of Ethan's mother's soul. How? How did she become like this? Ethan's mother begged and pleaded to be with her son at her last moment, and my mother granted her wish. Sometimes, I do wonder how a woman can be so sick in her head. Sigh. With a tired sigh, I walked towards my classroom because there is someone who can help me become stronger. Azariah. Just as I turned back to walk towards the class, Oliver called me again. What? I asked as I walked. Who is that girl? He whispered, glancing at Ashlyn. I met her at the entrance. Saying so, I looked back at her. Ashlyn, let's go. Why yeah, she replied, quickening her steps. The rest of them also started to walk as I took out my phone, opening the browser. What are you searching? And, of course, the fucker had to interrupt. Life meter, I replied as I opened a shopping app while removing Oliver's hand from my shoulder. Huh? The ones that are used by old people? He mused, looking at me puzzled. Yeah, that one, I replied as I again removed his hand from my shoulder. Now go talk with the others. Yeah, I need to talk with Aliur. Turning on his heels, he headed towards the rest of them. Why are you purchasing such an item? Elle asked, matching Oliver's puzzlement. For having an idea about how much life I have, I replied as I paid for the item. All I know is that I have 10 years to live, but after ranking up, that should increase. I just want to know how much. Azariah. I looked to my side, placing my phone back in my pocket as Ashlyn tapped my shoulder. Your friend? Oliver? I asked, looking back at him as he talked with Miley. Well, I've known him since childhood. Oh, you both seem close, she whispered, nodding her head. And you said everyone hates you. He is close, I replied as we entered another building, moving towards the elevator. And they don't hate me just yet, I replied to Elle as we entered the elevator, but as the days go by, they will come to hate me, well, in the game, that is. So are you going to do the same? No. In the game, Azariah did so many things in the span of 1 month after entering the academy that even those closest to him stopped hating him or trying to help him in any matter. The only exception was his fiancée copyright, but in the end, she also left him alone. All in? I shifted my focus towards Oliver as he looked inside the elevator. Then let's go. Wait, who are you again? Aimer asked, looking at the brown-haired boy. Ethan. With a smile, he extended his hand. Ethan Varon. No, why are you even here? Aimer asked again, shielding Miley from him. It's fine, Oliver interjected as he shook Ethan's hand. I'm Oliver Polaral, nice to meet you. As the elevator ascended, Oliver began to introduce everyone inside. She is Aliur, Miley, Ashlyn. After introducing the girls, who nodded in reply, he focused towards us, and the black-haired one is my brother Ama, and the purple one is my other brother, Azariah. And once again, my eyes met his as he nodded towards me. It's nice to meet all of you. With a bright smile, he said as the elevator gate opened up on the 3rd floor. So, who is in the same class? Alia asked as we moved out. Except for you and Ama, the rest are in the same class, I replied as I walked towards my class. Wait, how do you know? She asked, looking at me. I remember the image from the hologram, I replied, looking at my classroom. Classroom C. With a heavy sigh, I pushed open the door and stepped into the room. Immediately, my gaze was drawn to the woman standing on the stage. Her curly, cascading mahogany hair reached down to her waist, framing her face with an aura of authority and power. Her face was strikingly beautiful, with high cheekbones, a straight nose, and full lips set in a determined line. Aloofness and coldness radiated from her as she cast a fleeting glance in my direction. This is getting tiring. I know, right? As her gaze locked onto mine, her eyes brimmed with a hatred that mirrored Ethan's, and Elle let out a weary sigh. What did you do now? Please don't ask. Swallowing hard, I entered the class, making my way towards an empty seat, ignoring her glare. And now you are hiding. As I sat on my seat with Ashlyn beside me, Elle commented as I quickly placed my head down on the desk, trying my best to ignore the woman. I am not hiding. I replied, hiding myself further. Who is she now? A genius of her generation, I replied, Lauren Ewing, head of the fallen Viscount Ewing family. Oh. Now I get it. Stop exclaiming in my mind, fucker, I grumbled as the classes started to fill with students. Azariah. I looked at Ashlyn as she called me. Something up? Don't you think we should move further in? She asked as we both sat at the end of the class close to the window. It's fine, there isn't going to be any class today anyway, I replied with a smile. Are you going to tell me what happened between the two or not? Just wait for 15 minutes, you will get all the answers you will need. I replied as I closed my eyes, ignoring all the buzzing in the class. All right, everyone. Lauren's voice resonated through the classroom, drawing my attention to her. My name is Lauren Ewing, and from today onwards, I am the class teacher for your class. First of all, I welcome all of you to your new class, she continued with her rigid demeanor, addressing each student in turn. I hope you have a pleasant first year. Man, I want to laugh so hard. Then laugh. Shut up, fucker. Within the academy, you are all students, and I will treat you as such, Lauren continued, her eyes scanning the students. So don't expect any type of favor. Even if we are nobles, a student spoke up from his seat. What's your name? Lauren's voice remained calm. Rodney, the heir of Thea. Get out of the class, she interjected, her tone commanding. Water, don't make me repeat myself. Get out, she said, her gaze cold and unwavering, causing the student to nod meekly before exiting the classroom. Last warning. Don't act out of line here, especially not in front of me. It will not end well for your grades, Lauren continued as she paced around the class. The whole class silently nodded at her words. Anyway, I won't go much deeper into your syllabus and your grading system because it's easy for even someone with a peanut brain to understand. Why did she glance at you at the end? Shut up, fucker. So, Lauren continued, arriving at the center of the class, let's play a game instead. A game? Ethan asked from the front row, where he sat with Oliver and Miley. Yes, a game. Lauren took out a ball from her bracelet and looked around at the students. A very simple game. Placing the ball on the teacher's desk, she continued, the reward for the winner will be one wish from me. The classroom held its breath at her words. If your wish is within my capability and has certain limits, I will provide it. It could be a vacation for a whole month, extra marks for any subject, or even help with your work. The classroom buzzed again as she scanned all the students, nodding her head. Of course, the request should not be inappropriate, or else you might get a few broken bones instead, she added, and some boys immediately clicked their tongues. Again, why did she look at you at the end? Just shut up, will you? The rules are simple. Use anything and everything in your power to hold this ball for 5 minutes, and you win. Lauren gestured towards the ball. Weapons are allowed as well, as long as they're not sharp. With that, she moved to the side and stood there, her eyes fixed on her watch. What are you waiting for? The game has started, she mumbled, and immediately the whole class rushed towards the teacher's desk. What are you waiting for? The game has started, Lauren muttered those words as she stood leaning against the door, inciting a frenzy among the class as most of the students stood up from their seats. In the class of 50 students, consisting of 25 boys and 25 girls, 20 boys rushed towards the desk, while only 10 girls did the same. More than half of the girls remained seated, while all the boys, as if possessed by a beast, rushed towards the desk. The first to reach the desk were those who were closest to it, the students in the front seats. Ha 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 ha, I am going to ask her on a date. One enthusiastic boy exclaimed happily as he picked up the ball. The size of the ball was large enough to prevent it from being shoved into the mouth or pocket, leaving the only option to clutch it in their hands, occupying one of their hands. No, I will. Another boy crooned as he jumped at the boy, snatching the ball in the process. The frenzy resumed as boys jumped over each other in an attempt to snatch the ball. Aga. All was giggles and shit until one of the boys threw a punch at the boy in front. Why you? The boy shouted as he returned the punch, landing it squarely on his opponent's jaw. Everyone was trying not to hurt each other more than necessary, but when it comes to ego, teenage boys tend to lose their cool quite quickly. Amongst the group of students, a chubby figure rushed forward, determination etched on his face as he launched himself into the fray. With a swift, calculated motion, he delivered a round kick, strengthening his leg with mana, aimed squarely at his opponent's midsection. The impact sent shockwaves of pain coursing through the boy's body. Ugh! The painful cry tore through the chaos as the boy holding the ball doubled over in agony, clutching his stomach in a useless attempt to alleviate the searing pain. With a grimace of discomfort, he loosened his grip on the ball, which rolled from his grasp and onto the ground below. All of you, stop! The chubby boy shouted, picking up the ball, causing everyone to freeze in their tracks. I am the son of Viscount McKinney, and I order you to stop this nonsense. He bragged, making everyone look at Lauren, who simply shrugged. I am ordering you to stop right now. Crash. Shards of glass rained down as they collided with the chubby boy's head, rendering him unconscious. Sorry, but not sorry. A girl, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, mumbled with a smirk as she picked up the ball. Hey! But the ball was quickly snatched from her hand by a boy who strengthened his legs with mana, then ran away, jumping on desks. Ha 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 ha, fools. Everything is fine, even mana. Jumping from desk to desk, he laughed and snorted, looking at the students. Oh. But he quickly stopped as someone growled in his direction. Don't jump in my seat. A boy with purple hair and eyes looked at him with clear annoyance. Why yeah, I mean yes, sir. The boy yelped before changing his direction. Want some? Azariah took out some popcorn from his bracelet before passing it to the girl sitting beside him. Thank you. Ashlyn replied with a smile as she took some. Are you not going to participate? Azariah asked, watching as the chase for the ball started again. No, I will just get pushed aside without being able to do anything, she replied embarrassedly with an awkward smile. Don't worry, it's the first day. You will get better as days go by, Azariah replied, smiling back as he watched them. Are you not going as well? Eating popcorn? She asked, frowning as she looked at him. Not now, Azariah mumbled as he looked at the front seat where the brown-haired boy still hadn't made his move. Can't you use your family name like he did? She asked again, making Azariah look at her. She won't allow it, he replied, glancing at Lauren. But she didn't stop the chubby guy. Well, she won't allow me, he mumbled as he munched on the popcorn. Oh, okay. Fucking bland. You said something? Nothing. He mumbled, his gaze quickly shifting as the raven-haired boy stood up from his seat, and the girl with orchid-colored hair also stood up. Close your ears, Azariah said, looking at Ashlyn. Huh? Why? Just do it, he urged her, and she nodded her head. Stribog's blessing, Olive mumbled, focusing on the boy who was holding the ball. First form, Vatram. Huh? The wind moved at Oliver's words, causing the ball held by the boy to float in the air before it moved towards Oliver. Lauren raised her brows as she wrote Oliver's name in her diary for the first time in the class. Someone had used the blessing. Given that the gods themselves chose who they would bless, and only one person could have one blessing at a time, it was rare to find someone like them. But things are different when the god is dead and someone still get his blessings. 75-25. Passing the ball towards Miley, Olive mumbled. 50-50. Miley rebuked as she played with the ball. 65-45. 64. Deal. Wait. Number. Ignoring the girls' cries of surprise, Oliver focused intently on the group in front of him. Stribog's blessing, he muttered once more as he extended his hand forward, and Azariah mirrored his action by covering his ears, just like Ashlyn. Second form, Zvookum. The air compressed in his hands, gradually altering the wavelength of the sound waves around him. Just as the students were about to reach him. Boo-oo! A high-pitched sound wave erupted from Oliver's hands, instantly neutralizing all the students in front of him. Ugh! I can't hear. As most of the students groaned in pain, Oliver stood in front of Miley, guarding her while she played with the ball. Hey, Oliver, Miley mumbled, glancing in Azariah's direction, don't you think we should stop him? What? Oliver asked, noticing her gaze on Azariah. Ashlyn, we should keep him away from her, she whispered softly so that only Oliver could hear. You know she is recommended by the principal, and even the church is keeping a close eye on her. Well, I don't think As will do. Last I remembered, he tried to kiss the third princess forcefully, Miley interjected. What makes you think he won't do the same to her? Oliver didn't reply, as even he was unsure why Azariah was trying to get close to her. Don't do anything, but I will keep her away. Just don't take sides with that skuma Miley, Oliver interrupted, glaring at her. Don't call him that. So I can't call a scum now? Arrest his blessing. Oliver quickly shifted his focus towards the boy who had just rushed towards him while mumbling. First form, aesthesia. Oliver stood ready for anything to happen, but Ethan just stood there with his eyes closed, without moving an inch. Hello? Oliver tilted his head in confusion, perplexed by Ethan's lack of movement. The only sensation was the rapid circulation of mana coursing through Ethan's body. What are you? Growing frustrated, Oliver threw a punch, but Ethan, as if anticipating the attack, swiftly countered by grabbing Oliver's hand and using his momentum to execute a throw, rotating his body at the waist. First form, Vatram. Using the wind around him, Oliver balanced himself as he moved back, creating some distance between them. Second form, Zvookum. Boom. Compressing the air around his leg, Oliver threw an over-the-head kick, aiming at Ethan's jaw. As if sensing his attack, Ethan leaned back before grabbing Oliver's leg and then kicking his thighs. Their collision sent a shockwave around the class, as Oliver used the wind around him again, increasing his agility to land on his feet. Now this is something, Oliver mumbled with a smile, groaning in pain. as he understood what Ethan Vryn was capable of doing right now. Every physical move thrown at him, every attack within his capability, Ethan could counter them with utmost accuracy. But for how long? Olive muttered to himself as he rushed towards Ethan, covering his hands with wind to increase their agility. But Ethan grabbed his hands again before throwing him towards Miley. Oliver adjusted himself in midair, narrowly dodging Miley, but with a thud, he landed hard on the ground. "Need help?" she asked, looking at him, and he quickly shook his head. "I can handle him," Oliver replied, pushing himself off the ground while grabbing a nearby chair. He hurled it towards Ethan, aiming to catch him off guard. But Ethan was ready, easily sidestepping the chair. The fight continued, each exchange more intense than the last. Olive moved with swiftness and agility, his attacks coming in quick succession. But no matter how hard he tried, Ethan always seemed to be one step ahead. As the fight progressed, it became harder and harder for Ethan to counter Oliver's attacks, as after every exchange, Oliver was adapting his fighting style. Huff. As they fought, their mana also depleted at a faster rate, and it didn't take long for them to struggle for breath. And just when the game was about to end, Amun-Ra's blessing. A voice echoed in the class. "Why are you munching them if you can't taste them?" As I munched on the popcorn, focusing on the fight between Ethan and Oliver, Elle asked, "Do you think I want to? If I want to live, I need some nutrients. Pretty sure they don't have that. It's better than nothing." Both of them have pretty unique blessings, one related to the wind god and another one to the living god of revenge. Yeah, Oliver at this moment is stronger than Ethan, but his blessing is increasing his senses, making him able to counter Oliver's every move. But still, it has a glaring weakness. I know, right? Ethan at this moment can counter any physical attack and can even dodge any mana-related attack as well, but because his senses are heightened, anything that disturbs his sense can give him a fatal injury. So, if Oliver can exploit that weakness, he might have a chance. Exactly. But it's easier said than done. Ethan is incredibly skilled and quick to react. True. It'll require precise timing and strategy. Oliver needs to find a way to disrupt Ethan's senses without leaving himself vulnerable. Maybe he can create a distraction. Well, that's not going to happen. Throwing the popcorn into the bracelet, I stood up. Huh? What happened? Ashlyn asked as she looked at me, frowning. Nothing, I mumbled as I stretched my body. I am going for a while, don't wait for me. Oh okay, BT TAFE, she mumbled, biting her own tongue as she looked at me concernedly. I will. I replied with a chuckle at her adorable blushing. With that, I stepped forward, walking towards them, but just as I moved from my seat, I felt a pair of eyes glaring at me. And sure enough, Lauren was giving me a death stare with her hand turned into a fist. You sure she won't attack you now? She won't. I know about her character more than anyone else. But can you fight? Yeah, just need to be careful about my left hand. It's my weakness, and I don't want people to know about it. Due to my hand being once amputated and then attached again, it's weaker and less responsive than the rest of my body. Well, let's end this. Thinking so, I took out the small hammer from my bracelet as I surveyed the class. The whole class was looking closely at the fight between Oliver and Ethan, giving me enough time to look around. The first who came to my view was the chubby guy who turned unconscious a few minutes earlier. Clenching his head, he slowly sat on the floor as he looked around confusedly. Slowly, I walked close to him before I reached right before him. Tap, tap. Huh? I tapped his shoulder twice, making him look at me. Bam. And just as he turned towards me, I swung the hammer, hitting him straight at his jaw, knocking him out. What did he do? I just didn't like his face. Wow. Ignoring him, I looked around again as some students took notice of me as well. I'm borrowing it, I asserted firmly to the girl sitting at the desk, snatching up her thick notebook before she could even respond. Turning my attention to Miley, who was playing with the ball while watching the fight between Oliver and Ethan, I tightened my grip on the notebook. With a surge of mana, the silver runes etched into my hand bones glowed faintly, imbuing it with added strength. Bang! The sharp sound of impact reverberated through the classroom as I hurled the notebook towards Miley's head. Ugh! She groaned in pain, clutching her head as the ball she was holding slipped from her grasp and rolled onto the ground. Perfect, I mumbled as I focused my attention towards the big boys, who were still fighting without a care in the world. As their fight continued, I walked towards Miley, who was rubbing her head and wincing in pain. Huh? Azariah? She mumbled, looking at me in confusion as I picked up the ball from the ground. Huh? Ignoring her, I took a deep breath as I walked towards them, one hand holding the ball while the other gripped the hammer. Amun-Ra blessing, I mumbled, and both of them took notice of me. It didn't take them long to join hands, stopping their fight and standing opposite to me. Why, you sneaky brother, Oliver mumbled with a smile, but it faded as he looked at injured Miley. First form, Vatram, he said, extending his hands towards me as he created small wind blades hurtling towards me. Swish. Ethan also didn't stand idle. He rushed towards me with his eyes still closed. Time seemed to slow for me as I noticed their every move, the blades rushing at me, Oliver glaring at me, and Ethan circulating his mana, strengthening his arms. Ignoring all of this, I parted my lips and mumbled, first form, Naxal. Thud. With a loud thud, Ethan tumbled to the ground before he could reach me, his momentum abruptly halted as if hitting a wall, while the wind blade that Oliver threw vanished into thin air. That's my first blessing, which allows me to control energy within a 1-meter radius around me. In this instance, I willed Oliver's mana blades to dissipate and nullified the kinetic energy of Ethan's punch, causing him to stumble and lose his balance. However, utilizing this ability comes at a cost. For every attack I nullify, I lose a portion of my own mana. In this case, I depleted half of the mana Oliver had used in his blades and a tenth of the energy Ethan had channeled into his punch. The fuck, Oliver mumbled, his eyes wide in astonishment, mirroring the reactions of the whole class. Ignoring them, I swiftly swung my hammer aiming at Ethan's head. Swoosh. Sensing the incoming attack, he ducked before rolling away from me, while Oliver closed in. Both their attention was now on me as they rushed at me. With a swift motion, I flung my body forward, clutching my hammer tightly. Second form, Zvookum. Boom. The air compressed beneath Oliver's feet as he propelled himself forward, aiming a kick at my face with enhanced speed. Ugh. But I anticipated his move, countering with a strike from my hammer aimed at his extended leg, causing him to grimace in pain. Swish. I dashed backwards, dodging Ethan's kick aimed at my side while Oliver balanced himself. They then coordinated with each other, swinging their fists at my face, both bolstered with mana. First form, Naxal. Huh? Fuck again. I felt the mana within me deplete again as their attacks lost all their momentum, making them halt in between. Bam. With precision, I swung my hammer in a swift, sharp trajectory, grazing Ethan's shoulder and narrowly missing Oliver as he evaded the blow. They were both exhausted after their fight, making it easier for me to fight against both of them. But even this was taking a toll on my body as I felt my breathing become rigid. Swish. Balancing himself again, Oliver threw a punch, but this time I was ready. I relaxed the muscles in my knees, hips, and shoulders, effortlessly dropping to the ground. Placing my hands on the ground above my head, I generated momentum with my legs. Bam. Ugh. With a powerful thrust, I executed an overhead kick, landing squarely on Oliver's jaw, sending him stumbling backwards with a pained groan. Huff. Huff. Swish. Bam. Ugh. Fuck. I cursed aloud as a punch landed squarely on my jaw, causing me to stumble slightly. Blinking away the blur in my vision, I glanced at Ethan as he prepared to strike again. So, tilting my head slightly, I swiftly reached out and placed my hand on his shoulder, positioning my fingertips just beside his ear as I released my grip on the hammer. "Go have some sleep," I muttered, channeling mana into my fingertips, causing them to glow with a silver light. With a sharp movement, I flicked my middle finger against my thumb, creating a small but sharp sound. Click. Ugh. Ethan dropped to his knees, clutching his ear tightly as a trickle of blood seeped out. Huff. Huff. Taking deep breaths, I slowly made my way toward the window. "Are you outraged?" Ashlyn asked nervously, her voice laced with concern as she bit her tongue again. "I'm fine," I replied with a smile, moving past her to sit on the edge of the open window, the slow wind fluttering my hair slightly. "Well, it wasn't that hard. 3 wishes. You had to jinx it, don't you? I will grant 3 wishes to whoever takes the ball away from him," Lauren declared loudly, her glare fixed on me. "You can redeem your wish anytime within the academic year." At her words, the whole class turned their attention towards me, with only Ashlyn looking at me concernedly. "What a fucking shit show this is," I muttered as I observed the students slowly closing in on me. Sarah. Miley, still rubbing her head, stood at the front and extended her hand, glaring at me. "Give the ball back." I glanced at her for a moment. No doubt she looks beautiful and all ... but man, I truly hate this bitch. I extended my hand holding the ball towards her face, but just as a smile threatened to form on her lips, I rolled my fingers, showing her my middle finger. "Fuck off." With that, I leaned back, letting my body fall out of the window. Sarah. As I fell, I heard only 2 voices of concern, both of which I recognized, Oliver's and Ashlyn's. Sigh. With a tired sigh, I braced myself for the impact. Huh? But the surface I landed on bounced me back. Ha 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 ha. Fuck, I got lucky. I shouted as I realized I had landed on a trampoline, but my celebration was short-lived. Thud. Uck. I groaned in pain as I landed hard on the ground after bouncing back. "You all right?" I think I dislocated my shoulder. Fuck my life. Chapter 40, Lauren 1. Are you really okay? With her beautiful golden eyes looking at me with concern, tears threatening to fall, she asked gently while massaging my left shoulder. "I'm fine, Ashlyn. Go help the others," I replied with a smile, looking at her. "Beauty, I'm fine," I interjected, making her look at me with a conflicted expression. "Call me if you need help," she mumbled before standing up and walking towards the other injured students. "Can't believe you got lucky there. Apostrophe ... My upper arm bone is partially out of the socket, and you call that lucky? It's better than a few broken bones. Apostrophe ... Fuck, you're right." As I leaned against the chair, I let out a tired sigh. The game had already ended, and I was the winner. But I paid the cost as well. My fucking shoulder hurt like hell. Sigh. With another sigh, I looked at Ashlyn, who after helping me, was attending to the other injured students. Coincidentally, she was helping Ethan right now. Can't you just directly tell her you are the boy she met in childhood? I can't. It will fuck up everything. Uck. With a grunt, I stood up from my seat and walked towards the raven-haired boy who had an ice pack placed on his jaw, his eyes closed. "Hey, Oily," I said as I sat beside him, snatching his ice pack before placing it on my shoulder. "Ugh." He grumbled, opening his eyes. "You know, there's an extra bone in males every morning. Who the fuck starts a conversation like that?" I just sat down. I snapped back at him, my irritation clear in my tone. Oliver let out a tired chuckle in response. "My jaw hurts like hell," he grumbled, rubbing his jaw in discomfort. "I was going to hit you with my hammer, Be glad I didn't, I replied dryly as I leaned back in the chair. Thank you for your consideration, Your Holiness, Oliver replied with a slight bow, his tone serious. You are excused, my lowly subject, I retorted with a wave of my hand, and Oliver chuckled again. As, he called me in a serious tone, making me look at him. Don't ever hurt Miley again. Fucking simp, I replied, closing my eyes again as I gently lowered my dislocated hand. And I don't like either her or her brother. A mayor likes her, so deal with it, Oliver replied with a tired sigh. What about you? Glancing at him, I asked, don't you like her as well? Someone had to back off, and unfortunately I am the older one, he replied with a smile, looking at me. And when is that dear going to propose to her? I asked, closing my eyes again. Next festival, Oliver replied. Guess the dress competition? Yep. Of all the ways, he had to choose the hardest one, huh? Ha ha ha, Oliver chuckled at my words. What are you talking about? Every year, there is a festival held in the Empire, and in one of the competitions held in school, boys have to guess what type of dress the girl is wearing including the accessories. If the guess is correct, you can propose to the girl. If I am alive until then, I will be there to give him my shoulder to cry on, I replied, eliciting a frown from Oliver. Azaria. It's fine, and I am seriously not sure if I will be alive until then. Don't be so negative. I bet my left hand he will get rejected. So you use your right hand for that? For what? Instead of replying, he gave me a creepy smile that made me look at him with disgust. Fuck off. Yeah, I want to talk with that boy as well, Oliver said, standing up and walking towards Ethan. And just like that, I was left alone. You know, it's kinda ironic, I thought as I looked at Ethan. In the game, whoever is close to me has a higher chance of dying, while whoever is close to him has a higher chance to survive. It's not the game, Azariah. Yeah. Click. The door of the class clicked open as a mahogany-haired woman entered the class with a nurse following behind. Please treat the students, Lauren said to the nurse before turning her gaze to me. Azariah, come out. But he is injured as well, Ashlyn's voice trailed off as Lauren glared at her. Uck. With a grunt, I stood up, supporting my dislocated shoulder as I walked towards Lauren. She glanced at me once before walking out, and I followed behind her. Are you sure she won't kill you? No, she takes her job seriously, and right now I am her student, and she is bound by the rules of the academy. Just be careful because all I see in her eyes is hate. I silently nodded my head as I followed behind her until we reached her office. Come in. She opened the door and motioned for me to enter. Inside, her office was plain, with only a large table and chair, scattered with various books and maps. Sit down. She took her seat behind the desk and gestured for me to take a seat opposite her. Without a word, I sat down. So, what do you want? She asked, her tone curt. Train me . Denied. Ask something else. Train me, I repeated firmly. I said denied. Don't you understand? Her voice rose, her eyes flashing with irritation. That's my only wish, I replied, meeting her gaze evenly. And I am not going to fulfill that wish. If you don't have anything else, then get out, she growled, her eyes filled with disgust. Lauren, I called her name calmly, locking eyes with her. Why are you acting so high and mighty now? What? Her brows furrowed in confusion. Did you forget? I continued, a crooked smile playing on my lips, how you bowed your head and begged like a bitch in front of me. Azariah. Stop shouting. As she stood up and so did I as my shoulder hurt again but I ignored it. Stop shouting, I repeated firmly, as her chest heaved with each breath, her glare intensifying. Get out of here before I do something that I will regret, she replied through gritted teeth, her breaths coming in ragged gasps. No, number. What can you do, Lauren? I leaned in closer, refusing to move away. I want to see what you can do. As area. You can't even touch a single hair on my mother's head, I cut in, my smile widening. And here I am, standing right in front of you. You can't do anything to me either. She didn't reply, just glared at me. Even after all that happened to you, you still can't do a single thing about it. Crack. Her fingertips dug into the table, breaking a chunk of it, the sound echoing in the room. Snap, snap. How many died that day? I snapped my fingers twice, my tone mocking. I don't remember. Tell me, how many died, Lauren? Her eyes turned red, tears streaming down her cheeks. I do remember your parents, though. Pretty sure they died that day, I continued, rubbing my temples. Wasn't there someone else, too? Yeah, right. Your brothog. Slam. Before I could finish my sentence, she grabbed me by the throat, slamming me against the wall. I have already lost everything, Azariah, she said, her voice trembling as she tightened her grip around my throat. What makes you think I won't kill you right here? Fuck. I let out a groan as she grabbed my injured hand with a dislocated shoulder. Wasn't your left hand injured that time as well? Fuck, stop. Tell me, Azariah, do you have any idea what I have been through? She asked as she stretched my hand, slowly taking out the joint from the socket. Why? You had the choice to save them. She glared at me, tears still streaming down her cheeks. I prayed, I begged you for help, but you didn't. Why? I had to choose, either innocent life or valuable life. Gasping for breath, I replied, locking eyes with her. And I chose the valuable life. You and your mother both are sick in the head, she retorted, glaring at me as she continued to stretch my hand, almost completely dislocating it. That's why I am giving you a chance, Lauren. I struggled to speak through the pain, making her pause. The chance to take your revenge. Cough. She loosened her grip as I fell down, coughing violently. How? Cleaning her tears, she asked.
The story continues, and things are only getting more dangerous. Want early access to Chapter 41 and beyond? Visit my Ko-fi page, link below. Thanks for listening to Reincarnated as the Villainess's son. If you enjoyed the story, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.